Hello. Welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 1 Mabby. Chapter 1 in Impel Down. Sign in at the start of Mangekyō. Next chapter. Advertisement. Impel Down. Ron, born in East Blue, has a bounty of 12 million Baileys, charged with killing Colonel Marine's rats, and locked up in cell 108 on the first floor. A man dressed as a prison sergeant looked at the record in his hand, and looked at the 14 or 15-year-old boy not far away with a somewhat hostile expression. The boy was thin and small, with black hair covering most of his face. Wearing a minimal prisoner outfit, it still looks a little big. Through the gaps in his clothes, he could see many bloodstains on his thin body, obviously suffering from inhuman torture. Scum. A flash of anger flashed in his eyes. The man resisted the urge to kill and deal with him, and waved his hand. Throw it in. Dare to kill Marine. This son has committed a heinous crime. Just give him 1 meal a day. Yes. Hearing this, 2 guards on the side stepped forward and grabbed Ron and threw him into the cell beside him. After all this was done, the jailers escorted the criminals to move on. Soon, the figures of a group of people disappeared in this area. Finally came in. Although it is somewhat different from the plan, it is still perfect. In the dark prison cell, the small and thin Ron slowly got up. Looking at the scenery outside the cell, Jonan couldn't help showing a gratifying smile on his embarrassed face. System, I have completed the task now. Struggling to get up, Ron walked to the side wall and leaned against it, a little tired but his eyes were full of fire. Ron is a time traveler. 14 years ago, the soul traveled to the world of One Piece and became a baby boy on Pineapple Island next to Orange Island. At the beginning, he didn't know that he had traveled to the world of One Piece. Advertisement. Until one day the pirate appeared and killed his parents directly, and he became an orphan because of this. To this end, Ron started exercising. But even with his years of training, it is still difficult to improve his own strength. Fortunately, Cheat, who was 14 years late 6 months ago, finally arrived. The strongest sign in system. As long as you go to the area designated by the system to sign in, you can get rewards from the heavens and the world. It's just that his first check-in is different, but Impel Down. In order to be able to enter Impel Down, Ron planned an assassination, and successfully killed the Marine branch colonel, Rat. The reason why he chose the mouse as the target was because he knew that he was actually the person behind the scenes of the pirate group that killed his parents. In addition, the mouse's colonel status is very watery. According to the original book, the mouse was able to serve as the colonel in East Blue because of someone behind him. In fact, his strength is just that of a war scum, and he doesn't pose much of a threat. Not surprisingly, under Ron's plan, he successfully killed the mouse, and because of the death of the mouse, the people at the branch base were also afraid of being affected. No, it directly packaged Ron as a pirate with a bounty of 12 million Baileys, and at the same time had the qualifications to enter Impel Down. Even though there are many pirates imprisoned in Impel Down in the original book, in fact, those with a bounty of less than 10 million are not even eligible to enter Impel Down. Including Buggy from the original book. Before that guy was investigated for his identity, he was only thrown into the first 3 floors of Impel Down. Ding. The system is activated successfully arrived at Impel Down, and the strongest sign in system is activated. Ding. The host has successfully arrived at Impel Down, and the number of check-ins available is +1. Ding. Is the host signed in? Hearing the system's prompt, Ron laughed outright. After planning for so long, this novice task is finally completed. Sign in. Advertisement. Without any hesitation, Ron spoke excitedly. After all, this is what I risked my life to get. I am now in Impel Down. If I want to leave alive, I can only rely on the power of the system. Ding. The sign-in is successful. Congratulations to host for obtaining a Mangekyō Blood Wheel Eye Distinguished Heavenly Gods. In the next second, Ron only felt a pain in his left eye. Immediately afterwards, the left eye was in pain as if it had been forcefully dug out. Ah! With a scream, Ron couldn't bear the severe pain at all, and he passed out immediately when his eyes went dark. ZZ. Another crazy one. Poor. This guy just came in, and he went crazy. It's just a kid. I don't know if Colonel Marine is an idiot or not. How could he kill him? Quote. For a while, the voices of the pirates in the surrounding cells resounding gleefully. For Ron, a newcomer, many people are still curious. At first I thought there would be fun later, but now it seems that this guy is not good at all, and he collapsed just after he came in. In the middle of the night, Ron woke up slowly. It hurts. Reaching out to touch his left eye subconsciously, Ron's expression twisted a little at this moment. But soon, his expression also became agitated. Mangekyō Blood Wheel Eyes. Distinguished Heavenly Gods. The sign in reward this time is definitely extremely strong Yamato Heaven Defying. Distinguished Heavenly Gods. Advertisement. That is the highest pupil technique that can completely control the opponent's consciousness. When watching Hokage in the previous life, although Kamui Mangekyō's Blood Wheel Eyes seemed stronger and more incomprehensible in the later stage. But actually the strongest Mangekyō appeared at the very beginning, and that was the Distinguished Heavenly Gods. If it weren't for Uchiha Shisui's youth, and if it weren't for Danzo's scrap material, this distinguished heavenly god's blood wheel eye would be an invincible existence. After all, quietly changing a person's will, even without any clues, distinguished heavenly gods is stronger than Kyoka Suigetsu of a hairsprayer. But why is there only one? After getting excited, Ron's brow furrowed quickly. Well known. The pair of Mangekyō blood wheel eyes is the strongest. Although in the original book, Uchiha Shisui has achieved the level of one-eyed Susan, but that is his own strength. The current Ron is just stronger than ordinary people. In such a case, the one-eyed Mangekyō blood wheel eye is not enough to help him escape Impel down. System, have my rewards been deducted by you? With this in mind, Ron asked angrily. After all, to be honest, such an ending was a little hard for him to accept. Ding. This system is based on rule comprehension and has no self-awareness, so there is no such thing as deducting rewards. The reward obtained by the host is the power of other worlds, and the system has transformed it into the power of this world as the basis. If the host sign in reward belongs to the current world, it will be strengthened to a certain extent. I see. After listening to the system, Ron nodded thoughtfully. Mangekyō blood wheel eyes. This is the blood succession limit of the Hokage world. Although it is a bloodline, what consumes is the power of the pupil, but it also needs to be guided by chakra. But Ron doesn't have chakra, but now that the system has been improved, he only needs to expend physical energy to activate it just like people in this world. Chapter 2 New sign in place, get familiar with Shuilunyan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Forget me to blame you. Sighing, Ron knew he couldn't blame the system for anything. But under such circumstances, he felt more helpless in his heart at the moment. After all, he never thought that he would be trapped in Impel Down when he got the awakening system. But in the current situation, he was indeed trapped in Impel Down. Although they have mastered the Mangekyō blood wheel eyes, they are still unsolvable distinguished heavenly gods, but it is very difficult to escape from this place. System, where is the next check in place? After sighing, Ron asked. Although it is difficult to get out of being trapped here, he still wants to know the sign in place of the system. Ding. The sign in area is refreshed. Please host a sign in Impel Down, second floor. Second floor. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and Ron's breathing became rapid at this moment. If it is outside, then he really has no possibility of getting involved. But if it's just the second layer of Impel Down, it's not impossible. After all, in Impel Down, the more dangerous you are, the deeper you will be imprisoned. The entire Impel Down is divided into 1 floor above ground and 6 floors underground. Needless to say, the ground floor is just the surface of Impel Down, where Marines are stationed and trained. The 6 basement floors are Basement Level, Crimson Hell. Advertisement. The crimes of the prisoners imprisoned in this layer are less serious, and all the prisoners imprisoned cannot beat the blue gorilla. There is a large area like a forest outside the cell. The trees are sword trees, whose leaves are as sharp as blades, and the grasses, needle grass, that can pierce the human body like needles. Prisoners will run back and forth because of the poisonous spiders and jailers chasing them, and finally they will be bloody from the leaves and grass cuts, and they will suffer endlessly. The second basement floor is Wild Beast Hell. Various ferocious beasts and monsters are placed on this layer, including cockatrice, man-faced lion, and poisonous scorpion. The boss is the Sphinx, and the prisoners on this floor know that they will become the food of the beast sooner or later, and they don't even have the strength to be afraid. Basement 3. Starvation Hell. This floor basically detains ferocious criminals with a reward of more than 50 million W, but the heat from the blazing hell on the lower floor makes this floor extremely hot. Coupled with the torture of deprivation of water and hunger strike, the prisoners were already half dead. Basement 4. Blazing Hell. Magellan's office is on this floor. In addition, there are kitchens and granaries. The temperature on the entire floor is very high, just like a huge iron pot, full of boiling pools of blood and sea of fire. The 3rd to 4th floors can be jumped directly from the exhaust port in the middle, but if the foothold is wrong, it is not as simple as scalding. Prisoners were scorched on this floor to sterilize before entering the prison. 5 basement floors. Freezing Hell. This layer imprisoned pirates with a reward of over 100 million. The prisoners on this floor were kept in an environment lower than that of the large ice house, and their bodies were severely frost-bited until they died. There are also a large number of army wolves in the forest of Freezing Hell, which are more ferocious than the second-tier huge beasts. It is worth mentioning that no phone bugs were installed on this floor due to the low temperature. The 6th basement floor. Eternal Hell. Those who went in were all remarkable people, who were either death row inmates or life imprisoners. According to the Clown Buggy and the Shemale King, the criminals involved are monster pirates who were too vicious to be erased from history. Advertisement. The prisoners on this floor are all near legendary figures, and their fate is either death penalty or life imprisonment. Because the prisoners on this floor did a lot of evil, some incidents beyond the level of cruelty were covered up by the government, and even the newspapers deliberately concealed them. This is the internal structure record of Impel Down. But as a traveler, Ron also knows that there is a special space between the 5th and 6th floors underground, which is called the 5.5th floor. This 5.5 floor is a floor created by Mori, one of the 4 commanders of the Revolutionary Army, in Newcama land with the ability to push fruit. This is a secret paradise for the prisoners who can only reach through the impossible road after entering the sewer of the large prison. There are many unknown entrances, such as the Mountain of Needles on the first floor, the Lair of Beasts on the second floor, the Sea of Fire on the fourth floor, and the Pile of Dead Men on the fifth floor. Many lost prisoners accidentally entered the paradise through these entrances, and the rumored devil's invitation that made many prisoners mysteriously disappear was just a cover. So, I should do something next. As long as those guys in Impel Down think that my threat is far beyond the boundaries of the first floor, then I will be sent to the second floor. Thinking of this, Ron's eyes lit up. Although he is still weak now, with Mangekyō blood wheel eyes, it is not difficult to accomplish this. After all, the biggest threat on the first floor is the blue gorilla. Just a group of beasts, Mangekyō can even control a tailed beast, let alone a group of blue orangutans. But even so, I have to recover my strength first to find out the specific strength of the blue gorilla. Calming down quickly, Ron knew he couldn't act rashly now. After all, he just got Mangekyō blood wheel eye. Although his own strength has improved, he doesn't know what level he is at. Ding. To detect the host, you need to view personal information. Open the personal panel. The personal panel is turned on, and the host can check its own situation. Well done. Hearing the system prompt, Ron looked overjoyed. Without any hesitation, Ron quickly said, "System, check the personal panel." Advertisement. Open black lens bracket. Ron close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Age, 15 years old. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Power, E. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Speed, E. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Physique, F. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Spirit, D. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Strength, Captain. Close black lens bracket. Blood succession boundary. Mangekyō blood wheel eyes. Distinguished heavenly gods. Note: the strength is divided into the marine system: inferior, upper, ensign, lieutenant, junior grade, captain, major, lieutenant colonel, colonel, senior colonel, commodore, rear admiral, vice admiral, elite vice admiral, quasi-admiral, admiral, marshal. Captain. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and the corners of Ron's mouth rose slightly. Although the captain's strength is nothing in the entire world of great pirates. But for Ron, it was a step up to the sky. You know, before completing the sign-in and getting Mangekyō's blood wheel eye, his strength is not even as good as that of a private. Just the rewards he got for signing in once made his strength reach the captain's level. So what if you sign in for the second, third, or even more times? Okay. For a moment, Ron nodded contentedly. Although the strength is not strong at this stage, there is no need to worry too much about it now. As soon as he thought of this, Ron immediately murmured to himself, "The most important thing now is to recover your strength as soon as possible. Then get acquainted with the power of the blood wheel eye. After I fully grasp the power of Shuilunyan, that's when I start planning to enter the second floor." Chapter 3: Weasel's Killing Intent, Death Crisis. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Ron has successfully mastered the ability of the blood wheel eye through continuous study. As far as the current situation is concerned, his blood eye abilities are divided into illusion, copy, and illusion enhancement. Illusion, using blood wheel eyes can make opponents fall into hallucinations, mainly based on spiritual power. Those whose mental strength is weaker than themselves can hardly break free from the control of illusion. Conversely, if the mental power exceeds Ron, it will be difficult to be controlled by illusions, and may even cause illusions to counterattack. Copy. As the name suggests, as long as it is locked by the Sango Yushuilunyan, almost all physical skills performed by the opponent can be copied. It's just that copying doesn't mean the realm. Although you can copy the opponent's physique, you can't reach the same level as the opponent. The final illusion enhancement is the special ability of Shuilunyan. Generally speaking, Shuilunyan will strengthen a person's specific ability after awakening to the level of 3 Hook Jade. Enhanced Taijutsu who is good at Taijutsu, and Enhanced Ninjutsu who is good at Ninjutsu. And because Ron awakened the distinguished heavenly gods Mangekyō, the enhancement of the blood wheel eyes was aimed at illusion. This has also led to the fact that even an existence with stronger mental power than oneself may still be able to successfully cast illusions. However, according to Ron's deduction, the enhanced illusion can't overcome too much, and it will also affect opponents whose mental strength is one level stronger than his own. And finally, distinguished heavenly gods. This is definitely one that Ron loves to hate. Distinguished heavenly gods permanent version, once cast, the opponent's mental strength is weaker than his own, and his memory will be permanently tampered with. Conversely, if the difference in mental power is too large, distinguished heavenly gods will encounter backlash. Ron can accept and understand all the above, but his blood wheel eye is the one in Danzo's hand in Hokage. This also caused that once his distinguished heavenly gods was cast, it would take at least 10 years to cool down. Once in 10 years. It looks like I can't waste it here. With a sigh, Ron began to think about his first goal of launching distinguished heavenly gods in his mind. Advertisement. Once in 10 years. And the latter must be weaker than his mental power and the potential must be large enough. After all, once distinguished heavenly gods is cast, it is absolutely impossible for the opponent to betray him. This kind of heaven-defying magical ability is too restrictive, he needs to make good use of it to maximize his benefits. In particular, not betraying this point is definitely what Ron cares most about. You know, the world of One Piece is full of intrigues. Don't look at the harmony and peace of the Straw Hat Pirates. In fact, it is almost common sense for pirates to intrigue and betray each other. A subordinate who can trust his back and trust 100% is definitely the dream of countless people. Bang bang bang. At this time, there was a sound of knocking on the railing. Immediately afterwards, a mocking voice came from outside the cell. Guys inside, get out and eat. Come yet. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and Ron's closed eyes snapped open. Immediately afterwards, he stood up from the ground and walked towards the gate. For 3 days, the jailers gave him 1 meal a day as they said they would. This also caused Ron's recovery of physical strength to be extremely slow. But in 3 days, he has already recovered 7 or 88. Under such circumstances, it is almost time for him to start his own plan. For you. As Ron walked out, the jailer looked at him with cold and killing intent. Immediately afterwards, the jailer threw the food into the gate and said, "Little devil, you won't be able to be proud for long. If you offend someone who shouldn't be offended, Lord Sphinx will not let you go." Sphinx. Advertisement. He wants to deal with me. There was a flash of astonishment in his eyes, but Ron was extremely puzzled in his heart. After all, I have no communication with the Sphinx. As the person in charge of the second-tier prison, the latter shouldn't target such an unknown person like himself. It looks like something happened that I didn't know about. Muttering inwardly, Ron raised his head and said, "Hey." What? Hearing this, the jailer subconsciously looked at Ron. It's now. Illusion control. Almost instantly, Ron opened the 3-goose jade blood wheel eye without hesitation to cast illusions on the jailer. This is the power of devil fruit. The moment he saw Ron's eyes, the jailer's face changed drastically. Although he didn't know the ability of blood wheel eye, but this strange sight had to make him contact devil fruit. However, before he opened his mouth to shout, Shuilunyan's illusion was activated successfully. In an instant, the jailer's eyes turned into blood eyes, and his whole face became dull. It's done. But it's really expensive. Seeing this, Ron breathed a sigh of relief. This time the illusion was performed, but it also consumed almost 30% of his physical strength. Based on this trend, he can only control 3 jailers at most. Moreover, it is still a jailer on the first floor. If it is a jailer on the second floor, I am afraid that the consumption will be greater, and there may even be a possibility of failure. In addition, there are poisonous scorpions and other ferocious beasts in the entire first floor, so the probability of the illusion being successful is probably not too high. Advertisement. Strength. It's still too weak. You must enter the second floor as soon as possible to sign in. After making up his mind, Ron sat down and began to eat, looked at the jailer and said, "I'll ask you an answer. Why is the Sphinx targeting me? What's his plan?" That's something Ron cares about. After all, Sphinx is the boss of the second layer of Impel down, and he is not weak and has a high position. If this guy wants to target himself, it is completely insufficient to contend with his own current strength. Yes, my lord. Hearing this, the jailer didn't disobey him in any way, and quickly told what he knew. It's because you offended Vice Admiral, my lord. Not long ago, the Weasel Vice Admiral called Lord Sphinx and asked him to take care of you. Weasel. It's him. Hearing this, Ron frowned, looking a little sad. This Weasel is the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, one of the Buster Call Vice Admirals. In Naval Headquarters is the true sense of high weight. Except for Sengoku, Garp, Suru Vice Admiral, and the 3 admirals, even the alternate Admiral Momosuke, the T-Dolphin has to give him 3 points of face. If the Weasel gave the order, then the Sphinx would really attack him. Do you know why he targeted me? Suppressing the uneasiness in his heart, Ron asked. Because of Colonel Mouse. The jailer replied with a dull expression. According to Lord Sphinx, Colonel Mouse is the illegitimate son of Vice Admiral the Weasel. Speaking of this, the jailer's face suddenly changed, and it could be seen that the blood in his eyes was rapidly diminishing. Chapter 4 Raid the prison and kill the jailer. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Not good. Seeing this, Ron's expression changed. Judging from the jailer's reaction, there is no doubt that the blood wheel eye illusion is failing. Only 5 minutes. The strength is still too bad, and the mere jailers can only control it for less than 5 minutes. Thinking to himself, Ron didn't hesitate. He stood up from the ground abruptly, stretched out his hand and grabbed the jailer's neck. Bastard, what are you doing? At this time, the jailer had already woken up. With his neck imprisoned, his whole face was flushed, and his eyes were full of fear when he looked at Ron. Those bloody eyes, as well as the uncontrollable words he said just now, without exception, all declare that this guy is demon fruit power. Damn it, are those guys from the outside world idiots? Since it is demon fruit power, why is it only locked on the first floor, and why not put seastone handcuffs on him? Thank you for letting me know. Regarding this, Ron looked silent, his eyes locked on the jailer, and his voice was cold. Unfortunately, you know too much. Die. While speaking, Ron exerted a sudden force and directly crushed the jailer's neck. Catch. The neck was broken, and the jailer stared at Ron with wide-eyed eyes, opened his mouth in vain to shout but couldn't make a sound. After a brief struggle, the jailer's eyes turned dead gray, and his whole body died accordingly. Watching the jailer die, Ron breathed a sigh of relief. Throwing his body on the ground casually, Ron kicked over the food on the ground and shouted loudly, "Damn guy, you dare to humiliate me, go to hell." The huge movement instantly attracted the attention of the pirates in the surrounding cells. Countless people were stunned when they saw Ron standing there in the scene where the jailer died tragically. Immediately afterwards, all the pirates were overjoyed and couldn't help cheering. "Okay, well done. Little ghost, you did a good job and killed the jailer." Advertisement. Haha, this brat is really interesting. He actually sneaked up on the jailer for a while. Quote. For a while, all the pirates present gloated. In addition to being happy to see the jailer die, the main thing is to see Ron's jokes. After all, this is Impel down, and Ron's behavior is definitely asking for his own death. What happened? What happened? Quote. At the same time, the movement in the cell here also attracted the attention of the jailer in the distance. In an instant, 3 jailers came from the front and rear sides. Finally come. That kid is dead. Dare to kill the jailer. I really don't know what it means. Quote. Seeing the jailer's arrival, the pirates in the surrounding cells were all gloating. It's just that they all lowered their voices, fearing that they would be affected. After all, they are only the prisoners on the first floor, and in the final analysis, they are all a group of bullying and fearless bastards. Died. By this time, the 3 guards had arrived outside Ron's cell. After checking the situation of the jailers on the ground, all 3 stared at Ron with red eyes, full of anger and killing intent. After all, the jailer was their colleague, and Ron's killing the other party was definitely a provocation to their jailer. Damn guy, what did you do? East Blue Ron, do you know what your actions mean? Resisting the urge to open the door and go in to kill Ron, the 3 guards snapped angrily. Just killed a trash. Advertisement. In this regard, Ron looked disdainful. His eyes swept over the 3 of them, and he said with a cold expression, "A mere jailer dares to withhold my food. It's the first, but definitely not the last. In the future, Lousy will have 3 meals a day. If you don't give it to me, the next one will be any one of you." Asshole. Hearing this, one of the guards couldn't bear it anymore. He pulled out his knife and slashed at Ron. But his attack had already been seen by Ron. With a retreat, Ron retreated to the inside of the cell, and the jailer's knife smashed on the railing. Jung. The flames splashed, and the entire railing shook at this moment. At this moment, Ron accelerated forward sharply. He stepped on the back of the saber fiercely with his right foot and firmly fixed it in the railing. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly raised his hand and punched the jailer's neck. Not good. When the crisis struck, the jailer panicked and subconsciously let go of the knife and retreated. At the same time, Ron's attack fell through, but his hand caught the fixed knife in his hand. Ron, what are you doing? Damn, are you going to escape from prison? Seeing this situation, the other 2 jailers reacted. Seeing Ron holding the knife, one by one quickly pulled out the knife at his waist to lock Ron, but his expression was already extremely nervous. Although it was only for a moment, they had already seen Ron's ruthlessness and strength. The latter is definitely not the rest of the soft persimmons in the first layer of prisons. What are you doing? Aren't you going to kill me? Come in if you have the ability. Open the cell door. Lousy will kill you like a chicken. Advertisement. Smiling coldly, Ron held a knife in his right hand and looked at the jailers with a murderous expression. Especially for the jailer not far away who still looked scared. Damn it. Seeing this, the 3 jailers also knew that something was wrong. But in the current situation, they really don't know how to deal with it. Ron's ruthlessness had completely stimulated them, and with the jailer's corpse on the ground, they really didn't dare to provoke them. After all, the latter is a prisoner, and he is almost certain to die. If he is offended, this guy is afraid. Ron, we agreed to your terms. At this time, a jailer came back to his senses, looked at Ron and said, "From now on, your meals will be 3 meals a day. Now you can give up. If you continue to make trouble, it won't do you any good." Good. Hearing this, the corner of Ron's mouth rose, and he casually threw the knife in his hand out of the area in front of the 3 jailers. Immediately afterwards, he turned around and walked towards the cell, and said, "Remember, Lousy has to eat meat at night. This is the price you paid for provoking me today." Asshole, this guy is too arrogant. Seeing this, the jailer whose weapon was taken away by Ron gritted his teeth. Enough. However, the leading jailer waved his hand and said, "Take the guy on the ground away. Order down. Get Ron 3 meals, but don't get too close to the cell. I'm going to see Master Sphinx. We can't suppress such a fanatic in our first-tier prison." After speaking, the man turned and left directly. The other 2 jailers suddenly realized at this moment. If the first layer of prison can't hold it down, it will naturally be thrown into the more dangerous second layer of prison. Thinking of this, the 2 showed coldness on their faces, looked at Ron's cell and said, "Little devil, you won't be able to be proud for long. When you enter the second floor, those guys will make you miserable." That's right, the pain of the second layer is not as easy as the first layer of prison. Chapter 5 Wrath of the Sphinx, to Wild Beast Hell. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. While speaking, the two jailers quickly packed up the meals and corpses on the ground and left in a hurry. Although they knew that Ron's fate would not be good, they didn't dare to approach anything in the current situation. This is the end. Damn it, those jailers are masters who bully the weak and fear the strong. That kid is so vicious, it's too powerful. Quote. As the jailer left, the pirates gloating in the surrounding cells were dumbfounded. All of them opened their mouths wide, their eyes were protruding, and their eyes were full of envy, jealousy and hatred. They heard it. Ron, this guy asked for 3 meals a day. And the group of them was imprisoned here, and at most it was just 1 meal. If you want extra meals, you have to go out and work to make it possible. Cut, what are you envious of? This guy is already taking death. That's right, when that guy reports it, this kid will be sent to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor is where vicious people are imprisoned. I heard that there are countless ferocious beasts all over the 2nd floor, much stronger than the poisonous scorpions here. Quote. However, some people sneered at the moment. For Ron's behavior, everyone expressed disdain and jealousy. After all, Ron looked only 15 or 16 years old, and it made them uncomfortable to have such a powerful power. If it's me, I can definitely become the king among the first-tier prisoners, when the time comes. A bunch of idiots. Hearing those voices from outside, a trace of disdain flashed in Ron's eyes. However, the corners of his mouth were slightly raised at this moment, and he looked towards the direction outside the cell and said, "This psychological hint is not bad. Generally speaking, an existence like mine is strictly guarded at most, and it is still difficult to enter the 2nd floor." Advertisement. However, under the psychological hint of Shuilunyan, that guy wants to report directly. Yes, it's all Ron's handwriting. The moment he realized that that guy was the leader, he silently gave him a psychological hint with his blood wheel eyes. It is because of this that this makes things work so well. Thinking of this, Ron answered the corner area and sat down to rest, muttering. Once it is reported, and there is an order from the Weasel, the Sphinx will definitely transfer me to the 2nd floor. After all, there are too few prisoners who can kill me in the 1st floor, and only the 2nd floor can find a chance to get rid of me. I'm looking forward to the 2nd check-in. On the 2nd basement floor, in an office, Sphinx, the manager of the prison on the first 2 floors, is enjoying his afternoon tea leisurely. Lord Sphinx. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Immediately afterwards, a jailer hurried in. What's the matter? Seeing this, Sphinx frowned, looking a little impatient. After all, this is my afternoon tea time, and being interrupted really makes people feel angry. Grown-ups. Aware of Sphinx's dissatisfaction, the jailer was taken aback and hurriedly saluted. Something went wrong. The guy you made as target earlier has extraordinary power. A jailer was killed by him when he was targeting him. The guy even clamored for us to prepare 3 meals a day for him, otherwise he would continue to attack us. What? Kill the jailer? Standing up suddenly, the Sphinx's face darkened instantly. You know, the first 2 layers of this Impel down are dominated by him. Advertisement. Under such circumstances, he can be said to be the uncrowned king of these 2 prisons. Now that his subordinates are being killed, this is simply Kai Guo's provocation. Ron. With a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, Sphinx sneered, I originally planned to kill you slowly, but now it seems that it is unnecessary. First you offended the Weasel Vice Admiral, and now you dare to offend me. You really deserve to die. Immediately afterwards, the Sphinx raised his head and said, the order goes down, the criminal Ron on the 1st level has committed a heinous crime, and he needs to be rehabilitated for his serious crimes. He is ordered to be transferred to the 2nd level prison for care. Yes, my lord. Hearing this, the jailer was neither sad nor happy, and bowed silently to salute. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, he turned around and left the place. All the while, he was still deposited in Ron's psychological suggestion. Unlike the forced control of illusions, psychological hints cannot be eliminated and restored in a short period of time. And with his departure, Sphinx's mood has been destroyed. After casually discarding the things on the table, he murmured, Weasel, next time you have to pay back my favor. As he spoke, he took out the phone bug and dialed. Criminal Ron. Half an hour later, a team of jailers arrived outside Ron's cell. The jailer who had been given a psychological suggestion stepped forward, opened the prison door casually, and said silently, Master Sphinx has ordered that you will be transferred to the 2nd prison for guarding. It's done. Hearing this, the corners of Ron's mouth rose in the darkness. However, he quickly restrained his emotions, stood up from the ground and walked forward. The sound of clear footsteps resounded, and under the glaring gaze of the jailers around him, Ron walked out of it directly. 2nd floor. Advertisement. I'd like to see what's great about it. Remember what I said, if you don't have 3 meals a day, you will know the consequences. Still arrogant, Ron expressed extreme disdain for those jailers. You. Hearing this, all the guards on the side glared at Ron, holding the knives around their waists, wishing they could get out of their sheaths and kill him immediately. After all, They already knew about Ron's killing of the jailer after this period of fermentation. It is still so arrogant now, which makes all the jailers gnash their teeth. Enough. At this moment, the head jailer waved his hand, and then said, "Don't worry about his existence. We have prepared 3 meals a day for you. But if you can eat it for a few days, it depends on your ability." As soon as these words came out, the jailer on the side also showed a knowing smile. Everyone is not an idiot. Knowing that Ron has offended someone, he will definitely die if he goes to the second floor. Thinking of this, a group of people didn't care about Ron, and immediately escorted him to the second basement floor, Wild Beast Hell. Go. An hour later, Ron officially stepped into the Wild Beast Hell. Ho ho. After entering it, bursts of beast roars came from the front. Immediately afterwards, countless wailing voices followed. "No, don't eat me. Help. No, don't come here. Damn beast, don't chase me." Quote. Looking at the reputation, you can see a large number of prisoners fleeing in the distance, and a large number of ferocious beasts are chasing and killing them behind them. But all the prisoners who were chased by those ferocious beasts were definitely either dead or maimed, and even directly became their food. Chapter 6 The Second Check-In, Zanpakuto Sealed State. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As this wild beast hell. Seeing this situation, Ron's eyes lit up, and his heart was extremely excited. Finally came in. He was extremely looking forward to the reward for signing in for the second time. Quack, are you scared? Sensing Ron's gaffe, the jailer at the side thought he was scared at the moment. For a moment, all the jailers in that team showed gloating expressions. Facing Ron's fearful emotions, they were all extremely happy in their hearts. That's it. For such a heinous pirate, it is the best ending to let him eat the blood of a beast. Fear. Maybe. Hearing this, Ron restrained his emotions, and looked at several jailers silently. Snort. Pretending to be calm. According to the rules, you will also join those fleeing teams in 3 days. I hope you will still be like this when the time comes. The head jailer spoke with a look of bitterness and hatred. The jailers on the side also showed anticipation and excitement. 3 days. On the contrary, Ron looked indifferent, and muttered to himself, it should be enough. 3 days, I hope the sign in this time will not disappoint me. Under such circumstances, Ron quickly came out of his prison under the leadership of the jailer. A jailer stepped forward and opened the door, and 4 pairs of blood-red eyes in the prison could be seen opening. Immediately afterwards, under the dim light, 4 ferocious prisoners could be seen being imprisoned inside. At this moment, the 4 of them all showed curiosity when they saw the jailer coming. All eyes were on Ron. After seeing Ron's slim and small appearance, all 4 of them showed a smirk, as excited as if they saw some toy. Advertisement. Pirate Ron, this is your prison, go in. At this time, a jailer stepped forward and urged. A 5-person room. Frowning, Ron looked at the leading jailer in some puzzlement and said, what do you mean? Lousy used to be a single room. That's the first floor. To this, the head jailer replied indifferently. In the second floor, strength is the most respected. Every criminal who comes in will be assigned to a 5-person room. If you can afford it, you can turn it into a single room, too. Ability. That is to say, you can fight. With a flash of light in his eyes, Ron immediately understood what was going on. Although it is said that he will join the beast hunting game in 3 days. But Sphinx didn't intend to let him live for such a long time. The 4 pirates in the 5 worlds are his test after entering the second floor. Then I'll wait and see. Knowing what was going on, the corner of Ron's mouth raised and he immediately walked towards the prison. At the same time, he communicated with the system in his heart. System, sign in. Ding. Check the sign in environment on the second basement floor. Beast prison meets the requirements, and start sign in. Ding. Sign in successfully. Congratulations to host for successfully obtaining Zanpakuto sealed state, not Shikai, white hits, entry, and chopping technique, entry. Zanpakuto. White hits and slash. After signing in successfully, Ron was overjoyed. Zanpakuto that is something in the Shinigami world, and it is bound to the soul, and can perform Shikai, Bankai and other operations to gain the power to destroy the world. I don't know what ability my Zanpakuto is. Kyoka Suigetsu, Ryujin Jaka, Zanjetsu, or the rest of the abilities. As for white hits and chopping skills, they are the basic abilities of Shinigami, which are comparable to swordsmanship and body skills in this world. Advertisement. Although it is only a basic means of getting started, it is extremely important and lacking for Ron at this stage. With chopping and white hits, at least he can fight without exposing the blood eye. Thinking of this, Ron immediately opened the personal panel to check. Open black lens bracket Ron close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age, 15 years old close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket power, D close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket speed, E close black lens bracket. Physique, E. Open black lens bracket spirit, D close black lens bracket. Strength, major, ability, white hits, slash. Open black lens bracket special abilities. Mangekyō blood wheel eyes distinguished heavenly gods Zanpakuto sealed state close black lens bracket. The strength has increased. The strength has been promoted from captain to major. Not bad, Not bad, this is just a reward for just completing the sign-in. If I practice white hits and slash to a higher level, or perform Shikai and Bankai on the sealed state, then my strength will reach an even more terrifying level. Bang. At this moment, the door of the cell slammed shut. Looking at the reputation, it can be seen that the jailers are staring at Ron coldly at this moment. Immediately afterwards, one of them said, "Pirate Ron, enjoy your last time. If you die, then the share of the 3 meals a day will belong to the rest." What? 3 meals a day? Hearing these words, the other 4 pirates in the cell suddenly became short of breath. You know, they are in the second underground prison, let alone 3 meals a day, even 1 meal a day is difficult. Unless you survived by completing the beast game, you are not even eligible to eat. Now that Ron has the standard of 3 meals a day, and the jailer means that if he dies, then the 3 meals a day will belong to himself and others. In an instant, the eyes of the 4 pirates turned red, and they looked at Ron with murderous intent. Advertisement. Seeing this, the jailers outside the door nodded in satisfaction. After looking at each other, they ignored Ron's existence, turned around and left. Little ghost, give us your share, you have no objection. As the jailers left, the 4 pirates in the cell slowly stood up and walked towards Ron. At this moment, the faces of each of them are ferocious and murderous. Oh, I refuse. Returning to his senses, Ron glanced over the 4 pirates with an extremely indifferent and calm expression. Not for anything else, this time his strength has improved and he is no longer afraid of these 4 pirates. And he also wants to try white hits, how powerful Zanpakuto is. Little devil, you are courting death. Hearing this, the eyes of the 4 pirates shot with murderous intent. A mere brat dared to refuse to accept him, this is really a crime worthy of death. Almost instantly, one of the pirates stretched out his hand and grabbed Ron's neck, and said coldly, "Since you dare to disobey us, then you will die. When you die, the 3 meals a day will belong to us." As soon as these words came out, the other 3 pirates also grinned, and raised their fists to hit Ron without hesitation. Good job. Seeing this, Ron's eyes flickered with blood, and he immediately opened the 3-goose jade blood wheel eye. Immediately afterwards, Ron didn't hesitate, and avoided the pirate's grasp with a dodge. In the next second, his figure accelerated violently, and punched the pirate's lower abdomen with a punch. Ah! With a scream, the pirate was blown away by Ron's punch, and landed on the ground, spitting blood continuously. What? How can it be? Seeing this situation, the other 3 pirates were dumbfounded. The fist attacking Ron stopped abruptly, he looked at the man on the ground, and then at Ron with horror in his eyes. I thought Ron was a lamb, but I never expected this guy to be so vicious. It's not easy to kill an opponent with a single punch, even I and others are probably not opponents. Chapter 7 Shuelunyan is fierce, a new sign in place. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. No, your eyes. Suddenly, a pirate stared into Ron's eyes and said in horror, "Demon fruit power." Damn it, you are demon fruit power. What are those jailers doing? Why is a demon fruit power like you imprisoned on the 2nd floor? And as demon fruit power, why are you not controlled by seastone handcuffs? What? Demon fruit power. Hearing this, the rest of the pirates were also dumbfounded. They subconsciously looked at where Ron was, and after seeing Shuelin's eyes, fear quietly appeared on their faces. See it. The corners of his mouth turned up, and Ron's eyes scanned the audience. Immediately afterwards, murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Since you have seen it, there is no need for you to live." After speaking, Ron suddenly accelerated to kill the 3 of them. No. When the crisis struck, the 3 pirates panicked completely. A demon fruit power is imprisoned here, and the latter has also expired Impel down. Under such circumstances, they knew Ron's secret, and what happened was self-evident. No, don't come here. Shouts of panic resounded, and the 3 pirates no longer had the arrogant face they had before, and they shouted urgently while fleeing one by one, "Help! Marine, come and save me! Marine, this guy is, ah!" The screams resounded, and the bodies of the 3 pirates fell to the ground. In just a few breaths, Ron was astonished and killed him with a ruthless attack. No, don't come here. Advertisement. No, don't kill me. I don't see anything. I don't know anything, please let me go. Quote. In the area of the door, the pirate who was severely injured by Ron before was trembling, and looked at Ron in horror. He was scared. The death of 3 people completely stimulated him. And he knew very well that he was far from Ron's opponent, and even the jailer would not be able to arrive in a short time. Under such circumstances, if Ron was going to shoot him, he would definitely die. Sorry, I refuse. Turning around, Ron's cold eyes locked on the pirate. In the next second, he stepped forward abruptly, grabbed the pirate by the neck and lifted it off the ground. For a moment, the pirate struggled in terror, opened his mouth to beg for mercy but couldn't make any sound. What's the situation? What happened? Damn it, what are you pirates doing? At the same time, there was a burst of angry scolding. Following the prestige, one could see several jailers coming in a hurry. After hearing the previous movement, they also rushed over immediately. Soon, the group of guards arrived outside Ron's cell. After seeing the situation in the cell, each of them showed a look of horror in their eyes. Especially after seeing the pirate almost twice his size in Ron's hand, the look of horror in his eyes became even stronger. Immediately afterwards, one of the jailers yelled, "Damn, what are you doing? Stop, let me put you down." As soon as these words came out, the rest of the jailers also woke up as if they had just woken up from a dream. They drew their weapons and glared at Ron and shouted, "Put him down. Pirate Ron, stop me." Advertisement. Quote. However, Ron at the moment was extremely indifferent. Shuelin's eyes were restrained by him without being noticed by the jailers. He turned his head to look outside the cell and said, "The strong prey on the weak. If you dare to challenge me with just these scraps, you will be disappointed. Remember, all their food is mine." As he spoke, Ron violently twisted the pirate's neck with his right hand. Click. The neck was twisted, and the pirate died immediately, and his huge body fell to the ground. Asshole. Damn it. Arrogant guy. Seeing this situation, the faces of the jailers outside the cell were all as black as ink. They all stared at Ron and wanted to cut him into pieces. They all knew that Ron had just been sent here. And it was the guy appointed by Lord Sphinx to be killed. But now, imprisoning him here not only did not let him be killed, but he simply killed the 4 pirates in the cell who had a bounty of more than 20 million. This. Want to do it? With the corner of his mouth raised, Ron turned to look at the jailer outside the cell and said, "You don't have the ability yet. You all know what I did on the first floor. Remember to bring my breakfast, or you will know what will happen." With that, Ron turned and fled into the darkness. But after walking a few steps, Ron suddenly stopped and said, "By the way, clean up these 4 wastes. My room does not allow such wastes to exist." After speaking, his figure disappeared into darkness, and he walked directly to the corner area and sat down. Seeing this situation, the jailers outside were all furious. Advertisement. But thinking of the scene where Ron killed the jailer on the first floor, they couldn't help being a little scared. After looking at each other, several jailers walked into the cell to transfer the corpse although they were aggrieved. From the beginning to the end, the guards were extremely nervous, fearing that Ron would violently murder someone. After the corpses were transferred, the jailers heaved a sigh of relief after closing the cell door. Immediately afterwards, the leading jailer said, "Throw these corpses to the beasts, and I will go to see Lord Sphinx." After speaking, he hurriedly left the place. After all, Ron's situation is completely different from what they expected. Under such circumstances, they did not dare to act recklessly, and could only turn to the Sphinx for help. It's finally quiet. As the jailers left, the corners of Ron's mouth rose slightly. Immediately afterwards, he asked, "System, where is the next check in place?" Ding. Detect the new check in place. The check in place is being generated. Ding. Host, please go to the Impel down 3-story underground prison, starvation hell, to sign in. Sure enough, there was a flash of light in his eyes, and Ron looked quite excited. The 3rd check-in location is still at Impel down. Although it is on the 3rd floor underground, it is not impossible to go there. But before that, I have to solve the crisis from the Sphinx. After all, this guy is one of the main people who targeted me this time. The weasel couldn't get into the Impel down at Naval Headquarters, and the Sphinx is the knife in his hand. Thinking of this, Ron's face was a little dignified. The 2nd check-in is indeed powerful. But compared to the crisis he is currently facing, there is not much possibility of solving it. Sphinx, if I remember correctly, this guy's strength is at least at the level of a colonel, even close to the level of Commodore. If he shoots himself, then I am really difficult to deal with now. Unless I use Distinguished Heavenly Gods, but in this case, Distinguished Heavenly Gods will also fall into a 10-year cooldown period, which is obviously not worth it. Chapter 8 The Killing Intent of the Sphinx, the Beast Game. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Lord Sphinx. The jailer hurriedly entered the prison office on the 2nd basement floor. "What's up?" The Sphinx, who was eating morning tea, froze, and then looked at the jailer with a gloomy expression. "It's the 2nd time. This is already the 2nd time I have been interrupted while eating. Lord Sphinx, I'm sorry." Seeing this, the jailer panicked and said quickly, "My lord, it's because of the pirate Ron from East Blue. Not long ago, he was sent to the 2nd prison. We sent him to cell number 7 according to the arrangement of the adults, but..." As the jailer narrated, Sphinx's face became more gloomy for a while. "Waste. A bunch of trash." Rebuking angrily in his mouth, Sphinx clenched his fists tightly and his eyes were full of anger and murderous intent. He never expected that a little guy would not die under his own design. As head of the first 2 floors of Impel Down Prison, his powers are supreme. When did you have to do it again and again to kill a weak pirate? Grown-ups. At this time, the jailer asked a little anxiously, "What should we do next? Are you going to kill him directly?" Madness. Hearing this, Sphinx glared at the jailer with hatred. Immediately afterwards, he said with a gloomy face, "How can you violate the rules of Impel Down when dealing with a mere pirate?" And during this time the selection process for a new warden position is underway in Impel Down. Advertisement. I am determined to get this position, but I can't ruin my plan just because of a little pirate. As soon as these words came out, the jailer immediately lowered his head and dared not speak. Elect the caretaker. They all knew about this matter, but they didn't expect that Sphinx would actually follow him. You know, the conditions to become a warden are extremely harsh. In Impel Down, there are quite a few people eyeing the position of the warden. The Sphinx wants to get it, but to be honest, it is still very difficult, and the possibility of success is not even very high. Send the order down. At this time, Sphinx looked at the jailer and said, 3 days later, it will be time for the beast game. When the time comes, mobilize the power of the beast and kill it completely. Weasel Vice Admiral's order is to finish this guy within a week. Since the trash in the prison can't kill it, let's kill it within the rules. As long as he's dead, with the support of Vice Admiral the Weasel, I'm determined to take the position of warden. Speaking of this, Sphinx's eyes were full of enthusiasm and anticipation. Obviously, he is determined to win the election for the warden this time. Yes, Lord Sphinx. Hearing this, the jailer didn't dare to be negligent, and left in a hurry after bowing and saluting. After all, the Sphinx looked a little crazy at the moment, and he was afraid that he would be affected. As the jailer left, the Sphinx continued to eat and drink, muttering from time to time, the position of warden must belong to me. As long as I become the warden, then Sati-chan will definitely treat me differently, and then. For all this, Ron didn't know. At this moment, after eating the breakfast brought by the jailer, he began to practice white hits in his cell. White hits is the martial art of this world, which can improve one's combat effectiveness, physical strength and state. Although the 2 check-ins allowed Ron to master extremely powerful abilities. But his strength is not enough, so far he is only at the stage of a major. As far as the current situation is concerned, let alone dealing with the Sphinx, even the beast game 2.5 days later is difficult. Advertisement. It's a pity that I didn't sign Shunpo. Otherwise, I really don't need to be afraid of any beasts. While practicing white hits, a trace of helplessness flashed in Ron's eyes. Although white hits and slash are good, they are also very suitable for me. But relatively speaking, Shunpo is what he needs most right now. Those ferocious beasts outside are full of destructive power, not inferior to the Colonel at all. In the absence of absolute speed, it is not easy for him to compete against the beast game targeted by malicious manipulation. Oh. As time went by, Ron became entangled in the white hits practice. Time flies, 2.5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Break it for me. The next morning, Ron slammed his fist against the wall. With a bang, the wall vibrated instantly, and a layer of cracks like spider webs appeared. It's done. White hits has entered the stage of small success. Looking at the situation on the wall in front of him, the corners of Ron's mouth rose slightly. White hits, slashing skills, body skills and other abilities are all divided into realms. According to the systematic analysis, these abilities are divided into beginner, minor achievement, great accomplishment, consummation, ultimate. Now his white hits has entered the small success stage, which indicates that his physical ability has been strengthened to a certain extent. The actual combat ability has been increased by about 3 times. After a moment of careful comprehension, the corner of Ron's mouth rose to reveal a satisfied smile. System, open the personal panel. In the next second, the personal panel about Ron opened. Open black lens bracket Ron close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket age, 15 years old close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket power. Declose black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket speed. Declose black lens bracket. Physique. D. Open black lens bracket spirit. Declose black lens bracket. Strength. Lieutenant Colonel. Ability. White hits, slash. Open black lens bracket special abilities. Mangekyō blood wheel eyes, distinguished heavenly gods, Zanpakuto sealed state close black lens bracket. The 4-dimensional attributes have reached D. The strength has reached the level of a lieutenant colonel. Not bad, the practice of the past few days has really worked. After reading the information on the personal panel, Ron was extremely satisfied. Although it is only a short period of 3 days, the rewards that can be obtained are difficult for many people to achieve in a year, or even a few years. It should be my accumulation over the years. After getting white hits to practice, I quickly completed the promotion through accumulation. Unfortunately, there is not enough time, and I don't know when we will be able to reach the Commodore stage. If I want to pass the Sphinx level, I must at least have the power of Commodore. At this thought, Ron's expression changed, thinking about how to break the situation. After all, under the current circumstances, the beast game is inevitable. Given his current strength, it is very difficult to survive the beast game safely. Even if it can be done with the existence of blood wheel eyes, it will still face the crazy actions of the Sphinx afterwards. After all, the latter has already made 2 shots. If the beast game can't kill itself, it will be desperate. Therefore, he had to seek survival and escape for himself, and even find an opportunity to sneak into the 3rd floor. If I remember correctly, the entrance to the 5.5th floor is the beast's lair. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration flashed in Ron's mind, and he murmured, there are countless special passages in the 5.5th floor, and you can go directly to the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors. If I can enter the Shemale Paradise, with the help of the passage in the Shemale Paradise, wouldn't I be able to complete the check-in quickly, or even Chapter 9. The game starts, looking for the beast's lair. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Bang bang bang. At this time, a knocking sound came and directly interrupted Ron's thoughts. Immediately afterwards, the sound of countless doors opening resounded. It can be clearly seen that the prison cell in the distance was opened, and a pirate walked out of it in panic. It's over. The beast game has begun. I don't know if I can survive this time. Damn it, these Marines are so disgusting that they made us the object of the game. Quote. Impressively, the beast game is about to begin. Because of this, it can be seen that the pirates who walked out of the cell are full of panic and fear at the moment. Is it finally here? There was a flash of light in his eyes, and the corners of Ron's mouth rose slightly. As far as the current situation is concerned, unless he activates distinguished heavenly gods, it is impossible to avoid the killing intent from the Sphinx. But just the Sphinx, and Ron couldn't possibly waste the distinguished heavenly god's opportunity on him unless it was a last resort. And now the beginning of the beast game is his best chance to escape. As long as he can take this opportunity to enter the beast's lair, he is sure to find the tunnel leading to the Shemale paradise. Click. At this time, the door of Ron's cell was opened. Immediately afterwards, a voice came from outside. Pirate Ron, come out. Today is the time for the beast game to begin. If you can't survive the wild beasts, it means you don't deserve to continue living here. Even so, the way he looked at Ron was like looking at a dead person. The orders of the Sphinx are known to all. Because of this time the beast game can be said to be aimed at Ron. Advertisement. The rest of the pirates might survive this time, but Ron didn't have any chance of surviving either. Lead the way. Standing up, Ron stepped straight out of the cell. He didn't care about the existence of the jailer, and he followed the crowd. Not long after, Ron followed the crowd to a fairly wide area. Here, countless pirates gather, looking around one by one, discussing. I don't know how many beasts will be released this time. I don't know which street the beast came in from this time. Last time, a total of 10 beasts entered the game of beasts, and more than 100 beasts were killed before it ended. Quote. Hearing this, Ron looked around thoughtfully. For such a situation, he also saw it for the first time. There is no specific record about the beast game in the original book. But one thing is certain, that is, jailers such as Sphinx will not participate in it personally. This was enough for Ron. The next thing he needed to do was to find where the beast's lair was. With that in mind, Ron's gaze scanned his surroundings. Soon, his gaze was fixed on a man with a strong figure and a beard. According to his observations in the past few days, this guy seems to be one of the leading existences among this group of prisoners. If it's looking for a beast's lair, then this guy is likely to have information. Hey, bugs, the game of beasts has begun. Try hard to survive under the attack of the beast, just like that dirty bedbug. At this moment, a rough voice quietly resounded from all directions. Damn Sphinx. Damn guy, I will kill you sooner or later. Quote. Hearing this, the pirates all around gritted their teeth. Advertisement. The hatred for the Sphinx can be described as extremely huge. Bang, bang. Before everyone could continue to say anything, a series of roars resounded. Immediately afterwards, one could see ferocious beasts appearing from various streets in the distance. Here we come, beast. Damn, how come there are so many? 12, 18, 24, how could there be a total of 24 ferocious beasts? Bastard, is the Sphinx trying to catch us all? Quote. As the figure of the ferocious beast gradually appeared, the pirates in the arena completely panicked. A total of 24 ferocious beasts, this exaggerated number is simply desperate. Run away. You must not be caught up by those beasts. Immediately afterwards, a panicked cry resounded from the crowd. Without any hesitation, a large number of pirates began to run towards the alley where there were no beasts. Action. At the same time, Ron's eyes lit up. The person he noticed also started to act at this moment. It's just that he didn't follow the crowd, but led a small group of people towards the alley where there were few beasts. Obviously, the purpose of these guys is to deal with that ferocious beast and seize life, rather than being chased and killed by a large-scale ferocious beast. Interesting. Worthy of being the leader of the pirates, he is still a bit wise. Seeing this situation, the corners of Ron's mouth raised slightly, he glanced at the surveillance phone bugs all around him, and started to move with a sudden acceleration. Moved. Lock him. Lock Ron ASAP. We absolutely can't let this guy escape from here, and lock him up for me. Advertisement. Quote. The guards in the monitoring room started working immediately after seeing Ron's actions. Countless phone bug monitors began to move, and the target was directed at Ron's location. But in just 3 minutes, Ron's figure disappeared from the monitor screen. Damn it. How did it disappear? Is it a monitoring blind spot? Find it for me, and you must find it as soon as possible. Seeing this situation, the jailer in the monitoring room suddenly panicked. After all, what happened this time was to take this opportunity to kill Ron. Now that the latter have disappeared, even those who can control ferocious beasts have nothing to do with them. However, no matter how they mobilized the phone bugs to search, they couldn't find Ron. In an alley, Ron's figure quickly shuttled through the darkness. Soon, he found his purpose. The dozen or so pirates had already encountered the beast. Do it. Go together. Stop this guy as soon as possible. Without any hesitation, the leading man burst out drinking immediately. In the next second, the dozen or so pirates quickly attacked. In just an instant, a dozen people surrounded the beast. With their mutual cooperation, the beast was quickly suppressed in place and unable to move. It's now. Seeing this situation, the head of the pirate's eyes flashed, and immediately accelerated and rushed forward. In the next second, his figure came to where the beast was, and while he jumped up, his right arm suddenly swelled up. Broken Mountain. With a bang, the man hit the beast hard on the head. With a bang, the huge body of the beast fell to the ground and fell into a coma. Chapter 10. Arrive at the beast's lair and look for the entrance. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After doing all this, the man turned his head to look at Ron's hiding place, and said, "Your Excellency, since you're here, please show yourself." What? Anyone else? Hearing this, those under his command were all startled, subconsciously looking at Ron's hiding place. At this moment, they also felt fear and anxiety in their hearts. After all, someone sneaked in here quietly, and they didn't even notice it. Exposed. This guy has two skills. With a look of surprise in his eyes, Ron looked at the man not far away and said, "If you are brave enough, you can come here." If he went out now, he would definitely be exposed to the monitoring of the phone bug, which Ron was unwilling to accept. After all, he has not yet found out the location of the beast's lair, and he has not yet found the passage to the Shemale paradise. Hearing this, Taylor frowned. Ron's words made him feel something was wrong. Subconsciously looking around, he seemed to think of something, and said, "You wait for me here." After speaking, he walked towards the area where Ron was hiding. Seeing this situation, the remaining people looked at each other for a while, not knowing what to do. But at this moment, they did not dare to approach rashly. No one knows how strong the guy hiding in the dark is. Da da da. The sound of footsteps resounded, and the man came to the alley, fixed his eyes on Ron and asked, "Why did you find me, Taylor?" Taylor. Nodding thoughtfully, Ron said without talking nonsense, "Do you want to leave this place?" Advertisement. Leave. Jailbreak. Hearing this, Taylor was taken aback for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and looked at Ron in the darkness and said, "Your Excellency, this joke is not funny. This is Impel down. Except for the legendary pirate Golden Lion, no one has ever been able to escape from prison." Even so, he was really moved. Although he is also the boss in the second floor, the beast game is also extremely dangerous. If it wasn't for the proper planning again and again, he might have died in it. As long as you are willing, leave the rest to me. In this regard, Ron didn't talk nonsense, and said straightforwardly, "The premise is that you tell me where the beast's lair is." After speaking, Ron immediately activated his blood wheel eyes. In an instant, a pair of blood-colored eyes appeared in front of Taylor's eyes. This is devil fruit. For a moment, Taylor's body shook wildly, and he said in horror, "You have not been discovered." After being surprised, Taylor was also extremely excited. Whatever the purpose of the ladder, whatever the plan. But there is one thing, that is, the ladder seems to have the possibility of escape. If I can follow along at that time, wouldn't it be interesting? After a while, Taylor came back to his senses, looked at Ron and said, "The beast's lair is in the northernmost area. But that area is full of phone bug surveillance, and it's almost impossible for you to sneak into it. Moreover, there are countless beasts in the beast lair. If you enter it rashly, even if it is demon fruit power, you may die." Is it the northernmost? Nodding thoughtfully, Ron didn't care about the danger Taylor said. Compared to beasts, the Sphinx is the biggest threat. Advertisement. I see. Taylor, I remember you. At that time, there will be a chance to escape, but it's up to you whether you can grasp it. After leaving a word, Ron's figure disappeared into the darkness. Gone. Seeing this, Taylor frowned. But soon, he restrained his mind, turned around and walked out of the alley. Although he doesn't know whether Ron will succeed, but he will not give up if there is a glimmer of hope. Along the way, Ron's figure shuttled rapidly, and soon arrived at the northernmost area. The lair of beasts is here. It's just that because of the start of the beast game, there are no other beasts in the lair at this moment. The gate of the beast's lair was opened, and the dirty and messy environment could be vaguely seen. Right here. Finally reached. Standing in a dark place, Ron looked at the lair, and the excitement in his eyes flashed away. Although we have arrived at the beast's lair, it is still difficult to sneak into it without being noticed and find the entrance to the Shemale paradise. You go over there to look for it, and I'll make it easier for you. Just then, a voice caught Ron's attention. Following the prestige, it can be seen that a 5-member team is patrolling not far away. One of them left the team at this moment, and went straight to the area at the foot of the wall to release water. Opportunity. Seeing this situation, Ron's eyes lit up immediately, and he immediately stepped forward and dived over. Soon, Ron arrived at the jailer. Taking advantage of the other party's convenience, he appeared behind him in a flash, and without hesitation waved his knife to knock him unconscious. After all this was done, Ron quickly pulled him into the darkness. Advertisement. After a mess, Ron changed into the jailer's costume directly. Immediately afterwards, he tied the jailer with prisoner clothes, sealed his mouth and nose to ensure that he would not move. After all this was done, Ron walked out of the dark alley. He didn't go after the jailer team, but walked straight towards the beast's lair. A moment later, his figure was exposed to the surveillance of the phone bug. However, Ron had been prepared for a long time, and covered his face with a hat, and no one in the monitoring room noticed his existence. In this way, Ron entered the beast's lair unimpeded. Finally came in. With the corner of his mouth raised, Ron opened his blood wheel eyes and began to search. According to the records, the entrance to Shemale Paradise is extremely hidden. However, as long as the entrance is in the beast's lair, it is not difficult to find it with the help of the eyesight of the blood wheel. However, an hour passed, and Ron's face became extremely ugly. For nothing else, he has searched the entire beast lair, but there is still no entrance. What happened? Is there a mistake in the original record? Isn't the entrance to Shemale Paradise here? For a moment, Ron frowned, looking gloomy. After all, if there is no entrance, then my plan to quickly shuttle through the various floors of Impel down will be in vain. Reluctantly searching for another half an hour, Ron retreated from the beast's lair helplessly. No, there is no entrance to the beast lair. This also means that either the original records are wrong, or the human monster king and the others have not yet established a passage to this place. Ron, on the other hand, prefers the latter. After all, the current timeline is too early, Ace has not yet set sail, and Luffy is still just a kid. Don't ask Ron how he knew, because he met little Nami who was only 7 or 8 years old when he was in Orange Village. Chapter 11 Identity Exposure, Killing the Sphinx. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In this way, the only option is to directly enter the 3rd floor. Taking a deep breath, Ron said firmly. Tricks and tricks fail. It is impossible for him to ask Sphinx to give him the 3rd layer. The latter is bound to kill himself here, and his only hope is to directly enter the 3rd floor. Although it is a bit dangerous, the only way now seems to be to pretend to be a jailer and go to the 3rd floor to sign in. With this in mind, Ron didn't stay any longer, and started to go to the entrance of the 3rd floor. Suddenly, Ron's footsteps stopped. Not for anything else, because a figure appeared in the area in front of him at this moment. Sphinx. At first glance, Ron recognized the other person's identity. Involuntarily, he became quite nervous. After all, Sphinx is at least Commodore level strength. If you fight against it now, then you really have no chance of winning. Over there. At this time, the Sphinx looked at Ron and said, "You can find the trace of the pirate Ron." Apparently, the Sphinx didn't recognize Ron. And the latter appeared here, obviously also to find Ron. It can be seen that Ron's disappearance is unacceptable to him. Even this guy didn't intend to waste any more time, and made up his mind to get rid of Ron as soon as possible. Otherwise, the guy Sphinx couldn't have come here. In that case, we can only gamble. Muttering to himself, Ron stepped forward immediately. When he arrived at the place where the Sphinx was, Ron immediately raised his hand and saluted, "Master Sphinx." No trace of Ron found. I searched in the beast's lair and found no trace. Hearing this, Sphinx looked ugly. Not very satisfied with such an answer, he immediately scolded. "Then what are you waiting for? Go find it quickly." Advertisement. That damned guy, he must be wiped out today. Yes. With a promise, Ron saluted the Sphinx, turned around immediately and was about to leave. Wait a minute. However, at this moment the Sphinx suddenly locked his eyes on Ron. At that moment, he felt that the jailer in front of him looked extremely familiar. Subconsciously, the Sphinx said, "Take off your hat and let me see. Is it exposed?" Hearing this, Ron's heart sank. He knew that the Sphinx seemed to doubt himself. Once he takes off his hat, he will face the Sphinx's attack. Yes. Although he was nervous, Ron quickly agreed. Grab the hat with your hand and slowly take it off. In response, the Sphinx stared at Ron. He felt that the guy in front of him looked familiar, maybe even. In the next second, Ron had completely removed his hat. "It's you." Seeing the figure who wanted to kill him, the Sphinx suddenly opened his eyes wide and said with murderous intent, "You pretended to be a jailer, I was really almost deceived by you. Cunning brat, I, dead." Before the Sphinx came back to his senses, Ron launched an attack brazenly at this moment. Summons the Zanpakuto sealed state, and thrust straight into the Sphinx's heart with one thrust. Not good. Crisis strikes, and the Sphinx's hair stands on end. He also felt Ron's determination to kill with one blow. "Unfortunately, I won't give you a chance." With a sneer, Sphinx raised his foot and planned to dodge. Illusion confinement. Advertisement. At this moment, Ron brazenly activated the Mangekyō, and cast the illusion on the Sphinx without hesitation. In an instant, the 4 eyes met. The Sphinx's shaving action was paused, and the sealed state pierced his heart without hesitation at this moment. PFF'd. Blood spattered, directly staining Ron's cheeks red. At this moment, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It worked. Although it was risky, this surprise attack was completed. Go to hell, brat. However, it didn't take long for Ron to be happy when the angry roar of the Sphinx resounded. In the next second, the fist of the Sphinx came, heading straight for Ron's face. How is it possible? His pupils shrank, and Ron quickly raised his left hand to block. With a bang, his fist and arm collided, and Ron was instantly sent flying a distance of more than 10 meters. After his figure stabilized, he looked at Sphinx and said, "Isn't your heart on the left?" The sealed state penetrates the body. If its heart is on the left, it is absolutely certain to die. But the Sphinx is not dead now, and even its strength is extremely strong, which has to make Ron suspicious. Huh. With a cold snort, Sphinx tore off his shirt. It can be seen that the wound on his chest is bleeding rapidly. Life returned. With a low growl, the Sphinx immediately launched 6 styles. In an instant, the wound on his chest was repairing rapidly, his face turned pale and he said, "That's right, my heart is on the right side." Little devil, you are really unexpected. Almost fell into your hands. Really? After getting the reply from the Sphinx, Ron knew something was wrong. Not one fatal blow. Advertisement. Then with his current strength at the lieutenant colonel level, it is too difficult to compete against the Sphinx. Unless Distinguished Heavenly Gods is activated. But launching Distinguished Heavenly Gods on a mere Commodore is too wasteful. Withdraw. In just an instant, Ron made a decision and pulled back without hesitation. Don't try to escape. Seeing this, Sphinx blushed, and immediately cast Shave and began to chase. In an instant, Ron and the Sphinx quickly shuttled through the second prison after chasing and fleeing. Master Sphinx. The person he's after is the pirate Ron. Damn it, no wonder I couldn't find that guy, he pretended to be a jailer. Quote. For a while, the movement of the two caught the attention of the jailers on the second floor. In an instant, countless jailers began to gather towards this area, intending to cooperate with the Sphinx to kill Ron. Damn it, this is not good. Seeing figures constantly pouring in all around, Ron's heart was extremely heavy. Although relying on the existence of the Blood Wheel Eye, it is possible to avoid the capture of the Sphinx. But if the opponent has a large number of people, even Shuelunian will be difficult to bless. We must reach the third floor as soon as possible. A new round of sign-in must be completed, otherwise we will not be able to break the game today. Tightening the sealed state in his hand, Ron evacuated faster. On the way, Ron used the power of the blood wheel to control the beast. All of a sudden, countless ferocious beasts ran wild and attacked the jailer. This also bought him a lot of time, and he quickly began to approach the entrance of the third floor. Damn it! Stop him for me, he must not be allowed to go to the third prison. The Sphinx was also aware of Ron's purpose at this moment, and immediately shouted at the jailer guarding the entrance of the third floor. Chapter 12 The Third Check-In, Pure White Eyes, High-Speed Regeneration. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Stop him. Shoot, you must stop this guy. Quote. Hearing the Sphinx's burst of shouting, the jailer guarding the entrance of the third-tier prison immediately reacted. Without any hesitation, a group of people raised their guns and pulled the triggers. Bang bang bang. All of a sudden, the bullets were pouring out and aimed straight at Ron. Even if you have a small skill, you dare to do it with an axe. With a cold snort of disdain, Ron immediately waved his Zanpakuto. Sword pressure. In an instant, a sword energy swept out, directly destroying those bullets. Sword pressure. This is the ability that Ron mastered after fusing the chopping technique. Different from local swordsmen, they need to understand Zontai before they can enter the sword hero and display their sword energy. Ron's sword pressure is not inferior to the sword hero's slash. The sword pressed continuously, covering the bodies of the jailers guarding the entrance in an instant. Ah! The screams resounded, and the sword pressure raged and directly cut those prison guards into pieces. The blood mist exploded, and Ron's figure rushed directly into the entrance. Damn bastard! At the same time, the Sphinx also arrived at the entrance. Glancing at the corpse fragments on the ground, his expression was so gloomy that he was ultimate. In Impel down, the first 2 floors he guarded complexly. Here he is the uncrowned king, no matter what he does, he can't do too much. But once you enter the third floor, it's someone else's territory. Now that Ron has escaped, it means his affairs will be exposed. In this way, it is almost impossible for him to compete for the position of warden. After all, it would be a huge dereliction of duty to let the prisoners within the range of one's guard escape, even towards the next floor. Advertisement. Thinking of the failure of his plan before it started, Sphinx was full of killing intent, his eyes were red and said, "Don't think that you can escape by entering the third floor. Pirate Ron, I will tear you to pieces." After finishing speaking, the Sphinx didn't stay, and quickly accelerated towards the entrance. Da. The sound of hurried footsteps resounded in the dark stone stairs. Ron moved forward rapidly, feeling the movement behind him, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Sphinx. He will never let this guy go. As long as he enters the third floor, he can complete a new sign-in, and then he will definitely be able to counter-kill the opponent. As for the rest, Ron wasn't worried. Although the power of the weasel is great, it can't penetrate the Impel down too much. In addition, the latter has already contacted Sphinx, so it is impossible to contact the rest. At least until the news of the Sphinx's own kill gets out, the weasel can't do the rest of the action. In this way, that is Ron's opportunity. As long as he is strong enough, it will not be a problem to enter the 4th, 5th, or even 6th prison. And everything about him comes from the system, not devil fruit. Even wearing seastone handcuffs is impossible to restrict him. Sphinx. Weasel. Marine. When I release Impel down, I will definitely make you pay the price. Muttering to himself, Ron immediately accelerated forward. 5 minutes later, Ron successfully entered the third floor, Hunger Prison, through the stairs. Finally reached. Keeping his feet on the ground, Ron raised the corner of his mouth, and immediately said, "System, sign in." Open black lens bracket ding. Detection host is in the third floor of Impel down, starvation hell, sign in successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for getting, Shunpo. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for getting, pure white eyes. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for acquiring the skill electromagnetic cannon. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining Mangekyō's grande physique, high-speed regeneration close black lens bracket. Sent. Looking at the information that appeared, Ron was extremely excited at the moment. Shunpo. This is a stronger technique than the Marine 6 styles shave. And for Ron, this skill is extremely important. After all, he fought the Sphinx before, and the latter made him extremely uncomfortable by shaving. Not to mention the white eyes, you can look around at 360 degrees, and you can see through the meridians of the human body. It can be said that it is comparable to observation hockey. And he has pure white eyes, which means that there is a great possibility of evolution in the future. In addition, the enhancement of white hits by white eyes is stronger than that of blood wheel eyes in a sense. Railgun. This is the unique skill of Sister Pow. Only one coin is needed as a medium to unleash the power of destroying heaven and earth. With its existence, Ron can be regarded as possessing a killer move other than distinguished heavenly gods. The most important thing is Mangekyō's grande physique, high-speed regeneration. According to the original records, unless the head is destroyed, Mangekyō's grande's high-speed regeneration can quickly restore to its original state. It's just that this high-speed regeneration is a bit worse than Kaido's undead body, but it can be regarded as a low-profile undead body. Moreover, Mangekyō's grande's physique is just the beginning. In the future, by virtue of signing in, he will definitely be able to sign up to a stronger immortal body. System. Claim the reward. Without hesitation, Ron made his choice quickly. Rewards released. Close black lens bracket. With the system prompt resounding, Ron's other eye successfully turned into a white eye. At the same time, high-speed regeneration's physique and himself also quickly merged. In addition, information about Shunpo and the electromagnetic gun was quickly mastered by him. In an instant, Ron could feel that his own strength had been greatly improved. White eyes and high-speed regeneration have greatly improved his physique, white hits and strength. System. Open the personal panel. Ron eagerly checked his own strength. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket Ron close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age. 15 years old close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket power. C close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket speed. C close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physique. B close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket spirit. D close black lens bracket. Strength. Kernel. Abilities. White hits, slash, Shunpo, railgun. Open black lens bracket special abilities. Mangekyō blood wheel eyes, distinguished heavenly gods, Zanpakuto sealed state, high-speed regeneration close black lens bracket. College. It shouldn't be, why didn't even the Commodore arrive? Seeing this situation, Ron frowned and his expression was not very good. I thought that the third check-in would definitely allow me to reach Commodore, or even higher. But I never expected that it only reached the level of a university. System, what's going on? Subconsciously, Ron asked. High-speed regeneration's physique enhancement, Bion's physique enhancement, as well as electromagnetic guns and Shunpo, how can I be so weak? Open black lens bracket ding. One Piece World's limitation, host needs to learn at least One Piece World's ability to be able to reach Commodore. Close black lens bracket. In addition, to enter the Rear Admiral, the host needs to master 1 Haki, 2 Vice Admirals, and the Admiral third gate. Close black lens bracket. If you want to enter the 4 Emperors level, then the host needs to practice Conqueror's Haki to Ultimate. Close black lens bracket. I see. After listening to the system explanation, Ron suddenly realized. World rules. This cannot be changed or broken. Even if he has a system, he can't break the rules of the world. Therefore, what he needs to do now is to master the ability of One Piece World. Like Marine 6 styles, like Conqueror's Haki, like Devil Fruit. Haki is beyond my grasp now. Devil Fruit has disadvantages, it is not as good as my ability to sign in. Then the best choice now is Marine 6 styles, as long as you master it. 12%. Chapter 13 Stealing Marine 6 Styles, Sati-chan and Domino. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Pirate Ron, go to hell. Just then, a low growl came from behind Ron. Looking at the reputation, it can be seen that the Sphinx has entered the 3rd floor. At this moment, he slashed and headed straight for Ron. Come yet. Sensing the breath coming from behind, Ron opened his white eyes and blood wheel eyes without hesitation. In an instant, Sangoyu's blood wheel eyes spun. With the blessing of white eyes, the circulation path of Marine 6 styles shaved is directly understood. Cooperating with the copying of the upper 3 hook jade blood round eyes, Ron mastered the shaving of one of the Marine 6 styles almost instantly. Gunfinger. The Sphinx arrived at Ron's place, raised his hands and launched an attack without hesitation. Good job. Seeing this, Ron's eyes lit up. Seeing the attacking finger chi, he immediately cast Shunpo to disappear from the spot. In the next second, the area where Ron was before was pierced. At the same time, under the influence of Shuilunyan, he also mastered the gun finger. However, Ron didn't intend to use it. He raised his hand and waved Zanpakuto, and slashed towards the Sphinx with a sword pressure. Not good. When the crisis struck, Sphinx's complexion changed drastically. Before Ron's sword crushed the jailer's body, he had already seen that the latter's kendo realm was not inferior to that of a swordsman. Although his own strength was at the Commodore level, he didn't dare to compete with it rashly. Paper Arts. Without any hesitation, the Sphinx immediately activated Paper Arts, one of Marine 6 styles. Immediately afterwards, it can be seen that his body is like a piece of paper, even though the sword is raging, it doesn't hurt a bit. Advertisement. Not only that, after avoiding the pressure of the sword, the Sphinx raised his foot and launched an attack. Tempest Kick. In an instant, Tempest Kick was launched, and several swords attacked Ron directly. Paper Arts. Tempest Kick. I accept it without hesitation. Seeing this situation, Ron smiled even more. This is only a moment. Marine 6 styles he has learned to shave, Tempest Kick, Gun Finger and Paper Arts. This Sphinx is really a good person, at least it is definitely good to give skills. In addition to this guy will also Marine 6 styles Profound Art Return of Life. Ron already had high-speed regeneration, and if he also mastered returning his life, his immortality would be even stronger by then. Cut. With this in mind, Ron held the knife and cut out the pressure of the sword and the impact of the knife energy again. Rumble, rumble, sword chi and Dao chi exploded, and the battle between the two broke out completely. With the blessing of Shuilunyan and Bayan, Ron fought back and forth with the Sphinx by virtue of his chopping skills and Shunpo. However, the Sphinx did not continue to cast Iron Body and Moonwalk. This place is not suitable for the display of the two, which also led to Ron not forcibly attacking and killing. This guy was the key to his secret Marine 6 styles, and Ron wouldn't kill him rashly before he squeezed it out. Because of this, the battle between the two became more and more intense. Ron was hiding his clumsiness on purpose, while the Sphinx was desperately attacking and killing. This also caused the jailers on the 3rd floor to know what was going on here. What's the situation? Quickly call the phone bug to check. In the surveillance room of the Hunger Prison, a group of guards frantically mobilized phone bugs to check. Advertisement. After all, under such circumstances, it is definitely not a simple matter for such a battle to take place on the 3rd floor. In no time, the phone bug had located Ron and the Sphinx. Master Sphinx. The other guy is an escaped prisoner. After seeing the situation of Ron and Sphinx, the guards in the monitoring room looked at each other. Never expected that the restlessness on the 3rd floor would be caused by the Sphinx. Found it. At this time, a jailer took out a reward order and said, East Blue Pirate Ron, the reward is 12 million. What? 12 million bounty? Hearing this, the jailers were dumbfounded. You know, they all know the level of the 12 million bounty. Not to mention entering the 3rd floor, even the 1st floor is a weak existence. But now, Ron, who only offered a reward of 12 million Baileys, actually came to the 3rd floor, even comparable to the Commodore level Sphinx. It's not right. There's something wrong with this guy's bounty. One of the jailers was the first to come back to his senses, and said solemnly, quickly, report to the deputy warden of Domino. And inform the patrolling warden Sati-chan to go to the entrance to support as soon as possible. That pirate Ron is quite powerful, and Lord Sphinx obviously can't suppress it. Yes, yes. Hearing this, the jailers in the venue did not dare to neglect, and immediately took out the phone bug and began to notify. Oh, Pirate Ron, with a reward of 12 million, can it match the Sphinx, or even suppress it? In starvation hell, Sati-chan, who had just finished torturing a few prisoners, licked his sexy lips, his eyes were full of interest. Advertisement. She knows the strength of the Sphinx. Although not as good as myself, but not too weak. If Ron could match him, and even suppress him, he definitely had the ability to enter the 3rd prison, or even the 4th prison. Interesting. Another nice toy. With the corner of his mouth raised, Sati-chan slammed his whip on a prisoner on the ground, and said, Get lost. I'm going to meet my new toy. You guys are so boring. After speaking, Sati-chan immediately walked towards the outside world. Master Sati-chan, give it to me. Master Sati-chan, don't go. Quote. However, the departure of Sati-chan also made the prisoners on the ground anxious, and each of them cried out with urgency in their eyes. Obviously, under Sati-chan's whipping, they have opened up another personality. Oh, the Sphinx broke the rules and chased people to enter the 3rd floor. In the 4th prison, Magma Hell, Domino's eyes flashed with interest. For Sphinx, she is extremely repulsive in her heart. This guy is not very strong, but he is ambitious and wants to become the warden. You know, that is something in her pocket, how can you allow other people to peep? Now the Sphinx broke the rules and even allowed the prisoners on the second floor to escape to the third floor. This is definitely a good opportunity. Thinking of this, Domino immediately stood up and said, Sphinx, you delivered this to your door yourself. Breaking the rules and making mistakes with the guards and criminals is enough to disqualify you from competition. This time, even with Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters as a guarantee, Director Magellan will not give you a chance. With this in mind, Domino immediately stood up and walked towards the director's office. Compared to suppressing Sphinx, a mere pirate has not been taken seriously by her. In Impel down, let alone Commodore, even Admiral cannot escape. Chapter 14 Stealing Mysteries Returning Life, Death of the Sphinx. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Cut. A low growl resounded, and at the entrance of the third prison, Ron waved Zanpakuto one after another. In an instant, the densely packed condensed sword energy attacked the Sphinx. This time, Ron sealed off the entire area, and it was impossible to escape even by casting the Sphinx. Asshole. Sensing the crisis, a trace of anger flashed in Sphinx's eyes. He didn't expect that the guy he had never looked down upon could be so difficult to deal with. Through previous battles, he found that Ron was not as strong as himself. But it's too weird to deal with those white and red eyes. The special power of Devil Fruit forcibly narrowed the distance between the two sides. At the same time, he found that no matter what attack he made, Ron would detect it in advance. It's as if the other party has mastered observation hockey, but it's obviously different. Block all my escape routes. It's a really good idea. Seeing the storm of sword energy coming, Sphinx said with a cold smile, unfortunately, this trick doesn't work for me. In the next second, the Sphinx jumped up, cast Moonwalk without hesitation and flew into the air. Moonwalk. I accept it. Seeing this, Ron smiled. With the combination of Bian and Shuilunyan, even if Sphinx only used it instantly, he has already seen through the method of its cultivation. One more. Iron body. Muttering inwardly, Ron suddenly raised his hand and waved Zanpakuto again. Chop. In the next second, the sword energy condensed by many sword pressures soared into the sky. This time, Ron didn't hide his clumsiness, and the speed of the sword energy covered the Sphinx almost instantly. Pooh. Advertisement. Pooh. In an instant, countless bloodstains appeared on Sphinx's body. Damn it, your sword skills. At this moment, Sphinx panicked. He could feel that under the attack of this sword energy, his life was in danger. For a while, he didn't care about other things, and quickly activated Iron Body to strengthen his own defense. Iron Body. In an instant, the whole body of the Sphinx became stiff. Although the skin was still bruised under the influence of the Iron Body, it didn't hurt the root. As the sword energy dissipated, the figure of the Sphinx landed from midair. Drenched in blood, he looked extremely embarrassed, but his whole body exuded a violent breath like a wounded beast. Finally finished. Instead, Ron was smiling at the moment. He didn't care about the crazy look of Sphinx at all, but felt joy from the bottom of his heart. Marine 6 styles. He finally copied it all. Next, he only needs to practice and master it, and then his strength can enter Commodore. At the same time, the restrictions imposed on him by the rules of the world will also disappear. As soon as he thought of this, Ron's eyes shot with murderous intent. After experiencing the previous battles, Ron's strength is still at the stage of a colonel. But he can already be sure that with the blessing of Bian and Shuilunyan, his combat effectiveness is not inferior to Commodore, and even surpasses Commodore. If Mangekyō is cast, it can even compete with Rear Admiral level powerhouses. Sphinx, it's time to end. Clenching the Zanpakuto in his hand, Ron jumped out. Shunpo performed, and the whole person went straight to the Sphinx like a streamer. Pirate, don't even think about it. Sensing Ron's killing intent, the Sphinx was startled and angry. Surprised that the momentum that the latter erupted at this moment was not inferior to his own, and even surpassed himself. Advertisement. I am even more angry that this guy is so good at hiding his clumsiness. If he had known this guy's strength earlier, he would have worn seastone handcuffs when he was thrown into Impel down. In this way, without the blessing of the power of the special Eye Devil Fruit, things would never have become like this. It's a big deal for me. Destroy my chance. Pirate Ron, I want your life. With a roar, the Sphinx launched 6 styles without hesitation. Life returned. In an instant, Sphinx was partially exhausted, but his injuries also recovered rapidly. After doing all this, he also chose to fight back with his slash. Life returned. Sphinx, you are really a good person. Seeing this, Ron smiled. 6 styles life returned. This time, my goal was truly accomplished. Next, what he needs is enough time. As long as there is enough time, he can completely make his own strength reach a stronger level. Beyond that, the value of the Sphinx is depleted. As far as the current situation is concerned, it is time for him to pay for his actions. Mangekyō open. Without any hesitation, Ron launched the Mangekyō without hesitation. In an instant, the blood in his left eye was bright. With the Mangekyō cast, Ron's eyes instantly fixed on the eyes of the Sphinx. Illusion confinement. The Mangekyō illusion was activated, and even the Sphinx, who had already suffered a loss before, closed his eyes for the first time, but it was over. In just an instant, the figure of the Sphinx froze in place. It's now. Advertisement. Seeing this situation, Ron didn't hesitate, and Shunpo appeared in front of him in an instant. In the next second, the cold light bloomed, and Zanpakuto stabbed out again under Ron's control. Pooh! Blood spattered, and Zanpakuto pierced the Sphinx's right heart. Ah! At the same time, Sphinx was pleasantly surprised by the illusion, and the severe pain immediately distorted his face. This time, I won't make the mistakes I made before. The corner of his mouth rose, and Ron squeezed Zanpakuto, and the burst of power directly destroyed the Sphinx's heart. Without a heart, even returning his life would not allow him to recover. Pirate Ron. The heart was destroyed, and the Sphinx knew he must die. A pair of eyes stared at Ron in front of him. Resentment, remorse, unwillingness, remorse and other expressions kept turning. Ah, Sphinx, you are dead. At this moment, an extremely charming and playful voice came. In the next second, a piercing sound resounded. Ron felt that the crisis was coming. He frowned and pulled Zanpakuto to cast Shunpo to disappear from the spot. In an instant, a whip fell from the sky and directly attacked Sphinx. With a bang, the body of the Sphinx was split into two and died completely. At the same time, there was a crisp sound of high heels. Looking at the prestige, you can see Sadie-chan coming slowly with a whip in one hand, twisting her graceful body. Sadie-chan. Seeing the person coming, Ron's face darkened. Unlike the Sphinx, Sadie-chan, as the head of the jail, is stronger in his own strength and has definitely reached the level of Rear Admiral. In addition, Sadie-chan is a shaker, and his personality is absolutely extremely bad. Once caught by it, it is not a matter of being imprisoned, but of being arbitrarily abused as a slave. 14%. Chapter 15 Confronting Sadie-chan, Wrath of Magellan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Oh, you know me. Frowning, Sadie-chan looked at Ron appreciatively. Immediately afterwards, the corners of her mouth rose to show a hint of playfulness. Little brother, you are so handsome. Why don't you go with my sister, and then my sister will provide you with a place to eat and drink. Hearing this, the corner of Ron's mouth twitched. Delicious. That place is, but it will also be a place where you whip sadism. Although many mortals in Impel Down really enjoy it after entering it. But that doesn't mean Ron wants to be the latter's slave. I refuse. Without any hesitation, Ron answered directly. Holding Zanpakuto tightly in his hand, Ron thought to himself, System, where is the next check-in place? Open black lens bracket ding. To detect the new check-in location, please host to go to the 4th floor of Impel Down, Blazing Hell, to check in. Close black lens bracket. Really? After receiving the system's reply, Ron was overjoyed. Unsurprisingly, my own check-ins are all concentrated in the Impel Down range. At least for now, his next check-ins are the floors below Impel Down. The previous sign-in has already brought him extremely powerful strength. If he enters the 4th floor, then relying on the Marine 6 styles he has mastered, he can go a step further, even. Refused. Little brother, your answer makes me very unhappy. A cold look flashed across Sadie-chan's eyes, and when he raised his whip, it was like a lion majesty leaping out, aiming directly at Ron. So fast. But it doesn't work for me. Seeing this, Ron came to his senses. Advertisement. Without any hesitation, he cast Shunpo to avoid the attack of the whip. At the same time, Ron swung Zanpakuto, and attacked Sadie-chan with several sword chi. After finishing all this, Ron put away the Zanpakuto directly, stepped out, and launched the shaving of Marine 6 styles. Stubborn. Seeing the sword energy coming, Sadie-chan snorted coldly, then turned around and dodged to the side. Under the effect of shaving, Sadie-chan quickly avoided the raging range of the sword energy. But before she could take a breath, Ron's figure had already arrived. After shaving his hair, Ron's figure arrived at Sadie-chan's place after a few shuttles. The right hand and the left foot moved simultaneously, and the attack was launched without hesitation. Gunfinger. Tempest kick. In an instant, finger chi and knife chi directly covered Sadie-chan's body. Pooh. Blood splattered, and Sadie-chan was directly knocked away a distance of more than 10 meters. It can be seen that his fair skin has been stained red with blood at this moment. The red Baixiang also makes it look more charming and enchanting. But at this moment, Sadie-chan's face was also extremely ugly, staring at Ron and said, Marine 6 styles. Aren't you a pirate from East Blue? How can you master Marine 6 styles? At this moment, Sadie-chan was a little horrified. Marine 6 styles. That's not something everyone can learn. Even within the Marine, unless one joins the elite of naval headquarters, there is no possibility of learning Marine 6 styles. And once you master the Marine 6 styles, there are elites in the Marine. For example, Ron, a 15-year-old grader, is now proficient in performing shave, gun finger and tempest kick. Advertisement. That's genius even in the elite training camp at naval headquarters. But such an existence is now reduced to a prisoner, which really surprised her. It's just Marine 6 styles, there is no rule that you can't learn it. Smiling lightly, Ron looked at Sadie-chan and said, Since I'm here, I'd like to see the difference between Commodore and Rear Admiral. Saying that, Ron accelerated to attack Sadie-chan again. Marine 6 styles shaved, tempest kick, gun finger, iron body, paper arts and moonwalk are constantly displayed by him. Under such circumstances, Sadie-chan also had to pay attention. Especially in battle, she was surprised to find that Ron's proficiency in Marine 6 styles was rapidly increasing. If it was still a bit jerky at first, then in just a few minutes, at least it has reached the stage of entry, or even small success. A monster. Such a talent, to be imprisoned in the second prison. With emotion in his mouth, Sadie-chan became more interested. Although there are quite a few of her slaves in Impel Down, there really isn't one as talented as Ron. Coupled with his handsome appearance, if he was trained to be his male slave, it would definitely be a very fulfilling thing. Thinking of this, Sadie-chan licked his lips and said, "Little big brother, I'm more interested in you. With such talent, you should belong to me. Don't worry, my sister will love you very much." During the speech, Sadie-chan's momentum increased significantly. At this moment, she fully displayed the combat strength of the Rear Admiral level. However, as if on purpose, she didn't use the whip, but chose to confront Ron head-on with Marine 6 styles. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. For a time, the roar resounded deafeningly. Ron and Sadie-chan continued to fight, and the strength of both sides became more and more intense. Advertisement. The Sphinx has disappointed me so much. Blazing hell. Director's office. Magellan looked at Domino in front of him and spoke angrily. He already knew the reason and process from Domino. It was because of this that Magellan was extremely angry. A mere pirate with a bounty of 12 million can't stand it, and even let him escape into the third floor. This is a serious dereliction of duty by Sphinx. With such a nature, he still wants to get his hands on the position of the warden. If it is said that he was a little moved by the pressure on naval headquarters before. At this moment, after knowing Sphinx's incompetence, he completely labeled him a failure in his heart. Director, the matter of the Sphinx. Seeing this situation, Domino's eyes lit up, and he immediately leaned forward and asked cautiously. She knew that the opportunity had come. Magellan was furious. This is good news for her, and she can even take this opportunity to completely eliminate the Sphinx. Okay. Domino. After recovering, Magellan suppressed the anger in his heart and said, Sphinx's dereliction of duty is beyond doubt. Next. The director is not good. Director Magellan is no good. Before Magellan could finish speaking, the door of the office was pushed open. Immediately afterwards, a jailer hurried over and said with a panicked expression, Director Magellan, something is wrong with the deputy warden of Domino. Pirate Ron killed Lord Sphinx in the entrance area of the third floor. Master Sadie-chan is fighting with him now, but the battle is extremely tense. My subordinates are worried that Master Sadie-chan may not be his opponent, so I also asked Director Magellan and Deputy Warden of Domino to make a decision. What? The Sphinx is dead. Hearing this, Magellan suddenly stood up, the power of the poisonous fruit spread all over his body, and his whole body was overflowing with murderous aura. 15%. Chapter 16 Magellan's Guess, Sadie-chan's whole card. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. How is it possible? Not only Magellan, but also Domino was a little dumbfounded. She got the news that the Sphinx was indeed dangerous, but after all, it was just a pirate with a reward of 12 million. In her opinion, it is impossible for the Sphinx to die in such a short period of time even if it is a waste. Yes. Nodding his head, the jailer didn't dare to neglect and said, then Ron is very strong. And he is a special demon fruit power. Precisely because of this, he obviously only has the strength of a colonel, but he also killed Lord Sphinx, and even Lord Sadie-chan is now caught in a bitter battle. Hearing this, Magellan's face became even more gloomy. Weasel. With a punch on the table, Magellan gritted his teeth and said, Special devil fruit. That bastard ate devil fruit, why didn't he say it when he threw it in? I wanted someone to kill him, but I was afraid that we wouldn't want to do it, so did I direct and act out this scene myself. At this point, Magellan cast all his doubts on the weasel. After all, when Ron entered Impel Down, all the information was given by the outside marine. Those guys are all the subordinates of the mouse, and in order to shirk responsibility, they packaged Ron as a pirate with a bounty of 12 million. From the beginning to the end, they didn't know any information, including the weasel. But they didn't know, but it didn't mean Magellan knew. The situation at the moment made him suspect that all of this was Weasel's plan. The purpose is to make Ron make a big noise about Impel Down, so that he will be suppressed by himself and others, and even obliterated. Director. At this time, Domino was also thoughtful. You mean, all of this was planned by the Weasel Vice Admiral? At this moment, she didn't have any affection for the Weasel anymore. Advertisement. Although the latter has also been in contact with her, and even made a special promise. But after knowing that the Sphinx who cooperated with her has become a victim, she is also extremely afraid in her heart. Special devil fruit. Able to leapfrog and fight. Such a Ron is definitely dangerous. If he doesn't know the situation at the beginning, even he may capsize the ship. Not bad. Nodding his head, Magellan said with a gloomy expression, this guy just wants the pirate Ron to die. But the rules of Impel Down are not arbitrary executions, except for Fang Yu prison, are making a big mistake. There's no way the weasel didn't know that, and that's why it's all planned. The Sphinx died at the hands of Ron, so I, as the director, can't just sit back and watch. As soon as the words came out, Domino fell silent. Even the guards on the side were silent. After all, such a conspiracy theory seems nonsense, but it is also believed based on Ron's powerful combat power and the death of the Sphinx. Director, what shall we do next? Taking a deep breath, Domino then asked. If it was before, then killing Ron must be the best choice. But now that they know about the Weasel project, even when they and others have become its pawns, they don't intend to let it have what it wants. Dominoes. Taking a deep breath, Magellan raised his head and said, notify Hannibal, immediately go to the 3rd floor to arrest the pirate Ron. Send it to the 4th prison, and I will guard it personally. Kill the management of Impel down, and I will let it suffer the punishment of burning flames. As for the Weasel, he wants this guy to die, so I'll let him live and live in torture for the rest of his life. I see. With a promise, Domino recognized Magellan's decision. Advertisement. In any case, Ron's situation cannot be let go. But they couldn't let the Weasel get what he wanted, otherwise wouldn't they be too idiotic to wait for others? Thinking of this, Domino didn't hesitate, turned around and left in a hurry. It's really difficult. At the entrance of the 3rd-tier prison, Ron has almost mastered the use of Marine 6 styles at this moment. At this moment, all of his Marine 6 styles have reached the stage of minor success. However, it is extremely difficult to continue to improve in a short period of time. Whether it is Sphinx or Sati-chan, the Marine 6 styles of the two have not reached the level of Dachang. But even so, his strength has reached Commodore. After completing the training of Marine 6 styles, the world rules that restricted him are gone. Because of this, Ron's strength has also been improved. But he found that he seemed to underestimate Sati-chan. In the original book, Sati-chan didn't have too brilliant pictures and battles. But while fighting with him, Ron still found out that this guy is actually Zone Demon Fruit Power. Because of this, Sati-chan's physique is extremely strong, and the injuries caused by Ron will be repaired by him in a short time. Little brother, are you going to give up? Aware of Ron's situation, Sati-chan was all smiles at the moment. After licking his red lips, he fixed his eyes on Ron and said, as long as you obey my sister will treat you well. I have to say, Sati-chan is very charming. Whether it's figure, appearance or temperament, the combination of Yuji and Queen. If it is outside, Ron would be happy to have an in-depth exchange with it. But this is Impel down. Advertisement. And Sati-chan's character is Shaking S, although it may also be transformed into Shaking M. But in the current situation, Ron obviously doesn't have the ability and time to adjust. Sorry, I refuse. Lifting his head, Ron summoned Zanpakuto with a thought. The tempering of Marine 6 styles is over, and the limit of one's own strength has been broken. Next, that is the real fight. Although he intends to wait for a while, the plan cannot keep up with the changes. From the moment he entered the 3rd floor and killed the Sphinx, there was no turning back. With this in mind, Ron raised his head, and the 3-go jade in his left eye spun violently. Illusion imprisonment. The illusion was activated. As soon as Ron tightened Zanpakuto, Shunpo broke out and slashed towards Sati-chan with a knife. Spiritual abilities. Little brother, this is useless to me. However, an accident happened when Ron arrived in front of Sati-chan. Lifting the whip directly blocked Zanpakuto's attack, Sati-chan's eyes turned purple and said, my sister ate Zone Devil Fruit. Psychic attacks are useless to me, even. Having said that, Sati-chan's eyes sparkled with special brilliance. Instantly, Ron felt dizzy. Immediately afterwards, he felt as if he was in a pink room, and Sati-chan and him were fighting each other. Illusion. It actually poses a threat to Shuelunyan. For a split second, Ron's heart shuddered. Sangoyu transformed into Mangekyō in an instant, manipulating the mental power to fight back without hesitation. Illusion bounce. Chapter 17 Devil Fruit Half Awakened, Distinguished Heavenly God's Light. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In an instant, Ron was back to normal. It can be seen that at this moment he has been bound by Sati-chan with a whip. Moreover, the whip was mixed with sea stone, and its toughness made it impossible for him to break free in a short time. Fortunately, at this moment Sati-chan was backlashed by the illusion, and at this moment he was standing still and panting continuously. It can be seen that the skin on his body is red and visible to the naked eye, and countless liquids pour out like waterfalls to soak the ground. Not only that, Sati-chan seems to be unable to break free from the illusion. Under such circumstances, her yelling continued to resound. But instead of showing any weakness, her breath became more and more manic. As the waterfall continued to splash, Sati-chan was sweating all over his body. In addition, a pair of canine teeth grew suddenly in its mouth, a pair of small horns appeared on its forehead, and a pair of tiny wings grew out of its back. Devil fruit. No, this is animalization. Seeing this, Ron's expression changed. Sati-chan's situation is really surprising. Zone Devil's fruit ability. At this moment, under the circumstances of her displaying it, the strength that was originally only at the rear admiral level has abruptly increased to the vice admiral level. In addition, Ron vaguely noticed that the power of Sati-chan's devil fruit seemed to be improving. Whether it is teeth, small horns or wings, there is a clear trend of growth. No way. It's self-defeating and makes her devil fruit have a tendency to awaken. For a split second, Ron was distraught. If Sadie-chan is really allowed to complete her awakening, then her strength will reach an even more terrifying level. Although Sadie-chan has not yet learned the two-color hockey, this alone is enough to make him difficult to compete. Not good. You have to break free from the shackles as soon as possible. Muttering to himself, Ron cast paper arts out of the whip's binding. Advertisement. But before Ron continued to attack, the accident happened again. At this moment, Sadie-chan's yelling stopped abruptly. Accompanied by a violent breath, Ron was forced back a distance of more than 10 meters in an instant. Looking at the reputation, it can be seen that Sadie-chan's face is flushed and he looks extremely satisfied. Looking at Ron with pink eyes, he smiled and said, "Little brother, you are really amazing. Sister, I have never experienced such a feeling. But thanks to you, the side effects of Sister Devil Fruit are gone. Not only that, but my Devil Fruit has also reached half awakening, and I finally know its name." Speaking of this, Sadie-chan's eyes flashed with obsession, and he murmured, "Zone Human Fruit Phantom Beast Succubus Form. F***K. Human Fruit Phantom Beast." Hearing this, Ron was dumbfounded. Outrageous. It's outrageous. In the original book, the small and transparent Sadie-chan is actually a Zone Human Fruit Phantom Beast. You must know that, except for Chopper's ordinary form, almost all of them are at the level of heaven-defying. Who would have imagined that this Sadie-chan is actually the same, and because of his own reasons, he eliminated the side effects by mistake, and even reached the level of Devil Fruit's semi-awakening. At this moment, a burst of hurried footsteps came from a distance. Subconsciously, Ron looked in that direction. Under the gaze of white eyes, he could clearly see who was coming. Deputy Administrator Hanyabal, Deputy Warden Domino. Not good. For a moment, Ron's face was a little dignified. Hanyabal, that's a Vice Admiral level power, and it's also a Demon Fruit power. Advertisement. Domino, although only the Deputy Warden, but his strength is not inferior to Vice Admiral. With the addition of Sadie-chan who is now semi-awakened, he has absolutely no possibility of getting out, even. It seems that we can't sit still and wait for death. Some things have to be laid out as quickly as possible. Quote. Thinking to himself, Ron walked towards Sadie-chan and said, "Sadie-chan, are you serious about what you said earlier?" Oh. Seeing Ron walking towards him and even dispersing Zanpakuto, Sadie-chan was a little confused. After all, she could see that Ron was not a soft bone, nor would he give in easily. But at this moment Ron obviously meant to give up, which made her extremely puzzled. But thinking of the wonderful feeling before, Sadie-chan also smiled and said, "Of course, little brother. As long as you submit obediently, sister, I will protect you and give you food and drink." Good. Hearing this, Ron agreed without hesitation. At the same time, he has also reached the area in front of Sadie-chan. Stretching out his hand, Ron looked at Sadie-chan and said, "Come on, put sea-stone handcuffs on me." No problem. Sadie-chan was overjoyed, although I don't know why Ron surrendered suddenly, but since he wants to put sea-stone handcuffs on himself. This also means that the latter really gave up. When she thought that she would have this toy soon, she only felt wet for a while. Subconsciously, Sadie-chan dismantled the humanization and took out the sea-stone handcuffs from behind and put them on Ron. Click. With the sea-stone handcuffs locking Ron's eyes, Sadie-chan smiled even more, and looked at Ron. "Little brother, you are mine, It's now." Eyes met, the Mangekyō in Ron's right eye instantly opened. Without any hesitation, Ron activated the pupil technique that could only be used once in 10 years without hesitation. Advertisement. Distinguished Heavenly Gods. In an instant, Sadie-chan's expression froze. The power of the distinguished heavenly gods erupts. In the case of dispersing humanization, Sadie-chan's strength is at the rear admiral level. In addition, the mental resistance of its succubus form is not as good as Mangekyō. This also led to Sadie-chan being controlled by the distinguished heavenly gods in just an instant. Master. The charming voice resounded, and Sadie-chan looked at Ron even hotter. Although her will has been changed by the distinguished heavenly gods, her personality and needs have not changed. It's just that the original demand for everyone has changed to only for Ron. It's done. Seeing this, Ron smiled. Subdue Sadie-chan. This is something he did not expect. He originally intended to apply the distinguished heavenly gods to the rest. After all, this kind of pupil technique that can never be betrayed once cast is too precious. But Sadie-chan also revealed his background before. Zone Human Fruit Phantom Beast Species Succubus Form. This means that she may grow into a general, admiral or even 4 emperors class in the future. And Sadie-chan is marine, there is no hindrance in learning two-color hockey. While in Impel Down, Ron reached the Commodore though. But according to the system's narration, he needs to master Conqueror's hockey before he can reach the admiral level. In addition to the arrival of Hanyabal and others now, even if he is lucky enough to block it, there is still the terrible guy Magellan. That was the existence of the Blackbeard pirates who nearly wiped out the Blackbeard pirates in one move by relying on the poisonous fruit. So, Ron chose to keep going. As long as he completes several check-ins, his strength will be stronger. In addition, you can also learn two-color hockey with the help of Sadie-chan. 17%. Chapter 18 Pretending to be Captured, Hanyabal's Ambition. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sadi-chan. Well done. At this time, Hannibal and Domino also arrived in the distance. After seeing Ron being captured by Sadi-chan and even put on sea-stone handcuffs, they all smiled. Although Ron's strength is not very good, it is not enough to threaten them. But Sadi-chan, who is the warden, can suppress him, which means that Impel Down is full of talents. The most important thing is that they also felt the aura emanating from Sadi-chan just now. That is definitely the momentum of the Vice Admiral class, and it is not weak even in the Vice Admiral class. Alright. Seeing the approaching figure, Ron immediately came back to his senses, looked at Sadi-chan and said, return to the original appearance. Strive to let me enter the blazing hell on the 4th floor for detention. Also, you will go to Magellan to learn two-color hockey next, and then tell me how to practice. Yes, master. In the face of Ron's order, Sadi-chan carried out 100%. Under distinguished heavenly gods, Ron is now the only one in Sadi-chan's mind. What marine? What justice? None of this matters anymore. Very good. Satisfied and nodded, Ron immediately pretended to be sad and said, you woman, I will definitely beat you next time. There is no next time for you. Advertisement. With a cold snort, Sadi-chan looked at Ron charmingly, but said without any emotion at the moment you put on the sea stone, you have no chance of turning over. At this time, Hannibal and Domino also arrived on the field. After glancing at Ron, Hannibal suddenly grinned and said, indeed, you don't have this chance. Little devil, we were careless before and were tricked by that weasel. Now that you're trapped in sea stone chains, Impel Down will be a nightmare for the rest of your life. You. Hearing this, Ron immediately pretended to be angry. Immediately afterwards, his expression changed several times, as if he was urging some kind of power. How is it possible? After a while, Ron raised his head in disbelief and said, my power, how can my god's eye be unusable? Quack. Hearing this, Hannibal laughed even harder. Ron's reaction put them completely at ease. Without the power of Devil Fruit, plus Seastone's weakening of ability users, the guy in front of him couldn't possibly be making waves. Thinking of this, Hannibal immediately said, little devil from East Blue, there are still many things in this world that you don't know. Your so-called God's Eye is just one of Devil Fruit's abilities. But now that you wear a Seastone that specifically restrains Demon Fruit power, your ability will never be able to be used. Don't say you are on the 3rd floor now, even the guys in the 1st floor prison can easily defeat you. How come? Hearing this, Ron's face turned pale immediately, and he sat down on the ground in despair, muttering, impossible. I do not believe. It's not true. I am the Eye of God, how could I not be able to use it anymore? Advertisement. Quote. Seeing this situation, Hannibal and Domino were completely relieved. Ignoring Ron on the ground, Hannibal looked at Sadi-chan and said, Sadi-chan, did you become stronger just now? Yes. Nodding his head, Sadi-chan looked at Hannibal and said, Master Hannibal, I just encountered the backlash of this pirate's power. Although it is extremely dangerous, it also made my Devil Fruit enter a semi-awakened state. Without the restraint of Devil Fruit's side effects, plus Devil Fruit's semi-awakening, my strength has far surpassed the level of Rear Admiral. But I haven't learned hockey yet, so I can't really improve my own strength. I see. Devil Fruit half awakened. Hearing this, Hannibal and Domino suddenly realized. No wonder they felt that Sadi-chan's aura was not inferior to their own. Immediately afterwards, Domino's eyes lit up and he said, Sadi-chan, this is really great. Your Devil Fruit has completed semi-awakening, so it is easy to enter the Vice Admiral class. As for hockey, I can help you complete your training. Deputy Warden. Hearing this, Sadi-chan looked at Domino in surprise. Although they are both colleagues, the relationship between the two was not good before. Quack. At this time, Hannibal smiled and said, Domino will be promoted to be the warden soon. Sadi-chan, it's also just right for you to become stronger. When Domino is promoted to the warden, you can take her place as the deputy warden. That way, when Magellan's term comes to an end, that's when I'll take over. Speaking of this, Hannibal's face was hot and crazy, like a fanatic. Good guy. Advertisement. There is also a lot of intrigue in Impel Down. On the ground, Ron couldn't help feeling emotional while watching this scene. Although the original Hannibal is indeed ambitious, it also gives people a sense of humor. It can be seen firsthand, even after witnessing the relationship between Sadi-chan, Domino and Hannibal. Ron had to admit that this guy had two brushes. In the original book, Hannibal dared to blatantly spy on the director's position. I'm afraid he already had enough confidence at that time. Lord Hannibal. At this time, Sadi-chan did not forget Ron's mission, and immediately said, although this pirate Ron has been arrested. However, he also made a big fuss in Impel Down, and even killed the Sphinx. If he was only imprisoned on the 3rd floor, it would be a bit cheaper for him. Not bad. Hearing this, both Hannibal and Domino nodded. Looking at Ron on the ground, he didn't care at all and said, Magellan has already issued an order to imprison him in the 4th prison. This guy was supposed to be executed, but the weasel guy is too deceitful, we can't be fooled by him. Prison it to the 4th floor first, and deal with it when the weasel finds me in the future. At that time, I will be able to get the resources from Naval Headquarters. It is absolutely impossible for Magellan to continue to suppress me. As soon as these words came out, Domino's eyes lit up. If Hanyabal does become director, that would be great news for them. On the contrary, Ron and Sadie Chan are showing playfulness at the moment. Especially Sadie Chan, she did not expect the task to be completed so easily. And Ron was full of anticipation in his heart. You are about to enter the fourth prison, blazing hell, which means that the fourth check-in is coming. As for what Hanyabal said about killing himself, he didn't care at all. As long as he learns two-color hockey, with the power of the system, the latter is nothing. When he completes all the check-ins in Impel Down, that's when these guys pay the price. Chapter 19 The fourth sign-in, Zanpakudo Shikai, the new Mangekyō pupil technique. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Alright. After a while, Hanyabal regained consciousness from his own imagination. Glancing at Sadie Chan and Domino who were looking at him, he coughed lightly and said, "Let's go. Now that the pirates have been captured, we should go back and report back." Single quote. Sadie Chan, put this thing on and we'll meet Magellan. Yes, Lord Hanyabal. With a promise, Sadie-chan immediately stepped forward and helped Ron up. Immediately afterwards, a group of 4 walked straight towards the entrance of the 4th floor. Is that the guy? He made the noise before. Unfortunately, this guy is such an idiot. Since he escaped, why didn't he run towards the 1st floor and enter the 3rd floor instead? A brainless person who has the ability to kill sphinxes, why not choose to kill them directly from the 1st floor? Quote. For a moment, all the pirates on the 3rd floor focused on Ron. Looking at his handsome face, everyone hated iron but not steel. Especially for some powerful people, they are even more regretful at this moment. Had they known this earlier, they would never have shown their full strength. Learn about Ron's hidden strength. Even if he is imprisoned, he still has the possibility of escaping. Of course, there were plenty of jealous looks too. After all, Ron at this moment is advancing with the support of Sadie Chan. In this 3rd prison, Sadie Chan is the goddess in the minds of countless prisoners. However, Ron and others did not care about all this. Go straight all the way, and soon come to the end of the 3rd floor. Advertisement. The smile on Ron's face grew stronger as he entered the tunnel. It didn't take long for a group of 4 people to enter the 4th floor of the scorching prison. Looking around, the entire scorching hot prison was red, and the scorching high temperature swept over, making people extremely uncomfortable. Finally reached. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Ron was overjoyed. Immediately afterwards, he didn't care about other things, and just said silently in his heart, "System, start signing in." Open black lens bracket ding. Detection host arrives at the 4th floor of Impel Down, blazing hell, and the sign-in begins. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for getting Shikai, sitting in the frost sky. Hire Inmaru close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining the Mangekyō pupil technique, Tsukuyomi. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining Taijutsu, 8 trigrams. Close black lens bracket. Sent. As the system's prompt came to an abrupt end, Ron, who was walking, looked ecstatic. Zanpakudo Shikai. Hire Inmaru. Although not the Kyoka Suigetsu of his dreams, Hire Inmaru is also good. Known as the strongest Zanpakudo in the ice system, and the ability to control ice with one hand is not weaker than frozen fruit. The main one is Hire Inmaru's Bankai, who can grow a pair of wings and fly up to the sky and shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Although I learned moonwalk, it was only a short stay in the air. But if you own Bankai Hire Inmaru in the future, you can truly control the air. There are many devil fruits in this world, but not many can really fly. Especially the destructive power of Hire Inmaru's Bankai is even 3 points stronger than Ice Age. Even without Bankai now, just Shikai can make him ignore the existence of sea water. After all, Aokiji can ride a bicycle on the sea, so he can also walk on the sea step by step. Mangekyō pupil surgery. Monthly. Not to mention, as one Hokage one of the world Itachi's stunts. Advertisement. Its essence is the top illusion after distinguished heavenly gods. As long as you are pulled into the Tsukuyomi space, you will be dominated by it for 3 days. Unless the opponent's soul power surpasses his own, he can do whatever he wants during these 3 days. Even a man who claims to be 50-50 will be instantly killed the moment he faces Tsukuyomi. Now with Hire Inmaru Shikai and Tsukuyomi, Ron's strength can be said to have been greatly improved once again. As for the 8 trigrams 36 palms, to be honest Ron didn't care at all. Although this thing cooperates with Bayan, it does have some power. But there is still some gap compared to White Hits and Marine 6 styles. Of course, Ron didn't completely deny its role. At least in the case of mastering the 36 palms of 8 trigrams, he can also display the ability of acupuncture. In this way, it may be able to have a good effect when fighting against people in the future. Here we are. At this moment, Sadie Chan's voice wakes Ron up. Looking up, several people have arrived outside Magellan's office at this moment. Immediately afterwards, Ron was escorted into it. Director Magellan. Master Magellan. After entering it, all 3 of Sadie Chan bowed and saluted. Even Hanyabal, who is ambitious, is acting extremely well behaved at the moment. After all, it is different from later, he has not reached that kind of background yet. Nodding his head, Magellan glanced over the three of Sati-chan and then focused on Ron. Is that him? Looking at Ron carefully, Magellan's eyes flickered with murderous intent and said, you dare to break out of prison and even kill the Sphinx, you brat, you are really brave. Advertisement. However, Ron ignored him at the moment. He still pretended to be devastated, as if he hadn't recovered from the blow. Seeing this situation, Magellan snorted coldly and looked extremely unhappy. But it's okay to be unhappy, he has already made a decision, but he will not change his decision. After looking at Ron appreciatively, he said directly, Domino, take this guy to prison. Remember, if you want to get close to us, you can't let him die in a daze. Yes, Lord Magellan. With a promise, Domino understood what Magellan meant. Although the Sphinx is dead. But the weasel would never give up on killing Ron. Once Magellan refuses at that time, the latter will definitely contact the rest of Impel down. In this way, facing the favor of a naval headquarters vice admiral, I am afraid that many people will be moved. Magellan kept Ron under his nose, which was arguably the safest. It is also the most disgusting weasel, and even revenge for the previous things. Then I will take my leave first. Without hesitation, Domino led Ron directly towards the outside of the house. And as Domino left, Magellan looked at Sati-chan and said, Sati-chan, your strength has improved. Yes. Nodding, Sati-chan didn't hide. After briefly talking about Devil Fruit's semi-awakening, he looked at Magellan and said, Master Magellan, can I learn two-color hockey? Although Domino promised to give advice before, Sati-chan did not trust him very much. On the contrary, Magellan, as the administrator, is stronger and has a good prestige. If he agreed to give advice, he would be able to learn the two-color hockey faster, so as to complete the task assigned by Lord Ron. Chapter 20. The mental power has increased dramatically, and the method of two-color hockey cultivation has been acquired. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. No problem. Agreeing without hesitation, Magellan is also very happy with Sati-chan's promotion. Not to mention that Sati-chan removed the side effects of Devil Fruit and completed the half-awakening of Devil Fruit, and his strength has reached the point where it is not inferior to Vice Admiral. Just because the person who is Impel down is his subordinate, Magellan will not be stingy. Most importantly, the death of the Sphinx made Magellan understand that the next Impel down will not be peaceful. As a member of Impel down, Sati-chan also abides by her own rules, so there is no problem in cultivating her. Thank you, Lord Magellan. Hearing this, Sati-chan was overjoyed and immediately saluted to thank her. On the contrary, Hanyabal looked complicated. He vaguely felt that Sati-chan seemed a little uncontrollable. However, due to the latter's position and its ability to improve, Hanyabal did not dare to act rashly. Go in. From now on, this is your shelter. On the other end, Ron was led by Domino to a prison. After pushing Ron in casually, Domino didn't linger, turned around and left in a hurry. Finally gone. With Domino gone, Ron's distraught look disappeared and was replaced by endless joy. His purpose has been achieved. Although he will be trapped in the fourth prison for the time being, it just gives him some time to temper himself. At least the Sphinx died, and it was impossible for the weasel to treat him in a short time. Taking this opportunity, he can completely improve his cutting skills, white hits, physical skills and other abilities. The main thing is that he can take this opportunity to wait for Sati-chan. When he learns the two-color hockey from Magellan and gives it to himself, that is the foundation of his foothold. After all, the restrictions of the world rules are huge. If you can't master the two-color hockey, then his strength will be locked at the Commodore level. Advertisement. System. Claim the reward. Taking a deep breath, Ron walked straight to the corner of the cell. Reward distribution. Close black lens bracket. In the next second, Ron felt a shock all over his body. Immediately afterwards, the information of Zanpakuto Shikai, Mangekyō pupil technique and 8 trigrams entered into his mind. It took a full 5 minutes for Ron to digest it all. In an instant, Ron clearly felt that his strength had been improved again. Whether it is the Zanpakuto Shikai or the Mangekyō pupil technique, what he has brought him is a significant increase in mental power. In addition, there is also a significant improvement in physical fitness and strength. System. Check the personal panel. Ron desperately wanted to check his own information. Open black lens bracket. Ron close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Age. 15 years old. Close black lens bracket. Strength. C+. Open black lens bracket. Speed. C+. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Physical. B+. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Spirit. A close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Strength. Commodore. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Abilities. White hits, slashing technique, Shunpo, electromagnetic cannon, 8 trigrams 36 palms. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Special abilities. Mangekyō blood wheel eyes, distinguished heavenly gods, Tsukuyomi, Zanpakuto Shikai Hirainmaru, high-speed regeneration. Close black lens bracket. Sure enough, my mental strength is no less than that of Vice Admiral. After reading the personal panel, Ron's breath was short of breath at the moment. If the check-in is done earlier, then his distinguished heavenly gods doesn't need to work on Sati-chan at all. Vice Admiral level spiritual power, coupled with the characteristics of Mangekyō, even against Admiral level powerhouses, it is possible to succeed. Like Shiryu of the Rain. Advertisement. Like Magellan. Once he is recruited, he will become his subordinate and will not change until death. Unfortunately, distinguished heavenly gods was used on Sati-chan before. Although her potential is strong enough, her status in Impel Down is quite poor. It can only be cast once in 10 years, and the next refresh must find a more suitable target. With this in mind, Ron wasn't too entangled. Now that it has been used, there is no regret medicine at all. Moreover, Sati-chan's potential is indeed huge, and she is indeed a great beauty, so it is not too bad. System, where is the next check in place? Taking a deep breath, Ron asked. Open black lens bracket ding. To detect the new check-in location, ask the host to go to the 5th floor of Impel Down, freezing hell, to check in. Close black lens bracket. Really? The next sign in location is on the 5th floor. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and the corners of Ron's mouth rose slightly. But under the current circumstances, he is not suitable for rash actions. He will not continue to riot until he gets the two-color hockey training method he needs. Then it's time to practice hard. Whether it's chopping, white hits, or physical skills, I need to be familiar with them. Making up his mind, Ron immediately stood up and started to act. The first to practice is the 8 trigrams 36 palms. After all, this is also a good fighting skill, how can you not use it if you get it? For 7 consecutive days, except for pretending to be devastated when being checked every day, Ron spent the rest of the time practicing 8 trigrams 36 palms. Broken. On this day, Ron slapped the wall with his palm. In an instant, a fingerprint appeared on the wall behind him. Not only that, the inner strength of the gentle fist method also enters into it, directly causing the walls to crack. Advertisement. Good. 8 trigrams 36 palms are complete. Seeing this situation, Ron withdrew his hand and nodded in satisfaction. In 7 days, under his uninterrupted practice, the 36 palms of 8 trigrams can be considered to be completely mastered. Immediately afterwards, Ron continued to practice without hesitation. Only this time he is practicing Marine 6 styles and white hits. As for the chopping technique, this thing requires the cooperation of Zanpakuto. But now he is in prison, and there are guards walking outside all the time. If Zanpakuto is summoned rashly, it is likely to expose itself. It didn't go with his plan, and Ron naturally wouldn't take the risk. In the blink of an eye, another half-month passed. On this day, Ron had just finished his practice break. Suddenly, there was a sound of high heels. Looking at the reputation, it can be seen that Sati-chan, who had not been seen for more than 20 days, reappeared. After just over 20 days of absence, Sati-chan's aura has obviously become much stronger. Soon, Sati-chan came to the outside of Ron's prison and said, Master, I have learned the method of two-color hockey. However, my two-color hockey is just getting started, and I can't use it correctly. Learned. Good talent. With a flash of light in his eyes, the corners of Ron's mouth turned up. Congratulations, Sati-chan. Now that you have learned the two-color hockey, the next thing you need to do is to upgrade it as soon as possible. Have you brought what I need today? Yes, master. Nodding, Sati-chan took out a booklet from the huge area without hesitation. Without any hesitation, he threw it into the area where Ron was, and said, Master, this is the method of two-color hockey cultivation. Chapter 21 The Wrath of the Weasel, Cultivating Armed Color. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Naval Headquarters. Weasel returned to his office a little tired. During this period of time, the rampant pirates in the sea kept him extremely busy. As a member of the Hawk faction, he was entrusted with a heavy responsibility to suppress it. It took more than a month before he managed to stabilize his behavior and came back to take a short rest. Come here. After a short rest, the Weasel looked outside and called. Yes. Soon, an adjutant walked in. When they arrived at Weasel's place, the adjutant saluted and said, What orders does Weasel Vice Admiral have? How things are going with Impel Down? Seeing the person coming, the Weasel said calmly, Did the Sphinx kill that guy? For Ron, Weasels are full of killing intent. A mere little pirate with a bounty of 12 million dared to kill his own heir. Although Colonel Mouse is only his illegitimate son, it is his own blood after all. With his Weasel Vice Admiral's name and credits, he is more than enough to be the colonel of the East Blue side. Although he also knew what his useless illegitimate son had done. But so what? Absolute justice never exists in this world. The so-called justice is only based on the fact that one's own fists are big enough. Weasel Vice Admiral. The adjutant hesitated for a moment, then said cautiously, The Sphinx failed. I got the news not long ago. The pirate Ron is a special demon fruit power. Advertisement. He escaped from the jurisdiction of the Sphinx and entered the starvation prison. The Sphinx entered it in order to kill him, but encountered the counter-kill of the pirate Ron. Asshole. Hearing this, the Weasel slammed the table and stood up, gritted his teeth and said, What are you talking about? The kid didn't die. He even killed the Sphinx. Damn it, what are those guys in East Blue doing? Why isn't it reported that the latter is demon fruit power? At this moment, the weasel was furious. A small ant actually set off waves, which really surprised him. Weasel Vice Admiral. Seeing this, the adjutant said worriedly. Not only that, I contacted Impel down after I got the news. But Magellan, the director of Impel down, gave me a big beating. Based on what he said, this matter was deliberately concealed by Weasel Vice Admiral. Magellan asked me to tell Vice Admiral that he will never let Ron die, and will personally hold him in the nearby area for monitoring. Asshole. Magellan, who gave you the guts? Hearing this, the weasel was even more furious. Magellan's words seemed to be telling, but they were actually provocative. Ron killed his own son, how could he not let him die? But Magellan's move obviously told him that it was impossible to avenge his son. Magellan. With murderous intent in his eyes, Weasel gritted his teeth and said, how dare you fight against me for a mere pirate? Want to keep him? That depends on whether you have the ability. Pirate Ron, you must die. While talking, Weasel looked at the adjutant and said, get ready, I'm going to impel down, I. Da da da. Before the weasel could finish speaking, there was a burst of hurried footsteps. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, a marine entered the office, bowed and saluted, Weasel Vice Admiral, summoned by a Kainu Admiral. It is said that the Buster Call is to be launched, and Vice Admiral, the Weasel, should be invited to meet up as soon as possible. Buster Call. Hearing this, the Weasel paused. Immediately afterwards, he looked at the person coming and said, who is the target? Buster Call. That was Marine's way of intimidating the outside world. Although the Weasels knew of its existence, they had never used it for so many years. It's the descendant of the devil, Bullet. Not daring to be negligent, Marine replied quickly. It is said that Bullet destroyed a member country, and the world government was furious and asked Marine to launch a Buster Call to destroy it. Bullet, it's him. Hearing this, the Weasel's expression darkened. He is extremely afraid of Bullet. That is one of the members of the Roger Pirates after all. Although the Roger Pirates have retired now, Bullet is also an existence that should not be underestimated. I see. With a promise, the Weasel resisted the urge to go to Impel down to kill Ron, and said, I'm going to see a Kainu Admiral now. After speaking, he stood up and walked out of the house. When we got to the door area, the Weasel seemed to think of something, turned to look at the adjutant and said, contact Hanyabal, let him help me get rid of the pirate Ron. As long as he eliminates that brat, I will support him in the future. After speaking, the Weasel left in a hurry. Yes. With a promise, the adjutant did not hesitate, quickly took out the phone bug and started to contact Hanyabal. Well done, Sadi-chan. In Blazing Hell, Ron memorized the two-color hockey cultivation method. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, he directly threw the booklet back to Sadi-chan. After all, this thing was recorded by Sadi-chan, and the cultivation of the two-color hockey itself is not very good. He has already memorized it now, and it doesn't make any sense to keep it. After finishing all this, Ron looked at Sadi-chan and said, go back. Keep an eye on Hanyabal and Dominoes. If necessary, you can pretend to surrender first, and find out for me when they will attack me. Yes, master. With a promise, Sadi-chan put away the booklet, turned and left without lingering. With the departure of Sadi-chan, Ron also sat up at this moment and began to try to practice armament hockey. Compared with knowledge, what Ron urgently needs to learn now is armament hockey. After all, Magellan is a Logia poison fruit capable user. Although the latter will not attack him now, he is not afraid of 10,000, just in case. Once the Weasel pays a higher price at that time, the latter may not be able to bear it. In addition, Hanyabal and others should not be underestimated. And almost all of them are demon fruit power. Only by learning armament hockey and pairing with Zanpakuto can there be a real possibility of anti-killing. On the other end, after receiving Ron's order, Sadi-chan also came to Hanyabal's office at this moment. Master Deputy Director. Master Domino. What are you talking about so happily? Stepping into it, Sadi-chan looked curiously at the smiling Hanyabal and Domino and asked. Sadi-chan, you are here. Seeing the person coming, Hanyabal and Domino restrained themselves a little. However, the expressions of joy of the two could not be concealed. After looking at each other, Hanyabal said, good news. Naval Headquarters Weasel Vice Admiral just contacted me. Not surprisingly, Vice Admiral the Weasel is still obsessed with killing the pirate Ron. Chapter 22 Hanyabal's Killing Intent, Introduction to Armament Hockey. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What? Kill Ron. Hearing this, Sadi-chan couldn't help exclaiming. You know, Ron is her master now. If this allows Hanyabal and others to submit, the consequences will be disastrous. That's it. Any questions? Single quote. However, Hanyabal and Domino looked at Sadi-chan, who was making a fuss with some puzzlement at the moment. After all, they have done a lot of things like this before. Among them, Sadi-chan is extremely enthusiastic. After all, her character flaws were very big at that time. No. After regaining his senses, Sadi-chan quickly restrained his inner emotions and said, I didn't expect Vice Admiral to contact Lord Hanyabal so soon. You know, how long has it been since the Sphinx matter ended, and now Lord Magellan is extremely concerned about the pirate Ron. Combined with Lord Magellan's previous order, if we act rashly and get caught, the consequences will be disastrous. As soon as these words came out, both Hannibal and Domino frowned. As Sadachan said, now Ron was valued by Magellan. Although the latter is a pirate, it is also the key to Weasel's calculation of Impel down. With the current situation, it's not hard for them to take a shot at Ron. After all, the latter is wearing seastone handcuffs, and his own strength is not as good as himself and others. But if Magellan finds out, the end will be extremely tragic. Although it is not enough to say death, at least their positions in Impel down will be demoted, or even permanently withdraw from Impel down. After all, if they know the law and break the law as law enforcement officers, getting exposed will definitely make it difficult for them to gain a foothold in Marine. Advertisement. Then what do you think? Taking a deep breath, Hannibal looked at Sadachan and said, this time is an excellent opportunity. Weasel Vice Admiral, he's already on Buster Call. Not surprisingly, after Buster Call is over, Weasel Vice Admiral will be promoted to Elite Vice Admiral. In this way, his right to speak in naval headquarters will be extremely huge, not even inferior to the Commissioner Magellan. If I have his support, then I will have the possibility to be in the top position in the future. Hearing this, Sadachan's expression changed. She knew she couldn't stop this. But all she can do now is hold Hannibal down and buy Ron enough time. After Ron learns two-color hockey, the latter will be able to protect himself. With this in mind, Sadachan immediately said, Master Hannibal, if you can't do it now, it doesn't mean you can't do it later. Master Magellan is now focusing on Ron, so naturally we can't act rashly. However, as the adults said, when the Buster Call is activated, there will definitely be strong people who will be sent to Impel down to be imprisoned. When the time comes, Lord Magellan, who is the administrator, will definitely go there in person, and this is our chance. Hearing this, Hannibal and Domino's eyes lit up immediately. Without him. In fact, what Sadachan said is what they want most. Although it will take some time to wait, it will be an excellent opportunity when the time comes. Once Magellan leaves Blazing Hell, they will kill Ron secretly, and it will be easy to give him a dead name at will. Without evidence, Magellan had no choice but to doubt himself and others. Good. Just do it. Almost instantly, Hannibal made his decision. Looking at Domino and Sadachan, he said, go back and get ready. When the time is right, try to kill him with one blow without giving him any chance to stand up. Yes. Advertisement. Okay. With a promise, Sadachan and Domino nodded, and then hurriedly left the place. However, just when Sadachan was going to go to Ron to tell him the news, a burst of shouts suddenly came from behind. Sadachan. Following the reputation, Domino stepped forward. After arriving at Sadachan, Domino said, you have awakened armament hockey and observation hockey under the guidance of Lord Magellan. However, the cultivation of these two hockey disciplines did not happen overnight. If there is no one to assist, then the practice of hockey is extremely difficult and slow. I'll be your opponent in the next time, and try to help you get the two-color hockey to the entry level as soon as possible, or even to the point of small success. Hearing this, Sadachan felt a pimple in his heart. She knew that Domino's seemingly well-intentioned move was actually to spy on her. Don't give yourself the chance to tip off Magellan. Although she is not loyal to Magellan, it will also hinder the delivery of news to Ron. But she couldn't stop and refuse. Once she refused, Domino would be even more suspicious, and it would be even less likely for her to send messages to Ron. Good. Turning his thoughts, Sadachan looked at Domino with a playful smile and said, then please trouble the deputy warden of Domino. Where? The goal was achieved, and Domino did not talk nonsense, and took Sadachan to practice with a smile on his face. ... Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Condensation. Inside the cell, Ron growled. In the next second, a black hockey can be seen appearing on his fist. Immediately afterwards, nearly 1/3 of the range of his fist was covered. Advertisement. But it only lasted for a few seconds, and the black hockey disappeared. Is it still not working? Seeing this, Ron frowned. 3 days. He successfully completed the training of armament hockey. And he's also able to use armament hockey for the most basic coverage. But the reality is also cruel. In just 3 days, his armament hockey doesn't even count as an entry. The current performance is also extremely unstable. If you want it to stabilize, or even become stronger, you need years of practice and accumulation. I don't have that much time. His complexion changed, and Ron's eyes flashed with complex colors. 1 day ago, he had already heard the message from Sadachan from a jailer. Under the control of the Blood Wheel Eye, he also understood that Hannibal and others were going to attack him. Although it is not a direct shot, there is even a period of time. But Ron also knew that this time would not be too long. The devastating power of Buster Call is beyond doubt. Even in the face of a formidable opponent, it will take 10 days to end the battle. In addition, it will take a few days to return to Impel down, and he only has less than half a month at most. But it's been 3 days, and my own hockey has not made any progress, which is not good news. Your Excellency is not demon fruit power. At this moment, an abrupt voice came from the prison beside Ron. Frowning, Ron stood up abruptly. In the next second, he looked at the wall beside him with murderous intent. Although I don't know who the other party is, but the latter seems to know a little bit more, even. Chapter 23 The most senior cadre of the Revolutionary Army, Lightning. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Who are you? Stepping to the edge of the wall, Ron asked coldly. At the same time, the power in the body also gathered into his own hands. As long as the opponent's location is confirmed, Ron intends to kill him. After all, the latter was in the cell next to him, and he didn't even notice it for such a long time. This was a mistake. Especially he has done a lot of things before, and even communicated with Sati-chan. If the guy next to him knows, it's definitely not good news for him. Your Excellency, don't be nervous. However, the other party seemed to see through Ron's mind. His voice came from the side vaguely. Your Excellency's current situation is very bad. I got word that Hannibal will have his hands on you in 3 days. 3 days later. So fast. Hearing this, Ron frowned. This is not good news, at least not for him now. After all, he has not successfully cultivated the armed colors in the two-color hockey. As a result, it is impossible for his strength to enter the Commodore level. The most important thing is that Hannibal is a Vice Admiral level powerhouse, and he is also a demon fruit power. If there is a real fight, even if I go all out, I'm afraid there won't be much chance of winning. After all, Hannibal's strength is not only his personal strength, but also his identity as the deputy director of Impel Down. For example, Domino under his command is not an easy role. Why should I trust you? Taking a deep breath, Ron restrained his emotions. Because I can save you. In response, the person on the other side of the wall smiled slightly. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, he continued to speak. As long as your Excellency cooperates with me, then I can help you avoid this killing situation. Besides, I can also teach you how to quickly learn the two-color hockey. Hearing this, Ron frowned even deeper. The latter's words really made him feel weird. Even the latter seems to know a lot of things, but it seems that there are some things they don't know. Who are you? Taking a deep breath, Ron resisted the urge to go straight there. Although I don't know who the latter is. What confidence do you have to say such words? But one thing is indisputable, that is, this guy seems extremely confident. You can call me Lightning. In another cell, a senior cadre of the Revolutionary Army shook the glass of red wine in his hand. Lightning. It's him. Hearing this, Ron's breath became short of breath. Senior cadre of the Revolutionary Army. He never expected that the latter would be imprisoned in the cell next to him. But think about it, this area is the closest existence to Magellan. An existence so valued by oneself will be imprisoned here. There is no reason why Lightning, as a senior cadre of the Revolutionary Army, would not be imprisoned here. Before finding the entrance in the beast's lair, Ron knew that the construction of the 5.5-story Shemale Paradise had not been completed. Now that Lightning appeared beside him, it meant that the latter hadn't escaped from prison yet. In other words, he has already escaped from prison, but he has not yet formed a team for the Shemale Paradise in the true sense. Revolutionary Army cadre. With a flash of light in his eyes, Ron said, since we want to cooperate, let's meet and talk. Advertisement. With the power of your devil fruit, it is very easy to come to my side. Know me. Hearing this, Lightning stopped shaking the wine glass, and surprise appeared in his eyes. You must know that many people know that he is a Revolutionary Army cadre. But no one knows that he owns devil fruit. Including Magellan et al. Are no exception. Ron was able to say such words directly, and the latter seemed to know more information than he thought. Okay. After pondering for a while, Lightning quickly made a decision. Although I don't know what Ron's situation is, and I don't know what his purpose is. But the information he got was not false, that is, the latter was persecuted by Marine. Even Marine desperately wants to kill Ron, now is indeed the best time to win him over. As soon as he thought of this, Lightning immediately said, then you go back to the dark place. We can't let those guys from the outside know about our meeting. Good. With a promise, Ron glanced at the phone bug outside the prison, and immediately retreated to the deep part of the prison. At this moment, the wall on the side was cut directly. The two scissors slid inside the wall, directly cutting out the flashing door. Immediately afterwards, the figure of Lightning could be seen walking over from it. Your Excellency, meeting for the first time. With a slight salute, Lightning looked at Ron with surprise in his eyes. For Ron, he doesn't know much information. But after seeing his 15 or 16-year-old appearance, he couldn't help being shocked in his heart. You know, it is absolutely unbelievable that a boy of this grade can be imprisoned in blazing hell, or even be taken care of by Magellan in this way. Advertisement. It's been a long time, Lord Lightning. The corner of his mouth raised, Ron looked at Lightning appreciatively, and then said, I didn't expect to meet you here. But you actually hid the devil fruit. It seems that those guys from Impel Down were tricked by you. One thing I'm curious about, since the power of your devil fruit is so amazing, why don't you just leave? After speaking, Ron looked at Lightning curiously. In the original book, the Monster King said that they sneaked into Impel Down to save people. But when they finally escaped, they didn't see any important figures from the Revolutionary Army. That being the case, what is the purpose of Lightning sneaking into it? No, My mission is not to leave this place. Shaking his head, Lightning looked at Ron and said, my task is to establish a base belonging to my revolutionary army in Impel Down. At the same time, I will look for like-minded partners in Impel Down. After the real completion, I will cooperate with people from the outside world to transfer the partners out. Your Excellency is the partner I chose. I wonder if Your Excellency is willing to agree. After finishing speaking, Lightning also looked straight at Ron. Although Ron's current strength is not very strong, but he also saw great potential in it. 15 and 16-year-olds were able to kill the Sphinx and even control the jailer Sati-chan, which is not something ordinary people can do. Especially Ron's practice in the past few days, he was extremely shocked in his heart. In a short period of time, he actually had a superficial grasp of the armed color. Such a talent, such a grade, plus the experience of being persecuted by Marine, this is simply a good seed that the Revolutionary Army is looking for. As that's so, he glanced at Lightning thoughtfully. Ron knew he wasn't telling the truth, but thought about it. The two sides met for the first time, and neither of them reached any cooperation. How could the latter tell himself the purpose of the Revolutionary Army's mission? But all of this is not important anymore. The appearance of Lightning gave him an opportunity to complete the check-in as soon as possible, and even become stronger rapidly. Chapter 24 Entering Freezing Hell, the fifth check-in. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I can promise to cooperate with you. After pondering for a while, Ron looked at Lightning and said, but I won't join the Revolutionary Army. This is the bottom line. Although Ron approves of the idea of the Revolutionary Army, he does not approve of the people of the Revolutionary Army. Don't look at the original book where the Revolutionary Army is boasted for freedom and peace for birth. But in fact, it is only the will and ideas supported by Dorlan alone. The most important thing is that the Revolutionary Army is targeting the world government. Even if the revolution succeeds, at most it means that the Revolutionary Army has replaced the world government. But Ron is also very clear that the real cancer in this world is celestial dragons. Celestial dragons can't die, the world can't be peaceful. Celestial dragons are immortal, and the world cannot be truly liberated. The so-called will of the D clan, in the final analysis, is only a rebellious heart, but it also has no insight into the fundamental existence of the world. Why? Lightning looked at Ron puzzled. From the conversation just now, he could tell that Ron didn't dislike the Revolutionary Army. But he was so resolute in refusing to join the Revolutionary Army, which made him puzzled. No reason. Glancing at the Lightning, Ron said indifferently, how can a man be inferior to others when he stands in the world? Joining the Revolutionary Army is meaningless unless it makes me the leader of the Revolutionary Army. I see. Nodding, Lightning knew what Ron meant. The will of the king. This is definitely not someone who will surrender easily. Even though Ron hasn't awakened conquerors yet, he doesn't doubt anything. Yes, advertisement. After pondering for a while, Lightning quickly made a decision, but you have to help me accomplish some things. And you can't be an enemy of my Revolutionary Army. Since it was impossible to win over, Lightning had to settle for the next best thing. As for killing people, it's almost impossible. Lightning's own combat effectiveness is not considered strong, and his existence is more biased towards wisdom. No problem. Agreeing without hesitation, Ron looked at Lightning and said, the premise is that the Revolutionary Army won't fight against me. If people don't attack me, I will not attack others. If the Revolutionary Army takes action against me, then I will definitely not arrest me without a fight. After finishing speaking, Ron looked at Lightning with piercing eyes and said, then what's your plan next? For a moment, Ron was filled with anticipation. He knew that Lightning had to build 5.5 layers in a base. If so, then you must enter the 5th floor. In this way, he can use the power of Lightning Devil Fruit to complete the check-in as soon as possible, so as to complete his plan. Go to the 5th floor. There was no nonsense. Lightning looked at Ron and said, not long ago, Ivakov, a senior cadre of our Revolutionary Army, entered Impel Down, and is now being held in the 5th floor prison. I need you to help me rescue Ivakov, and at the same time, I will use the power of Devil Fruit to open up a new space in the 5th floor. In this way, we can gain a foothold in it and continue to recruit people of insight in Impel Down to join. Sure enough. Hearing this, Ron laughed. He knew that there was a purpose for Lightning to find him suddenly. Co-authored by Ivakov has entered Impel Down. In this way, the establishment of the Shemale Paradise will soon be on the right track. Although I don't know if the system will have a 5.5 floor sign-in. But if you can have one more chance to sign in, that is an opportunity to make yourself stronger. With this in mind, Ron immediately said, no problem, when do we start? Now. Advertisement. Receiving Ron's affirmative answer, Lightning also smiled at the moment. Immediately afterwards, he turned around and walked towards his cell and said, come with me. I have opened a passage to the 5th floor in the cell. Good. With a promise, Ron followed with the corner of his mouth raised. How about Lightning's two-color hockey? He doesn't know. But Ivakov's hockey is beyond doubt. Rescue Ivakov first, thus establishing the Shemale Paradise. With that safe zone, he can master the two-color hockey as quickly as possible. In this way, he can cultivate to the Vice Admiral level as quickly as possible, or even stronger. Soon, Ron followed the Lightning into his cell. With the power of the devil fruit activated again by the lightning, it can be seen that the hole in the wall was immediately restored to its original state. After finishing all this, lightning went to a corner to activate the power of devil fruit. In an instant, the ground was cut, and a bottomless tunnel appeared. Let's go. No nonsense. Lightning took Ron and jumped into it. As it slides all the way, it can be clearly felt that the surrounding temperature is dropping rapidly. After about 10 minutes, Ron and Lightning entered the fifth prison, freezing hell. Hoo-hoo. The cold wind was blowing, and the blizzard fell suddenly. The figures of Ron and Lightning fell from the sky and landed directly in a snow field. Here we are. After the figure stabilized, Lightning said excitedly. Yeah, this is freezing hell. The corners of his mouth turned up, and Ron looked around. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, he contacted the system in his heart without hesitation. System, start signing in. Open black lens bracket ding. Detect that the host is in the freezing hell, and the check-in begins. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for getting the devil fruit. Zone human fruit phantom beast angel form, purified version. There is only one reward. Frowning, Ron was not disappointed but extremely excited. After the previous few check-ins, Ron had already seen it. The more something is checked in, the lower its value. Conversely, the less rewards for signing in, the higher its value. Zone human fruit phantom beast devil fruit in angel form is undoubtedly a god-level existence in the world of One Piece. System, what does the purified version mean? Asking subconsciously, Ron's eyes were full of anticipation. Open black lens bracket ding. The purified version of devil fruit eliminates the disadvantages of devil fruit, and will no longer be afraid of sea stone, seawater and other things. Close black lens bracket. Sure enough, seeing the message, Ron's face was overjoyed. A sanitized version of devil fruit. Without all the flaws of devil fruit. This is the real god-level devil fruit, and this is the most suitable existence for him. Thinking of this, Ron immediately planned to extract it and eat it. After all, devil fruit is an item in the world of One Piece. This also means that after he eats it, the world rules will have even lower restrictions on him. In this way, his strength will definitely continue to improve, and even. Your Excellency Ron. However, at this moment, Lightning also spoke first. Come with me. Let's rescue Evakov first. We can start planning after we rescue him. Chapter 25 Zone Human Fruit Phantom Beast Angel Form. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Rescue Evakov. Frowning, Ron looked at Lightning and said, it's not right. Just acting rashly like this, there is no follow-up plan at all. Such an adventure, do you want me to be your bait? At this moment, Ron looked quite dangerous. If Lightning wants to use him as a pawn as a bait, then there is no need for the cooperation between the two parties to continue. Then what do you want? Sensing the reaction on Ron's face, Lightning sank inwardly. That's exactly what he had in mind. Rescuing Evakov will require someone to cause agitation. And Ron seemed like a good bait to him. After all, Hannibal and others were so desperate to kill Ron. Once he appeared on the 5th floor, he would definitely attract the attention of the jailers. Even Magellan and others will focus on capturing Ron at that time. In this way, he can take this opportunity to rescue Ivakov and escape from the cell area safely. It's a pity that Ron seemed to see through his mind and completely denied him any possibility to carry out his plan. Sure enough, they want to use me. Sensing Lightning's facial reaction, Ron sneered inwardly. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Lightning and said, there is no phone bug monitoring in this area. The power of your devil fruit can cut through the ground and even create a dungeon. I think you can build a huge dungeon here first, and make some passages connecting the various areas of Impel down. Advertisement. In this way, you can take advantage of the dungeon and devil fruit to find Evakov directly. When the time comes to rescue him silently, if there is no disturbance, then no one from Impel down will be able to find him, and we will be safer. After finishing speaking, Ron ignored Lightning's reaction and asked secretly, System, where is the next check-in place? Open black lens bracket ding. The new check-in location is refreshed. Please host to sign in on the 6th floor of Impel Down Endless Hell. Close black lens bracket. The 6th floor. Isn't it 5.5 floors? Frowning, Ron's expression darkened. I thought that letting Lightning make 5.5 floors would add a sign in place. Now it seems that I think too much, and the bugs in the system are really hard to use. And if you want to enter the 6th floor, you must become a heinous criminal. Or it is an existence that poses a huge threat to the world government. Otherwise, it is almost impossible to enter it, and even breaking into it is extremely difficult. In addition, Shiryu of the Rain, which is comparable to Admiral, is stationed in the 6th prison. Without absolute certainty, Ron really couldn't enter rashly. In this way, it is imminent to build a 5.5-story building. I need a safe zone to be strong. There is also Ivakov's guidance. Only in this way can we master the two-color hockey as soon as possible. Thinking to himself, Ron turned his head to look at Lightning and said, if you don't want to, then we can go our separate ways. Although this place is also dangerous. But Ron is sure to survive. And there is no surveillance in this area, he is completely at home. Okay, I promise you. Hearing this, Lightning became anxious, and said quickly. He also understood that Ron's plan was fine, even better than his. Advertisement. Even he planned this way before, to build a new base. But among them, he wanted to use Ron more to attract attention. However, this situation is obviously not right now. For a while, Lightning regretted endlessly. If he had known this, he would not have talked to Ron. He could do it without Ron's presence, even more invisibly. Then I will act now. Sighing inwardly, Lightning glanced at Ron and immediately began to act with the power of his own devil fruit. For a moment, the ground was easily cut by him. In an instant, the figure of Lightning disappeared from the spot, and began to move underground. If you play tricks with me, you deserve it too. Watching the Lightning figure disappear, Ron smiled coldly. Immediately afterwards, he shook his hand directly. Click. With his hands dislocated, he instantly removed his wrists from the sea-stone handcuffs. After all this was done, Ron quickly restored his hand to its original shape. Immediately afterwards, he picked up the sea-stone handcuffs on the ground and subconsciously glanced at the area where the Lightning disappeared. After collecting it, Ron said, "System, get the reward." In the next second, a Baijian-colored devil fruit appeared in Ron's hand. Zone Human Fruit Phantom Beast Angel Form. The corners of his mouth rose, and Ron put it into his mouth without hesitation. Because of removing the side effects of devil fruit. This devil fruit is not unpalatable, but like a cantaloupe. After eating it 3 times, 5 times and 2 times, Ron said, "Not bad, not bad." Advertisement. This tastes very good. The purified version of devil fruit does not have any side effects, and even the disadvantages do not exist. In this way, can I eat more devil fruit? Paramecia, Logia also get 1 each. Directly become 3 demon fruit power. While muttering, Ron closed his eyes and began to feel the boost that devil fruit brought to him. Zone Phantom Beast Species. This kind of devil fruit is not only able to enhance physical fitness, but even has special abilities. Such as Nika fruit. In the early stage, it is similar to Paramecia's rubber, but once awakened, it can also control the power of elements such as flames and lightning. What Ron ate was in angel form. As devil fruit's power was absorbed, he could clearly feel that his physical strength had increased several times. At the same time, strength, mental power, etc. have also been relatively improved. Most importantly, this devil fruit allowed Ron to master the power of light. This power of light is similar to sparkling fruit, but it is also different. The power of light not only has the characteristics of sparkling fruit, but even has the ability to heal. Although he had just eaten it, Ron had already mastered the ability to manipulate the power of light. Holy Light Sword. It can condense a light blade with great sharpness. Holy Light Treatment is a special treatment method. Under the light of holy light, it can speed up the recovery of one's own injuries, and even restore physical and mental strength. In addition, Ron also mastered animalization. No, it should be angelicization. According to the information fed back by devil fruit, once he enters angelic form, his overall strength will increase by 5 times. Okay. After checking all the information, Ron couldn't help laughing out loud. Eating this devil fruit directly greatly improved his strength. Just the 5-fold increase in angelic form is enough for him to face the Vice Admiral level powerhouses without losing the wind. Chapter 26 Advancement to the Rear Admiral Class, Wrath of Magellan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After getting excited, Ron gradually calmed down. Devil fruit is a treasure belonging to the world of One Piece. Although it has been purified by the system, it is undoubtedly a power recognized by the rules. In this way, does it mean that his strength has improved? Thinking of this, Ron breathed heavily, and quickly said, "System, check the personal panel. Open black lens bracket Ron close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age, 15 years old close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength, B+ close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket speed, B+ close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket physique, A close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket spirit, A+ close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength, Rear Admiral close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket devil fruit, Zone Human Fruit Phantom Beast Angel Form close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket abilities. White hits, slashing technique, Shunpo, electromagnetic cannon, 8 trigrams 36 palms close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket special abilities. Mangekyō blood wheel eyes, distinguished heavenly gods, Tsukuyomi, Zanpakuto Shikai Higher high-speed regeneration. Close black lens bracket. Rear Admiral class. Sure enough. After watching the personal panel, Ron's eyes suddenly burst into intense excitement. Originally, if you want to reach the Rear Admiral level, you need to learn a hockey. But armament hockey has not been completed in the true sense, so it cannot break the limit. But it's different now. After eating this devil fruit, his limit was broken. This also means that as long as he masters the 2-color hockey, his limit can be raised to the general level or admiral level. Even once the mastery of Conqueror's hockey is completed, there will be no hindrance for him to enter the admiral class. The only hurdle may be that there may be disadvantages when reaching the 4 Emperors level. But all of that is still a little far away from the current Ron. Advertisement. Although there is systematic assistance, the improvement in the early stage is extremely rapid. But Ron is also very clear that the improvement of strength will become slower and slower in the later stage. Thinking of this, Ron turned his eyes to the hole and murmured, "Revolutionary Army. I hope you can get me what I want." The method of two-color hockey cultivation is best to know the opportunity of conquerors awakening from his mouth. Beep beep. At this moment, a burst of roar resounded. Looking at the reputation, you can see that in the snow and ice in the distance, a group of ice and snow wolves are walking together. Wu, the leader, the Wolf King, seemed to be aware of Ron's existence at this moment, and with a low growl, his own speed slowed down significantly. At the same time, the ice and snow wolves behind him suddenly accelerated and attacked Ron. Brute. Looking for death. Seeing this, Ron snorted coldly, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. With a thought, Zanpakuto appeared in his hand. Lifting his feet and taking a step, Shunpo cast, and the whole person rushed into the wolves in an instant. In the next second, the sword light bloomed. Zanpakuto waved it, and the ice and snow wolves died tragically on the spot. In just a dozen or so breaths of time, he killed all of the pack of ice and snow wolves. Even the Wolf King was no exception. After doing all this, Ron dissected the Wolf King's body casually. After simply finding some fire starters, I sat down and started the barbecue. Pirate Ron. Pirate Ron. At the same time, in the fourth-floor prison, a jailer put the food in front of Ron's cell and shouted. However, no matter how he shouted, he didn't see Ron's figure. For a moment, the jailer frowned, feeling vaguely that something was wrong. Advertisement. Subconsciously, the jailer opened the cell door. After all, Ron has already put on the sea stone, so it stands to reason that he has no resistance. Because of this, he dared to open the cell and enter it to check. How is it possible? After entering it, the jailer's face changed drastically. Looking at the empty cell, he panicked. Without caring about anything else, he turned around and ran out of the cell in a hurry. I know Marshal Sengoku. I'll be ready to take the criminal. At the same time, Major in the office hung up the phone bug. Immediately afterwards, his eyes turned to Hanyable, Domino and Sati-chan who were beside him. Everyone. Knocking on the table, Magellan said solemnly, Marshal Sengoku has issued an order. Soon the criminal bullet will be sent to Impel down. What we need to do now is to prepare to receive it as soon as possible. Hearing this, the three of Hanyable looked at each other. Among them, Hanyable was even more excited. The time to wait has come, and that's definitely good news. As soon as he thought of this, Hanyable immediately said, Director Magellan, then let's go to the cell on the 6th floor to be held. There is also Seastone. The bullet is not simple. Just simple Seastone handcuffs may not be safe. Hearing this, Magellan nodded. Hanyable said it well. Bullet is extremely powerful, and it is demon fruit power itself. Although Seastone restrains devil fruit, it is still quite difficult for a hockey powerhouse like Bullet. Thinking of this, Magellan immediately said, I'll leave this matter to. Oh no, Master Magellan is not well. Advertisement. Suddenly, a jailer rushed into the office. Immediately afterwards, the jailer did not dare to be negligent and said, My lord, something has happened. Pirate Ron's cell is empty, the guy has escaped. What? Prison break. Hearing this, Magellan, Hanyable, Domino and Sati-chan all exclaimed. None of them expected such a thing to happen. Even Sati-chan, who is Ron's servant, is no exception. She had hesitated before how to inform Ron of the information. Unexpectedly, Ron disappeared into the cell without a sound. What's going on? The poisonous fruit went berserk. Magellan stood up from his seat and looked gloomy to Ultimate. Not only him, including Hanyable and Domino are also extremely impatient. After all, Bullet will be sent in soon, and their plan to kill Ron will start at that time. But now, before even starting his own plan, that guy just disappeared like this. Director, I don't know either. The body was trembling, and the jailer said with an uneasy expression, I just went to deliver food to the prisoners, but I found that guy Ron escaped from the prison and disappeared. Asshole. After getting an affirmative answer, Magellan knew it was going to be difficult. He smashed the table with his fist, and strode towards the outside world. Follow me. I want to see what's going on. Seeing this situation, the three of Sati-chan looked at each other, and immediately followed behind. After a while, the figures of several people arrived at the cell where Ron was imprisoned before. Seeing that it was empty, the faces of Magellan and others couldn't help but become more and more ugly. How could it disappear? Subconsciously speaking, Hanyable became a little annoyed and said, Where is the jailer guarding this place? Let someone roll over here. Chapter 27 Impel Down Search, Looking for Evakov. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Enough. However, Magellan interrupted at this moment. Go to the monitoring room. The people who guard this place cannot guard it all the time. Only phone bug monitoring can get what we want to know. After speaking, Magellan and his group hurried towards the monitoring room. Soon, a group of people called up Ron's previous monitoring screen in the monitoring room. It's him. Soon, a group of people saw the scene before Ron left. After looking at the scenery, everyone's face became ugly. Especially Hannibal, gritted his teeth at this moment. It's the guy in the prison next to him. This guy is talking to someone on the sidelines. It must be the guy in the prison next to him who took him away. As soon as this remark came out, it directly aroused the approval of Magellan et al. After all, the seastone chain in Ron's hand does exist in the picture seen now. This also means that it is impossible for him to restore devil fruit's strength and escape from the prison. In this way, the only possibility is the person it is talking to. Thinking of this, Magellan immediately scolded. Check. Who's in the cell next to Ron? Yes. With a promise, several jailers quickly began to check the list. After a while, a jailer raised his head and said, Director Magellan, the officers of the Revolutionary Army are being imprisoned there. Lightning. According to investigation, this guy also seems to have disappeared. What? Revolutionary Army cadre. Advertisement. Hearing this, Magellan and the others shrank their pupils. Pirate Ron actually has something to do with the Revolutionary Army. This is definitely unexpected, even extremely serious situation. After all, they know too well what the Revolutionary Army means. That is an existence that the world government fears more than pirates. Now Ron disappeared with the Revolutionary Army cadres, and if word got out, they would all be punished. Damn it, find it for me. Even if you search all the areas and corners of Impel down, you must catch those two guys back for me. Roaring, Magellan gritted his teeth and said, Hannibal, you go to the ground floor to guard immediately. Make sure that absolutely no one can escape from here. Sadie-chan, Domino, you two lead the jailer and the jailer beast to search for me, and they must not be allowed to escape from Impel down. Yes, yes, it is said that Hannibal and others are all right. This is a matter of great importance. Ron actually got involved with the Revolutionary Army, and if he blamed him, none of them would be able to escape. It's about himself. Hannibal dare not make any strokes or slack off. Immediately afterwards, a group of people hurried away without any hesitation. And as they left, Magellan took a hard look at Ron, who disappeared into the surveillance screen, gritted his teeth and said, Pirate Ron, I will find you. Next time, I must let you try the power of my poisonous fruit. But before that, I have to deal with things on the 6th floor. ... Time flies, and most of the day has passed in the blink of an eye. Catch. A crisp breaking sound resounded. Immediately afterwards, the figure of lightning could be seen coming out of the ground beside Ron. Advertisement. It can be seen that it is a little tired, and obviously the consumption is a bit huge. However, Lightning's face was also extremely excited. He looked at Ron and said, Your Excellency Ron, the underground world has been created. Although it is not very big and not very stable, it is still enough for us to hide. Now we can rescue Ivakov, and we will continue to expand the territory. Good. Hearing this, Ron nodded. After standing up from the ground, he looked at Lightning and said, Since this is the case, then we should start acting now without delay. However, it is impossible to save people blatantly. Next, we need to rely on the power of your devil fruit. Would you like to eat something to recover? As he spoke, Ron pointed to the body of the ice wolf on the ground. No need. Shaking his head, Lightning said solemnly, I need to rescue Ivakov as soon as possible. His identity is extremely important in the Revolutionary Army, and the world government also knows this. If he continues to be detained, he will most likely be executed. So the most important thing for us now is to rescue him as soon as possible. As for the consumption of physical strength, it is not a big deal. Next, we only need to open a passage underground to advance, and there is no serious problem. Hearing this, Ron shrugged. Since the latter is unwilling to supply, he will naturally not insist on anything. Go forward and throw the corpses of those ice wolves into the passage. Immediately afterwards, Ron covered the entrance with snow again. After doing all this, the two started to act without hesitation. As the lightning continued to open the way ahead, the two began to move forward rapidly. After an unknown amount of time, Ron could hear hurried footsteps and shouts coming from the ground. Quick, quick, search carefully, we must find that pirate Ron. Where's the jailer beast? Quickly mobilize the jailer beast to give me an all-round search. Those guys must not be allowed to escape. Whether you are in the 5th prison or not, there must be no slack. Advertisement. Quote. Listening to the continuous voice, Ron and Lightning frowned. Exposed. It's so fast. This is not good news. Ron's exposure was fine, but Lightning's exposure was different. Once Magellan and others react, Ivakov, who is a partner of the Revolutionary Army, is likely to transfer, or even directly bring out Impel down. We speed up. Taking a deep breath, Lightning said without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, the speed of his actions also accelerated. In this regard, Ron followed closely without saying anything. After about half an hour, Lightning stopped moving forward. It's up there. Almost instantly, Lightning looked up and said, It's Ivakov's breath. Absolutely not wrong, I finally found it. Hearing this, Ron frowned. The latter was able to lock the breath, which was really unexpected. But soon, Ron was relieved. It is very likely that they are knowledgeable, and the two are the most senior cadres of the Revolutionary Army, so it is normal for them to be familiar with each other. Thinking of this, Ron said, if that's the case, then don't waste time. Open the entrance directly to follow it, we must leave this place as soon as possible. Otherwise, once a strong marine arrives, our tracks cannot be hidden, and then open the prison door for me. At this moment, a majestic voice resounded quietly. In the next second, there was a rush of footsteps. Both Ron and Lightning could feel a violent movement coming from the ground above. Chapter 28 Transfer Evakov. Impatient Lightning. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Outside the cell where Evakov was, Magellan's figure arrived. Yes, Director Magellan. There should be a sound, and a jailer quickly stepped forward and opened the cell door. After doing all this, Magellan looked at the jailer and said, go in and bring the man out. Lightning jailbreak. Ron runs away. After such a thing happened, Magellan already understood that this matter was probably related to the Revolutionary Army. As a senior cadre of the Revolutionary Army, Evakov is likely to be the target of his rescue. Under such circumstances, Magellan does not intend to continue to detain him here. Yes. With a promise, the jailer immediately walked towards the cell. Not good. Hearing the news from the ground above, both Ron's and Lightning's expressions changed. Magellan. This guy actually appeared here. And it was directed at Ivakov, which meant that it would be more difficult for them to rescue him. For a moment, Lightning looked at Ron with some complaints. I said that we should act early. Hearing this, Ron rolled his eyes. He knew what Lightning meant. If they had come to the rescue when they entered freezing hell, they might have rescued Evakov. But in this case, the shelter will not be established. At that time, there will be many disadvantages and dangers after saving people. Let's take a look first. Hopefully Magellan doesn't take it away. Shaking his head, Ron looked at Lightning and said, advertisement. After all, under such circumstances, many things cannot be changed. And he didn't want Evakov taken away either. After all, he also intends to ask him to teach him the practice of two-color hockey, and even find an opportunity to open Conquerors. But obviously not now. Magellan is on it, and he is not inferior to the top combat power of the three admirals in naval headquarters. If this was discovered, with the current strength of Ron and Lightning, there would be no resistance at all. Good. With a promise, Lightning also understood that what he said now was meaningless. And once Evakov is transferred, he will need to rely on Ron's strength even more. Otherwise, it would be impossible to rescue Ivakov with his own strength. Da. Footsteps resounded, and Ivakov walked out of the cell led by the jailer. It can be seen that his hands are wearing seastone chains, and the breath of the whole person looks a little sluggish at this moment. Evakov. Seeing the person coming, Magellan's eyes flashed coldly, and he said, you Revolutionary Army really don't give up. Hearing this, Evakov looked at Magellan in puzzlement. I don't know why he said this. After all, he really didn't know that Lightning also came in. With a cold snort, Magellan looked at Evakov and said, Revolutionary Army cadre Inazuma, you must know. That guy sneaked into Impel down by hiding the power of devil fruit. Now he is leading someone to escape from prison. If there is no accident, his next step is to rescue you. But unfortunately, I will not let such a thing happen. What? Lightning is coming too. Advertisement. Hearing this, Evakov was startled. The latter actually came to Impel Down and even rescued himself, which is definitely not good news. After all, he was in Impel Down, and he knew all too well how dangerous it was. In particular, Lightning is not a combatant, and its own combat effectiveness is not strong. If this is discovered, then Lightning is really dangerous. Thinking of this, Evakov said immediately, if this is the case, then your efforts will be wasted. Now that the plan has been exposed, Lightning will definitely evacuate Impel Down. Hearing this, Magellan laughed. He didn't know whether what Evakov said was true or not, but one thing was beyond doubt. So risky sneaking into Impel Down to rescue Evakov. It is absolutely impossible for Lightning and Ron to return without success like this. Thinking of this, Magellan sneered and said, it's not up to you. And I don't believe that your Revolutionary Army will leave without saving you. Although I don't know what the power of that guy's devil fruit is, I won't give you any chance. Come on, take it with me to the 6th floor. The 6th layer of endless hell is built with seastone as the wall. No matter what that guy's devil fruit is, as long as you enter it, they have no chance. Yes. With a promise, the jailer stepped forward and escorted Ivakov to leave. What? Go to the 6th floor. A region built by seastone. Under the ground, Lightning is in a hurry now. If Ivakov is really imprisoned to the so-called 6th floor, then it will be even more difficult for him to rescue him, and there is almost no chance of winning. For a moment, Lightning looked impatient, looked at Ron and said, Your Excellency Ron, may I make a move? Advertisement. Frowning, Ron looked at Lightning in surprise. Let him make a move, isn't it troublesome? As far as the current situation is concerned, he doesn't even have a thorough grasp of armament hockey, so what can he use to fight Magellan? Subconsciously, Ron said, No, I'm no match for Magellan. And with the current situation, if I take action, I can't guarantee the rescue of Ivakov. Hearing this, Lightning fell silent. Ron's refusal was within his expectation, but he also knew that this matter could not be dragged on any longer. The so-called 6th level prison is too dangerous, and even entering it, there is not much possibility of rescue. In this way, even if it was extremely dangerous, he still had to take the risk. So, Your Excellency Ron, let's leave first. Taking a deep breath, Lightning said seriously, I must rescue Ivakov. Your Excellency, leave directly along the tunnel, the area I built is enough for you to recuperate for a while. Even if I am captured, I will not reveal your position. Saying that, Lightning raised his head to look at the footsteps passing to the area above. As long as he found the figure of Ivakov, he would shoot without hesitation. Seeing this, Ron frowned. Such a thing is not good for him. Once Lightning is captured, there's really no room in Impel down. As for the latter saying that he would not betray himself, how could Ron believe it? After all, the two are a cooperative relationship, and he is not a revolutionary army, so he doesn't think Lightning will talk to him morally. I see. Sighing, Ron looked at Lightning and said, don't make a move yet. Send me to the outside area, and I'll make a move to get Magellan's attention. Wait for me to fight with him, then it will be your chance to rescue Ivakov. Chapter 29 Rescue Ivakov, Confront Magellan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this point, Ron had no choice. And he knew very well that if Lightning and Ivakov were caught, he wouldn't be able to hide for too long. Even though it was extremely dangerous to go to Magellan now, he had to do it. Good. Hearing this, Lightning's eyes suddenly lit up. Needless to say, once Ron holds Magellan down, he has a better chance of rescuing Ivakov. When the time comes to walk underground with the power of Devil Fruit, even Magellan can't do anything to them. As long as he leaves this place, the Impel down cannot prevent him from going to any area unless it is the wall and ground created by Seastone. Thinking of this, Lightning looked at Ron and said, so, please trouble Your Excellency Ron. When I rescue Ivakov, we will support you to escape together. Hope so. Nodding his head, Ron wasn't sure about the authenticity of Lightning's words. But now, he can only choose to believe. Thinking of this, Ron said, it's not too late, let's start now. Their route is over there, and then I'll leave it to you. Give it to me. With a promise, Lightning didn't hesitate, and manipulated the power of Devil Fruit to turn his hands into scissors. Immediately afterwards, Lightning began to open the way rapidly, and Ron followed closely behind. Galloping all the way, Ron and Lightning quickly overtook Magellan and his group. It didn't take long for the two of Ron to arrive outside the scope of the 5th prison. Open. With a low growl, Lightning cut the ground directly, turned to look at Ron and said, Your Excellency Ron, please. Give it to me. Nodding his head, Ron jumped out of it without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, Lightning quickly restored the entrance to the ground to its original state. Advertisement. After doing all this, his figure also disappeared. As the Lightning left, Ron let out a foul breath and summoned Zanpakuto with a thought. Tightening the handle of the knife, Ron looked towards the distant area and said, it's almost time to start. Magellan, let me see how close it is now. It just so happens that I also want to test my own limits. After finishing speaking, Ron stepped forward with a sudden step, and immediately released his aura. At the same time, Magellan, who was walking, paused. Looking up at the area where Ron is, although they are far away, he can still clearly see Ron's existence with his knowledgeable attitude. Pirate Ron, how dare you stand up? Frowning, Magellan's eyes flashed murderous intent. You quickly transfer Ivakov to the 6th floor. I'm going to catch the escaped criminal. It's Lord Magellan. Yes, Director Magellan. With a sound, those jailers did not dare to neglect, and quickly started to transfer with Ivakov. Although they don't know why Ron dared to appear here, they also understand the mission of themselves and others. Walk. Accelerate transfer. For a moment, the jailers quickly changed direction and moved forward. Is it someone from the Revolutionary Army? Lightning, what are you doing? On the contrary, Ivakov's complexion sank. Although Seastone sealed its own Devil Fruit power. But his sense of knowledge can still be displayed, and he also noticed the existence of Ron. Although he didn't know him, according to what Magellan told him before, he also understood that the latter was probably the Revolutionary Army. Thinking of this, Ivakov's eyes were full of worry. With his knowledge, he could feel that Ron's strength was at the Rear Admiral level, and it was impossible to compete with Magellan. Advertisement. Watching the guards leave, Magellan didn't linger, and accelerated towards Ron. Coming. At the same time, Ron also felt the approach of Magellan's strong breath. For a moment, Ron's body trembled, and he tightened the Zanpakuto in his hand to prepare for it. A moment later, Magellan's figure arrived on the field. Pirate Ron, you escape from prison again and again, you really deserve death. With a roar, Magellan launched the attack without any hesitation after arriving. Poisonous fruit, poisonous dragon. The dragon chant resounded. The venom of the poisonous fruit emerges, turning into a poisonous dragon at a speed visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, the poisonous dragon roared, opened its bloody mouth and attacked Ron. Trouble. Logia really has a lot of momentum. When the crisis struck, Ron's expression sank. Immediately afterwards, he waved his Zanpakuto without hesitation. Cut. In the next second, the sword pressure burst out. A sword energy pierced through the air, directly splitting the attacking poisonous dragon into two. In an instant, venom fell to the ground. ZZ. The earth was corroded, and a pungent smell permeated and spread towards the surroundings. No, poisonous gas. His pupils shrank, and Ron's expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he quickly sealed his mouth and nose. After making sure that the poisonous gas would not affect himself, he raised his head and moved his blood-round eyes and white eyes. In the next second, Sangoyu's blood-round eyes and white eyes appeared. As the Guyu turned, Ron raised his hand and slashed with a sword. Chop. Advertisement. In an instant, the sword energy condensed by the pressure of the sword rushed straight to where Magellan was. Even if you have a small skill, you dare to do it with an axe. Magellan snorted disdainfully. Raising his hand, several poisonous dragons swept out, directly destroying the sword energy. With all this done, Magellan sped forward. Shave. With one of the Marine 6 styles shaved, its figure went straight to Ron like a streamer. So fast. The pupils shrank, Rao opened the blood wheel eyes and white eyes, Ron can only see the afterimage of Magellan at this moment. This is the crushing and gap of absolute strength, even Shuilunyan can't make up the gap. Mangekyō open. Roaring inwardly, Ron's blood wheel eyes instantly turned into Mangekyō. At this moment, he clearly saw Magellan's figure appearing in the area in front of him. Without any hesitation, Ron jerked back. Shunpo. Shave. The two techniques exploded, and Ron's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Bang. In an instant, the area where Ron had been standing exploded. The figure of Magellan emerged, and the area under his feet was corroded by the venom. Escaped. Frowning, Magellan looked up at Ron and said, "What you just cast was to shave. I didn't expect you to learn it, and it's so skillful." Sure enough, you are not a simple East Blue pirate, you are also a member of the Revolutionary Army. You killed the mouse to get into Impel down, and even made a series of noises, in order to rescue Inazuma and Evakov. Revolutionary Army. Interesting, actually thought I was a Revolutionary Army. With the corner of his mouth raised, Ron looked at Magellan who saw through everything and said, "Is there a possibility that I'm not the Revolutionary Army? And I'm in Impel down because I was sent in for killing rats." Chapter 30 Angels turn into fierce men, let's sit in the frosty sky. Higher in Maru. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Hearing this, Magellan frowned immediately. Ron's words really made people feel a little stunned. Not the Revolutionary Army. If that's the case, doesn't that mean there's going to be a problem? It was only a moment before Magellan calmed down. You think denial works now? Smiling coldly, Magellan accelerated sharply and charged towards Ron again. No matter how much Ron denied it, he had settled on something in his heart, and it was absolutely impossible to change it. In any case, there's nothing wrong with taking Ron down first. Battle. Seeing this situation, Ron was not afraid either, and a pair of white wings emerged behind him with a low growl. In the next second, his whole body became an angel. After doing all this, Ron greeted him with Zanpakuto in his hand. In an instant, the two figures fought together in the arena. Jung, Jung. The poisonous dragon roared, and the shadow of the sword flashed. In just an instant, the two sides fought dozens of times. Under the irradiance of the holy light, the power of the poisonous fruit could not penetrate into Ron's body. Light Department Devil Fruit. Seeing this situation, Magellan frowned and said, "Aren't you an I-type Paramisha demon fruit power?" At this moment, Magellan was incomparably horrified. After all, the information he got, the power of Ron's devil fruit is those special eyes. But now, advertisement. The wings behind Ron, the sudden increase in strength, and the holy light all over his body all announced that the other party was a zone. When did I say I was Paramisha? The corner of his mouth rose, and Ron shook the arm holding the knife, and the fighting spirit in his eyes became more intense at this moment. Not for anything else, because the holy light body in the form of an angel can restrain the poisonous gas and venom of the poisonous fruit. What does that mean? That means Magellan's biggest reliance is gone. Although he rivals Admiral, he is not really Admiral. More because Magellan's poisonous fruit is strong enough for Yamato heaven defying. Now the poisonous fruit can't pose a threat to him, and with the five-fold enhancement of angelicity and the blessing of other abilities, he has the possibility of fighting against it. Asshole. With a cold snort, Magellan clenched his fists and said, "Zone Phantom Beast. And you don't have any signs of zone on your body, you eat the fruit of everyone. Pirate Ron, I have to say we all underestimated you. For a dangerous existence like you, let alone the 4th floor, it is not an exaggeration to throw it into the 6th floor." The 6th floor. There was a flash of light in his eyes, and Ron hesitated in his heart. If Magellan's words were true, he had no urge to kill himself. It seems that being arrested by him is a good thing. After all, once he enters the 6th floor, he can complete the sign-in. The first 5 check-ins allowed him to reach the current stage from an ordinary person. If you complete the 6th sign-in, your own strength will definitely become stronger. Coupled with the fact that the 6th floor is safer than the outside world, he has enough time to develop and strengthen his own background. Then you have to beat me. Looking back, Ron didn't show any desire to enter the 6th floor. Shaking the Zanpakuto in his hand, Ron said slowly, "Let's sit in the frosty sky. Higher in Maru." Advertisement. In an instant, there was a strong wind. Along with the wind and snow, the sealed state in Ron's hand directly transformed into the form of Hyarinmaru Shikai. At the same time, Ron raised his hand and slashed at Magellan. In an instant, the sword pressure condensed the frosty air and directly attacked Magellan. Seeing this situation, Magellan frowned, feeling vaguely uneasy. Seeing the attacking sword energy, he raised his hand and launched the attack. Poisonous Dragon. In an instant, a poisonous dragon with condensed venom roared out. In the next second, the ice sword energy and the poisonous dragon collided together. At this moment, the poisonous dragon with condensed venom was frozen at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even the power of frost was still pervading towards Magellan's body after freezing the poisonous dragon. Not good. When the crisis struck, Magellan quickly discarded the venom in his hands. As the venom was frozen, his figure had retreated more than 10 meters away. After the stature stabilized, Magellan stared at Ron firmly and asked, "The power of ice-type devil fruit." "Impossible. You are the demon fruit power of light strike, how could you still be able to control the ice element? There is something wrong with your knife, could it be the knife given to devil fruit?" At this moment, Magellan's breathing was short, and his expression was extremely serious. Adds devil fruit to weapons. For the vast majority of people outside, this is a dream come true. But Magellan, as the director of Impel Down, also knows some secrets of the world government. That is, there is indeed a technology in the world government that allows weapons to eat devil fruit. It's just that this kind of technology is only in the hands of the top leaders of the world government, and even many top leaders of the world government cannot have it. Advertisement. Under such circumstances, how could Ron, a guy suspected of being in the Revolutionary Army, possibly master it? The knife that empowers devil fruit. Glancing at Hyarinmaru in his hand, Ron smiled lightly. You can understand that too. Hyarinmaru itself is indeed the strongest Zanpakuto of the ice system, and what he controls is the power of freezing. It can be said that it is indeed similar to those weapons that incorporate the power of devil fruit. In this way, it's not a big deal for Magellan to understand it this way. Asshole. Gritting his teeth, Magellan said with anger in his eyes, "You really did it on purpose. With such an existence, it's no wonder that Weasel will be played around by you. Since this is the case, it is even more impossible to keep you today." With a roar, Magellan slapped the ground violently. Poison Z. In the next second, countless venoms swept out. In an instant, the nearly kilometer range of Fang Yuan, where Ron and Magellan were located, was covered with venom. Although the holy light blocked the power of the venom, Magellan's prestige also increased significantly at this moment. Immediately afterwards, it could be clearly seen that the black-purple venom began to change, gradually turning towards dark red. Not good. It's the awakening of the poisonous fruit. Seeing this, Ron's expression changed drastically. As a time traveler, he is too aware of how terrifying Magellan's power is in this state. Once the awakening of the poisonous fruit is activated, then he really has the strength not inferior to the 3 admirals of Marine. Even if one's own holy light can block the invasion of poisonous fruits, the crushing by absolute power is still powerless. Angelification and Zanpakuto Shikai. The former increased his combat power by 5 times, and the latter also increased his own combat power by about 5 times. But even with a tenfold increase in combat power, his current limit is still only at the Vice Admiral level. Chapter 31 Ron vs. Magellan, Eva Cove escapes. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. In an instant, Ron controlled the wings behind him and rose from the sky in an instant. Standing in the air, Ron looked down on Magellan. Cut. Without any hesitation, Ron slashed with his sword, and the frozen sword energy went towards Magellan one after another. The poisonous dragon roars. Seeing this situation, Magellan didn't hesitate, and countless poisonous dragons soared into the sky and attacked Ron directly. Rumble, rumble. The deafening roar resounded continuously, and the impact between the frozen sword energy and the poisonous dragon continued. ... Quick, go. Damn it, that pirate Ron is so powerful. Director Magellan actually activated his awakening power. Quote. At the other end, the jailer escorted Ivakov to move forward rapidly. Seeing the scene of the roaring poisonous dragon in the distance, each jailer's expression was extremely solemn. After all, judging from the current situation, one can clearly feel the danger contained in this. Although they are extremely confident in Magellan in their hearts. But what if something goes wrong? If an accident does happen, it will be a huge loss for the entire Impel Down. What a great fight. Has it actually reached such a point? Confronting Magellan, this Ron is so strong. Evakov's eyes widened at the moment. As a senior cadre of the Revolutionary Army, his strength is above that of the elite vice admiral, close to the quasi-admiral level. Advertisement. But even he wasn't sure enough to take on Magellan. Now Ron actually managed to reach this point, and even ventured into the Impel Down. This really touched Evakov's heart, and even Eva. At this moment, a voice came from the bottom of his feet. For a moment, Evakov's body shook. After waking up suddenly, he didn't care about thinking about Ron, and subconsciously looked at the soles of his feet. At this moment, 2 scissors suddenly appeared on the ground. With the operation of the scissors, Evakov's figure fell into it instantly. Not good. Evakov escaped. Damn, someone's in the foot area. Quote. In an instant, the faces of those jailers changed drastically. Ignoring the sight of the battle in the distance, he quickly ran towards the deep pit. However, as they arrived and looked around, where was Evikov's figure below? Even the tunnel has disappeared, replaced by a deep pit. Damn it, disappeared. Someone saved Evikov. For a moment, the jailers panicked. They all knew the importance of Ivikov. That is a senior cadre of the Revolutionary Army. The Lightning and Ron escapes had already enraged Magellan and even shamed everyone in Impel down. Now that Ivikov has been rescued again, if it gets out, it will be a loss of face for everyone in Impel down. Damn it, damn it. Roaring in his mouth, cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the head jailer. Advertisement. He knew that once this matter was investigated, he and the others would all be able to die in the line of duty to make up for the crime. For a moment, the head jailer ignored other things, and quickly said, "Quick, hurry up and inform Lord Hanyabal, Lord Domino, and Lord Sadachin. Lead everyone to block the entrance and exit of Freezing Hell. You must not let those guys escape." Yes, yes. Hearing this, the jailer next to him woke up like a dream. Without any hesitation, a group of people turned around and ran frantically. This matter is too serious. If the response cannot be made as soon as possible, then if those members of the Revolutionary Army escape, the consequences will be disastrous. And as those jailers left, the leader jailer didn't stay, turned around and ran straight towards where Ron and Magellan were. Lightning, I didn't expect you to actually come. In the underground tunnel, Ivikov and Lightning advanced rapidly. While walking, Evikov asked curiously, "Who is the person fighting Magellan outside? Are you also a partner of our Revolutionary Army? Why have I never heard of such an existence in the Revolutionary Army?" Didn't see Ron though, but Evikov's knowledgeable color can also feel the power of light and ice. As one of the most senior cadres in the Revolutionary Army, he really didn't know that there was a similar existence in the Revolutionary Army. No, not the Revolutionary Army. Shaking his head, Lightning glanced at Evikov and said, "This person is called Ron, and he is a pirate from East Blue. As far as I know, he killed a colonel named Rat, who was the bastard son of a Marine Vice Admiral Weasel. Because of this, he was targeted after being sent to Impel down. It's just that as far as I know he is not demon fruit power, otherwise it would be impossible to ignore Seastone's restraint. But looking at it now, it seems that he is really a demon fruit power. I am also very surprised and puzzled. Not the Revolutionary Army. Pirate Ron." Hearing this, Evikov was stunned. All this was really beyond his expectation. I thought the latter was a partner of the Revolutionary Army, otherwise why would he take such a risk to rescue himself? Advertisement. But now after listening to Lightning's narration, he didn't know how to speak for a while. Eva. At this time, Lightning said quietly, "It's almost there now. Let me help you unlock Seastone's handcuffs first. Next we need to help Lord Ron get out. This is what we talked about before. After you are rescued, you need to teach him the practice of two-color hockey." While speaking, Lightning directly manipulated his devil fruit power to aim at the Seastone handcuffs. Click. In an instant, the Seastone handcuffs were split in two by the scissors. After Evikov was freed from the Seastone restriction, his whole body became more energetic. "No problem." Feeling the return of the strength in his body, Evikov smiled and said, "Although little Ron is not our Revolutionary Army. But since he can help you save me, then we must not be ungrateful. Lightning, let's go, rescue little Ron and evacuate here as soon as possible." Good. With a promise, Lightning immediately opened the way and led Ivikov to the battlefield. What? Evikov was rescued. Pirate Ron appeared in the fifth hell to fight Magellan. On the ground floor, Hanyabal listened to the voice coming from the phone bug, and his whole face suddenly became so gloomy that it was ultimate. What happened to Evikov? He didn't care. After all, it was the director's responsibility to investigate the escape of the Revolutionary Army from prison, and it had nothing to do with him. Even Magellan would be happier if he lost his job as director. But Ron is different. That was the key to Weasel's cooperation with him. Only by killing Ron can the cooperation between them be truly completed. Now that the latter has appeared, and he is still in prison, isn't that the best time to kill him? Chapter 32 Magellan runs out, Domino blocks. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Damn it, this guy didn't escape, but entered the fifth level of hell. Clenching his fists, Hanyabal hung up the bug. Immediately afterwards, his complexion changed accordingly. Now is the best chance to go to the fifth floor and cooperate with Magellan to kill Ron. But apart from Ron, two other senior cadres of the Revolutionary Army escaped. Under such circumstances, he was not sure whether the latter would take the opportunity to escape. As a result, he had to guard the entrance to the first floor to ensure that there would be no accidents. Looks like we can only inform Domino and Sadie-chan. Muttering in his mouth, Hanyabal quickly took out the phone bug to contact Domino and Sadie-chan, and asked them to go to support and find a chance to kill Ron at the same time. Boom, boom. The deafening roar continued. Ron flew in the sky, slashing with his sword, and countless frozen sword energy fell from the sky. On the ground, countless venoms have been frozen, and the icy red light is shining brightly. Among them, Magellan's situation is quite embarrassing. Although the power of the poisonous fruit is strong, more attention is paid to the power of the toxin. Now the toxin was frozen before it even spread, and it was diluted even if it floated into the air. Coupled with the holy light covering Ron's body, the toxins were directly purified. Damn. Seeing that he couldn't attack for a long time, Magellan's face became so gloomy at this moment that it was ultimate. He could clearly feel that this situation was not good for him. Although his own strength is far superior to Ron, but under the restraint of Devil Fruit's power, he can't do anything to him at all. Such a situation can be said to be extremely bad. The latter has the air supremacy, and it is entirely possible to escape directly. Advertisement. Master Magellan. At this moment, a cry came. Looking at the reputation, we can see that the leader of the jailer is coming in a hurry. When they reached the periphery of the battlefield, the leader of the prison guard hurriedly shouted, "The big thing is not good. Ivakov, a senior cadre of the Revolutionary Army, has been kidnapped." What? Ivakov was rescued. Hearing these words, Magellan's body shook, and then his face became even uglier. Ron. Roaring, Magellan raised his head to look at the figure in midair, gritted his teeth and said, "Are you trying to attract my attention? Your purpose is to rescue Ivakov." Although he already had an answer, Magellan still had a hard time accepting it. After all, this is the Impel down he guards. There have been no troubles for many years, and now something like this has happened. Not bad. Hearing this, Ron smiled lightly. Looking down at Magellan, he said, "This is indeed our plan. But Magellan, you know it's too late now." At the same time, Ron breathed a sigh of relief. Rao is that he has the blessings of Zone Wanju and Hiranmaru Shikai. But after all, he only has a rear admiral level physique, and his physical strength consumption is extremely huge. If Lightning hadn't rescued Evakov, there was only one way for him to surrender. After all, Magellan said before that he would be imprisoned in the 6th floor of Impel Down. But it's clearly not right now. Now that Evakov is out of trouble, it is more important to learn the two-color hockey first. Asshole. Magellan couldn't help but growl when Ron replied. Advertisement. The whole person's eyes were red, and the next second, the venom all over his body was agitated. It can be seen that an extremely huge poisonous soldier titan appeared in the field. Go to hell, kid. The order of Impel Down does not allow any of you to destroy it. The next second, the poison giant stretched out his hand, and grabbed Ron in midair. Not good. The guy Magellan went berserk. Seeing this, Ron's expression changed drastically. In the original book, Magellan also used the poison giant after being cornered. This is the awakening skill of the poisonous fruit, and it is also a skill that Magellan has not mastered well. According to Magellan's narration, this trick does not distinguish between enemy and friend. As long as it is affected, it will be poisoned without hesitation. Magellan might have thought of capturing him before. But under the current situation, the latter definitely has no intention of letting him continue to live. The stalemate cannot continue. I have to get out of here as soon as possible. Single quote. Almost instantly, Ron made a decision in his mind. Cut. With a low growl, more than a dozen streams of frozen sword energy slashed out to stop the attack of the poisonous giant soldiers. Immediately afterwards, his wings flapped behind him, and the whole person quickly fled towards the distance. Just kidding, it is absolutely unwise to stay and fight Magellan in the current situation. Moreover, the gap between the two sides is too great. His plan to contain Magellan to rescue Ivakov has been successful, and there is no need to risk his life. Don't try to escape. Leave it to me. Seeing this, Magellan was furious. Seeing Ron's escaping figure, he immediately controlled the huge poison giants and began to pursue him. It's a pity that although the poison giant soldier is powerful, its speed is obviously insufficient due to its large size. This also led to a swamp of poisonous gas wherever Magellan passed, but the distance between Ron and it was getting farther and farther. Advertisement. It can be regarded as a relief. Seeing the figure of the poison giant getting further and further away, Ron couldn't help heaving a sigh of relief. Gunfinger. Tempest kick. Suddenly, a coquettish shout came from the ground. Looking at the reputation, it can be seen that Domino's figure has appeared in the area in front of Ron at some time. Launching the attack without any hesitation, Finger Chi and Tempest Kick Dao Chi directly attacked Ron in the midair. Dominoes. Controlling the wings to avoid the attack, Ron frowned and looked down at Domino. He had only just gotten rid of Magellan, but the latter continued to give chase. If he is delayed by Domino here, then he is really in danger. We must get rid of her as soon as possible. Whispering inwardly, Ron tightened his grip on Hiranmaru, flapped his wings behind him and went straight to attack Domino on the ground. Looking for death. Seeing Ron attacking, Domino smiled. With disdain in his eyes, he raised his hand and took out a knife. The next second, armament hockey covered the blade, and Domino stepped on the moonwalk to meet Ron straight. Pirate Ron, go to hell. In the blink of an eye, the figures of the two sides met in midair. Jung. When the swords collided, both Ron and Domino let out a muffled grunt. In the next second, the figures of the two retreated more than 10 meters before they stabilized. PFF'd. When his figure stabilized, blood spewed out from the corner of Ron's mouth. He looked up at Domino and said, as expected of Vice Admiral's strength. I'm still careless. The blessing of armed color actually makes your attack so sharp. And if I didn't perceive wrong just now, you are a swordsman, right? And you are not a weak swordsman. Chapter 33, A Deadly Situation. Tsukuyomi is aggressive. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. At this moment, Ron was crying and laughing inside. He never underestimated anyone, but I have to say I underestimated Domino. As the deputy warden, she indeed has extremely strong power. I thought I could match Vice Admiral with angelification and Shikai blessing. Coupled with many methods such as his own blood wheel eyes, he can completely not be afraid of the opponent's existence. Even the previous Magellan, as an existence comparable to Admiral, couldn't do anything to him. But he never expected that this Domino would be so powerful. With just one blow, he almost felt death. The sharp swordsmanship and powerful armed color directly made Hirinmaru almost unable to hold on. You know, Hirinmaru is the soul of Ron. Once Hirinmaru is damaged, Ron will definitely be seriously injured. Not bad. Shaking the sharp knife in his hand, Domino looked at Ron indifferently and said, I am a high-level swordsman. Besides, I am under the tutelage of Master Shiryu of the Rain, and what I practice is also the way of killing swords. I have to say that your devil fruit power is indeed strong, allowing you to temporarily have a combat power comparable to Vice Admiral. But this is also in front of me and it doesn't make any sense. I'm not Magellan, and my focus has never been on the development of devil fruit. A high-level swordsman. It's really outrageous. Thinking to himself, Ron looked at Domino even more fearfully. Swordsmen in this world are divided into three realms: swordsman, swordsman, and great swordsman. Each person's realm is divided into elementary, intermediate, high and top. A high-level great swordsman, combined with not weak two-color hockey and Vice Admiral level strength. Advertisement. If Domino is in naval headquarters, it is not difficult to become a Vice Admiral, or even an elite Vice Admiral. Thinking of this, Ron's face became more serious. There was Domino blocking the front, and Magellan was chasing behind. If he couldn't get out as soon as possible, then he would have no hope of surviving at all. He could see, after all, that it wasn't Magellan's intention to capture him alive in the first place. Domino in front of him wanted to put himself to death as soon as he made a move. He. Sister Domino came so fast. At this time, a burst of laughter came from not far away. Looking at the reputation, it can be seen that Sadi-chan has become demonized at this moment. Behind him, the demon wings flapped and quickly came to the area in the arena. In the next second, Sadi-chan landed beside Domino, looked at Ron playfully and said, Brother Ron, we meet again. Sadi-chan. With a flash of light in his eyes, Ron secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Now that she's here, things will be much simpler this time. Thinking of this, Ron looked at Domino and said, I surrender. Like Magellan said, take me to the 6th floor prison. With that said, Ron directly dismissed Hirinmaru as if he was going to catch him without a fight. Well, seeing this situation, both Domino and Sadi-chan showed astonishment. After looking at each other, Domino stepped forward with a sneer and said, Surrender, I won't accept it. You are a prisoner who has repeatedly escaped from prison. As the deputy warden of Impel down, I have the duty to wipe you out. As he spoke, Domino raised the sharp knife in his hand and said, Sadi-chan, cover me. Limit it here with your abilities. It will take some time for Magellan to arrive. Kill this guy as soon as possible before he arrives. Facing Ron's sneak attack and words, Domino preconceived that it was Magellan who said it. Advertisement. But Magellan wants to imprison Ron on the 6th floor, which is absolutely not what she wants to see. After all, the price and temptation given by the weasel are huge, and even she cannot ignore it. Okay, Sister Domino. With a flash of light in his eyes, Sadi-chan took out his whip and held it in his hand. Immediately afterwards, it can be seen that as soon as his hand holding the whip was tightened, the area of the whip handle quickly turned black. Impressively, this is armament hockey. In a short period of time, Sadi-chan's armament hockey has gone from beginner to small success. There is a fatal threat to any demon fruit power if the override is successfully completed. What are you going to do? Magellan said he wouldn't kill me. You are just the deputy warden, how dare you disobey his orders? Seeing Domino and Sadi-chan getting closer, Ron suddenly showed uneasiness and fear. Staring at Domino, as if in disbelief that she dared to act like this. There is nothing impossible. Domino, on the other hand, greatly enjoyed Ron's trepidation. Stepping forward step by step, she raised the sharp knife in her hand and said, As long as you die. Magellan won't hold me accountable. After all, I'm the deputy warden, and he won't do anything to me for a prisoner who escaped like you. While talking, Domino looked at Ron with cold eyes. It's now. Almost instantly, Ron suddenly raised his head to look at Domino and shouted, Do it. Tsukuyomi. In an instant, Ron's Mangekyō spun. In just an instant, Domino was pulled directly into the Tsukuyomi space. Here, where is this? For a moment, Domino looked at the gray-white world and the Mangekyō who was constantly spinning in midair, his expression flustered for a moment. Advertisement. Deputy Warden of Dominoes. At this time, Ron's figure appeared in the arena. Looking playfully at Domino tied to the cross, he opened his arms and said, Welcome to my Tsukuyomi space. Here, time and space are all under my control. Deputy Dominoes enjoy the next 72 hours. While speaking, Ron raised his hand to call out Hiraemaru, and stabbed Domino's heart without hesitation. Move, move, move me quickly. Seeing the blade strike, Domino was extremely flustered, trying to break free with all his might. Rao is that Tsukuyomi space is also a trend that can't be held at the moment. As the strength gap too big. Seeing this, Ron frowned, but he didn't hesitate. In the next second, Hiraemaru pierced Domino's heart. Ah, heart-piercing screams resounded, and Domino stared blankly at the sharp knife that pierced his heart, his face ashen. After all, in the case of being pierced through the heart, even she didn't think she could survive. Hey, that's not right. However, after only a few breaths, Domino's eyes suddenly widened. Watching the pierced heart gradually recover, without even feeling of death. Illusion. Suddenly, Domino's body shook, he looked up at Ron and said, "You are an illusion. Little devil, do you think mere illusion can do nothing to win me? When I break your illusion, then it will be your death." Hearing this, Ron was not upset, he played with Hiraemaru and said, "Deputy Warden of Domino, then let's continue." As he spoke, he pierced Domino's heart again without hesitation. Ah, Chapter 34 Sadi-chan's backstab, Domino's death. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ah. Heart-piercing screams continued to resound. In the Tsukuyomi space, Ron pierced Domino's heart again and again. Tormented by such pain, Domino's spirit became more and more haggard. But his eyes also turned blood red, and his aura became more and more dangerous at this moment. Over time, a pair of rabbit ears can be clearly seen emerging on its head. Impressively, under such torture, she has already entered a human beast form. Rumble, rumble. At the same time, the entire Tsukuyomi space began to shake violently. As Domino entered humanization, it directly led to the collapse of the Tsukuyomi space. Not good. Tsukuyomi is going to be busted. Seeing this situation, Ron's expression changed, and he quickly shut down Tsukuyomi regardless of others. After all, this Tsukuyomi space is linked to his own Mangekyō. If it was really destroyed, then Tsukuyomi's backlash would be enough to injure Ron himself. The next second, Ron opened his eyes and his vision returned to normal. "Ron, I am going to kill you." At the same time, Domino's murderous roar resounded. It can be seen that it has also awakened from Tsukuyomi at this moment. Although the whole person is extremely haggard, but at this moment, the whole body is exuding a cold and biting killing intent. With red eyes and a pair of rabbit ears, she is definitely a girl with rabbit ears. Advertisement. Not only that, but with entering the animalized form, Domino's power has obviously been enhanced to a certain extent. At this moment, she completely lost her mind. There is only one thought in mind: kill Ron. However, just as Domino was about to step forward with his sword in hand, an accident happened quietly. Phew. Blood splattered, and it could be seen that the whip handle that usually wrapped armament hockey pierced Domino's heart at this moment. In an instant, Domino's restless breath stopped. Sadi-chan. Difficultly looking down at the bleeding handle in his chest area, Domino's eyes revealed a hint of astonishment and disbelief. Difficultly turning his head to look behind him, it can be seen that Sadi-chan is holding the other end of the handle at the moment, and one hand is also stained red with blood. It's just that at this moment, Sadi-chan didn't have the previous submissiveness and flattery, but looked at Domino playfully. Looking at each other, Sadi-chan smiled and said, "Master Domino, it's really not easy to catch your weakness and kill you with one blow." Why? Spitting blood out of the mouth, Domino stared at Sadi-chan incomprehensibly. After all, the latter has been my colleague for more than 10 years. In addition, Sadi-chan is also her confidant. It can be said that she can understand Magellan in Impel down and Hanyabal backstabbing her. Only Sadi-chan. The sudden backstab of her confidant subordinate really made her unbelievable. Nothing is impossible. Smiling slightly, Sadi-chan looked at Domino and said, "I am very grateful for your cultivation and protection these years, but the person you are going to deal with is my master. Master's safety is above everything else, even above my life. How can I allow you to submit?" Owner. Pupils shrank, and Domino turned sharply to look at Ron. At this moment, she can be 100% sure. Sadi-chan is under control. Advertisement. After all, it is impossible for the latter and Ron to know each other, and the age difference between the two parties is also extremely huge. If Ron is the master of Sadi-chan, then unless he is an old monster. But clearly not now. Combined with the scenery she saw in Tsukuyomi's space before, she seemed to understand why Sadi-chan backstabbed herself. Ron. For a moment, Domino's eyes were full of anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, manipulating Sadi-chan, "You really deserve death." Puff. However, before she could continue speaking, the handle in Sadi-chan's hand shook violently. In an instant, that Domino's heart was completely destroyed. Even the vitality of the zone demon fruit power cannot be restored. At this point, Domino's eyes gradually turned gray, and the corpse that had lost its strength fell to the ground. It's done. Seeing this, Ron breathed a sigh of relief. When he saw Sadi-chan before, he used the blood wheel eye illusion to give him the order to kill Domino. Now it seems that Sadi-chan did not let himself down. What about Vice Admiral level combat power? So what about high-ranking swordsman? Under the backstab of the person controlled by distinguished heavenly gods, she still has no resistance. Master, How is my performance? At this moment, Satachan stepped forward and asked Ron with a flattering face. Well done. Smiling slightly, Ron looked at Sati-chan and said, you evacuate from here first. Leave the rest to me. No matter what Magellan asks afterwards, you must not reveal that you have anything to do with this matter. If there is anything I need to find you in the future, then I will contact you. Yes, Master. Advertisement. Nodding, Sati-chan did not disobey Ron's order. And she also knows that killing Domino herself is a big problem. So the best choice now is to leave as soon as possible, put aside the relationship without anyone noticing, and continue to lie dormant and wait for Ron's order. Master, then I will take my leave first. Bowing to Ron, Sati-chan turned around and flapped his wings before disappearing in place. It's time to deal with you. Watching Sati-chan's figure disappear, Ron glanced at the poison giants approaching quickly in the rear area, and then locked on Domino's corpse. Without any hesitation, Ron summoned Hiraemaru directly. Cut. Aim at Domino's corpse on the ground and swing violently. A burst of sword pressure directly destroyed Domino's body into pieces. At the same time, the frozen air wrapped the fragments of his body and frozen them, like crystals lying on the ground of ice and snow. After doing all this, Ron didn't linger, and directly accelerated towards the area ahead. With a luffy gallop, Ron quickly arrived at the area of freezing hell that he and Lightning had just entered before with the advantage of his wings. After searching with blank eyes, Ron quickly found the entrance to the ground. But just when Ron stepped forward and was about to break through the ground and go in, Bai Yan also saw a figure approaching from not far away. Evakov. Lightning. Recognizing the person at the first time, Ron looked behind him and said, are these two guys going to support me? It seems that the reputation of the Revolutionary Army is still good. I don't know if Evakov will seriously teach me the cultivation of two-color hockey. Having said that, Ron's eyes were full of anticipation. 6th floor. He didn't intend to break in for a short time. After all the top pirates were imprisoned, and almost all of them were of quasi-admiral level, or even above the general emperor level. Just relying on his current rear admiral level strength to enter it is definitely a cannon fodder existence, and there is no possibility of practicing with peace of mind. Chapter 35 Confluence with Evakov, Impotent Fury Magellan. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Brother Ron. Your Excellency Ron. At this time, Lightning brought Evakov out of the ground. When they reached the front and back of Ron, both of them looked at Ron with the eyes of a monster. On the way here, the two have already noticed the movement of the outside world. They would have caught up to Ron before. They arrived after Sati-chan killed Domino and left. Although I didn't see what happened, nor did I see Sati-chan. But they also saw Domino's body fragments on the ground. In addition, when Ron left at that time, Evakov and Lightning were not in a hurry to chase, but were checking in that area. After confirming that Domino was killed, both of them were extremely shocked. You know, that's Domino, the deputy warden of Impel down. It is a vice admiral level combat power in itself, and with the power of high-level swordsman and devil fruit, it even has the ability to rival the elite vice admiral. But what happened? To be killed by Ron in a short period of time is simply big news, even shocking. Lightning. This is Evakov, right? Ron's eyes looked at the monster King Evakov, and his eyes were also shining with fiery luster at this moment. Two-tone hockey. He also practiced for a period of time, but because of his lack of ability and no one to guide him, he was barely able to get started. In addition, the color of knowledge and knowledge is even half clueless. Now with the appearance of Evakov, Ron sees an opportunity to quickly learn two-color hockey. Advertisement. As long as you learn two-color hockey to achieve a small success, no, even at the entry stage. Then the rules of the One Piece world can no longer restrict his growth. That way, at least until he reaches the Admiral class, he has nothing to stand in the way. At that time, with the help of the system sign in power, he can completely turn himself into a level comparable to Marine Admiral in a short period of time. It's me. Nodding his head, Evakov came back to his senses. Then he looked at Ron and said, Brother Ron, you are really unexpected. You killed Dominoes at such a young age, even within a short period of time. Even if I join forces with Lightning, I'm not sure that I can take it down in a short time, let alone kill it. As soon as this remark came out, it immediately aroused Lightning's approval. As Evakov said, nobody cared too much if Ron had killed the Sphinx before. Killing Domino this time is a complete declaration of his ability. Coupled with Ron's cooperation with them, the two still have a high degree of affection for him. You two are polite. Smiling lightly, Ron didn't want to reveal Sati-chan's intentions. He looked at Evakov and Lightning and said, You two, we. Ron. At this moment, an extremely angry and murderous roar came from afar. Looking at the reputation, it can be seen that the poison giant has arrived at the area where Ron and Domino fought before. Looking at the fragments of the corpse on the ground, Magellan also recognized at this moment that it was Domino's corpse. For a moment, Magellan, who was already furious, completely lost his mind at this moment. The power of the poisonous fruit could not be suppressed at all, and it spread rapidly towards the surroundings, and the whole area showed a purple-red brilliance. ZZ. It looks like Magellan is really angry. Advertisement. Seeing this situation, Ron paused. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Ivakov and Lightning and said, "You two, it's not suitable to stay here for long. That Magellan guy can do anything when he loses his mind. It's better for us to enter the underground base as soon as possible. Besides, given the current situation, we don't want to act rashly in a short period of time." "Good. Indeed so." Nodding his head, Evakov and Lightning looked at each other, and at this moment they also understood that they should not commit crimes against the wind. Immediately afterwards, the three of them did not hesitate, and then Lightning opened the entrance, and the three of them directly entered and disappeared in this snow field. But before leaving, Ron gave Lightning a suggestion to seal off all the passages. After all, they disappeared in this area, and Magellan will definitely track them down by then. If the tunnel is left behind, it is very likely that someone will follow the clues to find the base. In this regard, Lightning and Evakov also recognized it incomparably. For a while, Lightning continued to get busy. As the three of them continued to move forward, all the tunnels in the snow area were completely covered up, leaving no trace of their existence at all. Ah! The roar resounded, and Magellan didn't know how long it took before he regained his senses. As the power of the poisonous fruit dissipated, Magellan stood pale in the snow, looking extremely gloomy. Master Magellan. At this time, Sati-chan led a small team in a hurry. When they arrived at Magellan's place, Sati-chan immediately stepped forward and said innocently, "Master Magellan, what happened? Are those corpse fragments on the ground the pirate Ron's?" As soon as these words came out, the rest of the jailers also looked at Magellan expectantly. They didn't know it was Domino's body. Advertisement. I don't even know that Domino has come here to stop Ron. No. After recovering, Magellan glanced at Sati-chan, and then said, "This corpse belongs to Domino." "What? Master Domino? How can this be?" Quote. Hearing this, the rest of the people present were stunned. Domino's. That's the deputy warden of Impel Down. His body appeared here, so the person who killed him. Did the pirate Ron do it? Swallowing, Sati-chan pretended to be afraid and said, "He couldn't even stop me with my rear admiral level strength before. How is it possible to kill Lord Domino in a short time now? Asshole." Hearing this, Magellan couldn't help clenching his fists. Looking at Sati-chan, he said, "Sati-chan, you were tricked by that guy. That guy's strength is not inferior to that of any vice admiral. In addition, he also has a knife endowed with devil fruit in his hand. The combination of the two makes him more destructive. Even I can't take it down, and Domino must have underestimated him to make things happen. What happened this time is a conspiracy to infiltrate and sabotage me with Impel Down. You immediately bring someone to search this area for me, and send me a message once you find the traces of the pirate Ron, the Revolutionary Army Evakov and others. This time the stakes are high and the deaths of the Sphinx and Domino are beyond containment. I need to go back and plead guilty to Marshal Sengoku, and at the same time apply for support from Naval Headquarters, and try to find and destroy those three guys as soon as possible." Chapter 36 Underground Base, Evakov's Approval. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Yes, Lord Magellan. With a promise, Sati-chan understood what Magellan meant. This time things went awry. If it's just the three of Ron who escaped from prison, it's not a big deal. After all, the latter is still in Impel Down. As long as the manual capture is launched, it will be effective. But the Sphinx and Domino are dead. This definitely touched their taboo. Leaving aside Sphinx, he was just the manager of the first 2 floors. It is not irreplaceable in itself, a jailer can be promoted at will to replace him. But Domino's is different. She is the deputy warden, number 4 in Impel Down after Magellan, Hanyabal and Shiryu of the Rain. In addition, Domino itself is also related to Naval Headquarters. Even Magellan had to come forward to explain her death, even. Master Magellan. As soon as he thought of this, Sati-chan immediately said, "Then go slowly. I'll take someone to look around first." Okay. With a promise, Magellan turned around and left with some frustration. But Sati-chan didn't hesitate, and with a wave of his big hand, he led the guards around him to disperse the search. On the other end, Magellan went back to his office. After sitting there for half an hour, Magellan came to his senses. "Ron, I must kill you." Roaring, Magellan's eyes were full of anger and killing intent. Even at this moment he was extremely regretful. Advertisement. Why did he have to compete with the weasel? Just follow his will and kill Ron, then what happened today would not happen. Unfortunately, there is no medicine for regret in this world. Taking a deep breath, Magellan took out his phone bug and dialed. "Moshi Moxie, this is Magellan. Get me through to Marshal Sengoku, I have something important to report to him." Within 5.5 floors. The figures of Ron, Evakov and Lightning then entered. It is different from the perfect Shemale paradise in the original book. The area at the moment is extremely sloppy. Except for a relatively large underground space, there is nothing else at all. Very nice. This place is huge enough. Complimenting, Ron looked at Lightning and said, "Your devil fruit is really convenient. If it's outside, it's not a problem to build an underground base at will, with hundreds of thousands or millions of Tibetan soldiers. This isn't something Ron is fussing about. It is really that the underground space opened up by the lightning is too large. It is the size of 3 or 5 football fields, and it has reached nearly 1/3 of the range of freezing hell. And this is just the structure that lightning built in less than an hour. If he was given enough time, this ability of lightning would be even more powerful for the Revolutionary Army. Your Excellency, Ron gave me a second thumbs up. Smiling lightly, Lightning shook the wine glass in his hand and said, "It's not very stable here yet. And I just made a blank before, but didn't complete the transformation. According to my plan, it will take at least 1 or 2 years for me to complete the transformation of this place." Hearing this, Ron shrugged undeniably. It is easy to create a blank, but it is much more difficult to create a finely crafted decoration. Advertisement. But all of this has nothing to do with him, he doesn't intend to waste so long time here. Thinking of this, Ron turned his eyes to Ivakov and said, "Ivakov, the king of monsters. I believe you have already learned about our cooperation from Lightning. Now that you have been rescued, what I want to know is whether the things you promised to me before still count." After speaking, Ron looked straight at Ivakov. After all, the two-color hockey is very important to him. It is difficult to master his own cultivation for so long, he really needs someone to help. No problem. Facing Ron's gaze, Ivakov didn't know what he was thinking. If it was before, he might hesitate in his heart. After all, two-color hockey cannot be taught to other people casually, especially outsiders like Ron. But after experiencing this incident, Ivakov did not dare to slack off. Ron was able to kill Domino in a short time, which meant that he was strong enough. It can even be said that the latter is an existence of the same level as himself. If they choose to repent at this time, the consequences will be unimaginable. At this point, Ivakov immediately said, "Brother Ron, it is very simple for you to learn two-color hockey. In the future, Lightning and I will also stay here for a while. During this period, I will twitch for 4 hours every day to teach you the practice of two-color hockey. In this way, with my little brother's talent, it may take less than a year to master two-color hockey. What do you think? 4 hours a day. Enough." With a flash of light in his eyes, Ron looked at Ivakov and said with a smile, "If that's the case, I'll trouble the She-Monster King. I wonder when we can start." Although only experienced the battle. But Ron couldn't wait in his heart at the moment. Advertisement. Two-color hockey is too important to him, he must master it as soon as possible. Now, frowning, Ivakov looked at Ron in surprise. But soon, Ivakov calmed down, looked at Ron and said, "Then do you want to learn the color of knowledge or the color of arms? Knowledge color and armed color are different, and it is not enough to practice at the same time. Armed color." Without hesitation, Ron spoke without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his hand directly. Condensation. With a low growl, a cloud of black gas could be seen floating in the area above Ron's finger. However, it only covered 3 fingers, and it did not reach the stage of covering fists, arms, or even the whole body. Armament hockey. Seeing this situation, both Ivakov and Lightning couldn't help exclaiming. The two looked at each other, and both looked at Ron in astonishment. Unexpectedly, the latter actually mastered the armed color. Although it is still extremely superficial, it has not even really started. May be able to control the emergence of armament hockey, which means that Ron is not far away from mastering it. Not bad. Nodding his head, Ron looked at Ivakov and said, "I've already learned part of it. But it is also difficult for me to continue to grow. I can't even grasp the power in it, so I hope you, Ivakov, can help me perfect it as soon as possible." No problem. With a promise, Ivakov is not refusing anything. After all, he couldn't be regretting what he had promised before. In addition, Ron himself is strong enough, and the benefits of being friendly with him are much more than the benefits of being hostile to him. Chapter 37 Marine High-Level Wrath, Armament Hockey Xiaochang. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What? It's such a big mess. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku slapped the table hard after listening to Magellan's narration. Not only him, including the Marine executives sitting in the office. Garp, Zephyr, Crane Vice Admiral, Akainu, Aokiji, and Kizaru also all looked solemn. They had all heard what Magellan had to say, too. At this moment, I also know about the things in Impel down. The Sphinx and Domino are killed. The pirate Ron cooperates with the Revolutionary Army cadres to rescue the most senior cadre of the Revolutionary Army, the Monster King Ivakov. Marshal Sengoku. At this time, the voice of Magellan in the phone worm resounded again. "This matter is my responsibility. If I hadn't been careless, I would never have given those guys a chance. Now that Domino is dead, the pirate Ron and Ivakov have all disappeared." Hearing this, Sengoku frowned. Disappears in Impel down. This is not good news. But there is one thing he can be sure of, that is, the latter cannot come out of Impel down. After all, the overall structure outside Impel down is also made of the world's strongest materials such as seastone. Not even Lightning's ability to cut through walls can break it. In this way, the only possibility is that it is hiding in Impel down, or even any area of the 5-story prison. I know Magellan. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku looked at the phone and said, "I'll send someone over to help you with this matter." Advertisement. I am deeply ashamed of Domino's death, but the position of deputy warden cannot be left unoccupied. In this way, You let the chief jailer Sati-chan be promoted to the position of deputy warden first, and you must hold Impel down before Marine's people arrive, and don't give those guys any chance to make trouble again. Yes. Inside the phone bug, Magellan's voice resounded. And Sengoku hung up the bug without hesitation. Immediately afterwards, he turned his eyes to the office. Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, which of you three would like to go to Impel down? Pirate Ron, Evakov and Lightning. These three guys are too rampant and daring, and they must be brought to justice. As soon as these words came out, Garp and the others all looked at the three admirals. After all, Magellan just made it clear. Ron's devil fruit is a devil fruit of the light department, which is extremely restrained from his poisonous fruit. This also led to Magellan's inability to win Ron even though he was much stronger than Ron. Therefore, only by sending Admiral to arrive in person can there be a chance and possibility to suppress it. Very scary. Marshal Sengoku, I have a mission. In the next time, I will almost go back and forth between the world government and Mirai Island. Kizaru rubbed his fingernails and said calmly, in this case, I won't have time to deal with other things. Sengoku frowned when he said that. Although Kizaru's words are a bit evasive, but it is indeed a valid reason. Thinking of this, he looked at Kizaru and Aokiji. Marshal Sengoku, don't look at me. At this time, Akainu was the first to speak. Go and catch people in Impel down. You know me, I'm afraid I can't help but kill all the pirates in it. And during this period of time, New World is also extremely restless. The big pirate Kaido and Linlin are all vying for territory. Besides, Akoku, Silver Axe, John and others who are strong from the older generation are also stirring up the storm. Advertisement. I came back this time only for 2 or 3 days to recuperate, and then I need to lead the people under my command to continue to New World. Hearing this, Sengoku's eyes flashed a hint of helplessness. Everyone knows Akainu's personality. Let him go to Impel down. Facing so many pirates, he might really wipe them all out with one great eruption. Aokiji. Taking a deep breath, Sengoku quickly made up his mind, looked at Kuzan who was sitting beside him and said, I leave this matter to you. You go cooperate with Magellan and make sure to bring Ron, Evakov and Lightning to justice. If they continue to stubbornly resist, then kill them all. Okay. Lazily agreed. Kuzan's eyes were a little helpless at the moment. To be honest, he really didn't want to do such a thing. Too much trouble. Impel down is absolutely tied, and it will be very difficult for him to complete the task then. It's a pity that both Kizaru and Akainu have legitimate reasons, and he really can't refute anything. With a helpless sigh, Kuzan stood up and said, so, then Marshal Sengoku, I will take my leave. Not long ago, Weasel Vice Admiral and others escorted Bullet to Impel down. I hope I can catch up. At that time, let the Weasel Vice Admiral and others help me, and try to get rid of the 3 little mice as soon as possible. After speaking, Kuzan walked out of the office. No problem. You let go and do it. To this, Sengoku nodded. After watching Kuzan leave, he said solemnly, let's discuss the matter of New World next. Everyone has heard Akainu's words just now. Advertisement. With our capture of Bullet, the New World has been completely thrown into chaos. Under such circumstances, the entire New World has already begun to rage. This is also the best opportunity for our Marine. If we can seize the opportunity, then my Marine can enter New World to establish a base. At that time. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Broken. On this day, in the underground space, Ron punched out and directly destroyed a boulder in the front area. It can be seen that his right arm has been completely black, which is a sign of armament hockey. It's done. Seeing this situation, Ron's face suddenly showed joy. He's done. Armament hockey. And it has been mastered in the true sense. Although it hasn't reached a very high level, but relying on this hand is enough to make capable people dare not underestimate it. The most important thing is that with the improvement of armed color, his own constraints are also released by Shi in one step. As far as the current situation is concerned, there will be no obstacles in his ability to reach Vice Admiral, or even Elite Vice Admiral. Papa. Evakov clapped his hands, stepped forward and said, not bad. Brother Ron is very talented. In just 3 days, he has cultivated armament hockey to the point of minor success. Such a terrifying talent is really rare in the world, and people have to sigh with emotion. Evakov. After regaining his senses, Ron turned his head to look at Evakov who came forward, and said, thank you for your guidance and teaching these days. Armament hockey has been completed, can we start to practice knowledge and knowledge? Chapter 38 Aokiji's Arrival, the Purpose of the Revolutionary Army. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. After speaking, Ron's eyes were full of anticipation. Although there is a manual for the cultivation of knowledge and knowledge, it is still faster for experienced people to give pointers to this thing. His goal is not big, he just wants to achieve a small success first, and release the constraints of the world's rules on himself. Yes. Nodding his head, Evakov looked at Ron and said, Brother Ron is very talented. I believe that learning about color can also be completed in a short time. In that case, then we. Oh no. However, before Evakov finished speaking, there was a burst of urgent cries. Looking at the sound, you can see that lightning is rushing from a distance. Soon, he arrived at the arena and said, Marine's people are here. Marine Admiral Aokiji leads the team himself, followed by 8 Marine Vice Admirals. Marine Admiral Aokiji, Hatches and Headquarters Vice Admiral. Hearing this, Ron and Evakov's expressions were solemn. If this group of people came to hunt him down, it would definitely not be good news. Especially Aokiji. That was a genuine Marine Admiral, and its combat power had reached the peak of Admiral, infinitely close to the 4 Emperors' level of combat power. In addition, the 8 main divisions, Vice Admiral, followed closely behind, and they were all difficult to deal with. It can be said that the 8 Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals did not beat Magellan, but they were definitely not inferior. Are they coming after us? At this moment, Ron asked. What happened this time was that they made a big fuss. Advertisement. But having Marine Admiral in person didn't seem to be enough. Yes and no. Slightly pondering, Lightning said, I saw them escorting the Devil's Descendant bullet in. I don't know what happened to those Marine Vice Admirals, but from the jailer's conversation, it can be heard that Aokiji is indeed coming for us. According to the jailer's account, it seems that Naval Headquarters assigned Aokiji to handle the matter because His Excellency Ron killed Domino. Hearing this, both Ron and Evakov's expressions sank. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. If they stayed, then they would not have much fear. But if the person who stays is Aokiji, then this matter is hard to say. Lightning. At this time, Ivakov raised his head and said solemnly, use your ability to establish passages to the various layers of Impel down as quickly as possible. Aokiji should not be underestimated. If he notices our presence, we will escape through the tunnel as soon as possible. Good. With a promise, Lightning turned around and prepared to leave. Wait a minute. Seeing this situation, Ron pondered for a moment, and immediately called out, Lightning, take me with you. I also want to see the traces of Aokiji and his party. It's best to be able to figure out where the entrance to the 6th floor is. He has learned to arm color. It won't take long, and under the guidance of Ivakov, the completion of knowledge and knowledge is also a certainty. In this way, once he perfected all these, he must go to the 6th floor. This time is a good opportunity. Marine escorts bullet into it, and he can take this opportunity to find out. As long as he masters the entrance of the 6th floor, he can try to enter it to complete the sign in after he has perfected himself. This advertisement. Hearing this, Lightning didn't agree immediately, but looked at where Evakov was. Let's go together. At this time, Evakov hesitated and said, Impel is down on the 6th floor, and we all just heard about it and don't know the entrance. And the people we are looking for are likely to be on the 6th floor. This is also our chance. Good. After hearing this, Lightning agreed. Come with me. After leaving a word, Lightning quickly moved towards an area. Seeing this situation, Ron and Evakov immediately followed. However, as he continued to move forward, Ron's eyes also showed a puzzled look. Evakov and Lightning still looking for someone. Wasn't the person Lightning was going to save before Evakov? That being the case, who else are they looking for in Impel Down? The original book does not seem to say that there is any high-level revolutionary army in Impel Down. Evakov. As he continued to move forward, Ron asked curiously, who are you looking for? Isn't the purpose of Lightning not just to save you? Hearing this, Evakov and Lightning looked at each other. For a moment, neither of them knew how to answer Ron. After all, this matter is a secret of the revolutionary army, so it cannot be casually told to outsiders. But after getting along with each other these days, they also understood that Ron is not a bad person. The most important thing is that after going through this incident, the relationship between the two parties is still pretty good. It's a special pirate. After a brief silence, Evakov seemed determined to say. Little Eva. Advertisement. Seeing this situation, Lightning became anxious and subconsciously wanted to stop it. Okay, Lightning. In this regard, Evakov waved his hand, stopped the lightning, looked at Ron and said, but brother Ron will keep it secret for us. Of course. Smiling lightly, Ron looked at Evakov and said, although I don't join the revolutionary army, it doesn't mean I don't like the revolutionary army. And one more person has more strength. If I know your purpose, I can help you at that time. If it is completed, the favor of the revolutionary army will be very valuable by then. This isn't Ron joking, although he doesn't like the current revolutionary army, or even Dolan's layout concept. But one thing is for sure. That is, after more than 10 years, the revolutionary army will indeed become another top power after world government, marine, pirates and the underground world. At that time, the value of the revolutionary army's favor is extraordinary, even. Good. Nodding, while the three of them were on their way, Ivakov said, we are looking for the great pirate Bo Saishi. This person is a Logia Shishui fruit ability user. It was the top pirate known as the god of the sea back then, and he held a special treasure map in his hand. According to the information we got, the treasure map contains something that our revolutionary army desperately needs. This time the leader asked us to come here in order to find Bo Saishi and get the blueprint of the treasure map in his hand. Poseidon. Isn't Poseidon? Frowning, Ron's eyes showed a hint of astonishment. This Bo Saixi's luck is really not ordinary. Logia Shishui fruit. In this world where the sea is everywhere, it is like a godlike existence. I really don't know how this guy was captured by Marine and even thrown into Impel Down in the first place. Chapter 39 Escort the team, startle the snake. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Understood. After a long time, Ron came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and said, I see. But the person you are looking for should be on the 6th floor. In this case, why didn't you have such thoughts and ideas before? However, Evakov and Lightning smiled bitterly at the moment. After looking at each other, Evakov said, because we didn't know where he was detained before. Our task this time is to sneak into it, find the target and complete anything. For this reason, the plan we have formulated is to complete it in at least 10 to 15 years. I see. Suddenly realized the nod. Ron figured it out, and the Revolutionary Army didn't even know where the Shishui fruit ability was being held. This is what led to the long cycle of their plans. This is why neither Lightning nor Evakov had any intention of going to the 6th floor before. I'm afraid that it is now confirmed that the ladder is not on the first 5 floors, so I have the thought of exploring the entrance of the 6th floor. Here we are. At this time, Lightning suddenly spoke. In the next second, the three of them stopped moving forward. Looking up, it can be seen that the three people at this moment have arrived in a wall. In the area outside the wall, the sound of uniform steps resounded at this moment. Through the small gap, it can be seen that he is in an empty cell at the moment. In the distant area, Marine is escorting Bullet, who is bound by countless seastone chains, to advance rapidly. White eyes open. Without any hesitation, Ron quickly rolled his eyes. Advertisement. He doesn't know what to do. This also resulted in limited views from the tiny gap. However, as the white eyes opened, he also had a panoramic view of the outside world. Aokiji Admiral. As the escorting team moved forward, Magellan said with a serious face, the preparations in the 6th floor have been completed. Bullet will have no possibility of escaping after entering it. But how do we find those escaped guys next? Speaking of this, Magellan looked a little bitter. 3 days. The jailer almost doubled down on Impel down. But there was no trace of the three of Ron, which made Magellan extremely worried. After all, they couldn't find out where the person was, even if they knew that he was still in Impel down, they couldn't do anything about it. No need to worry. Hearing this, Aokiji glanced at Magellan, and then said, we have made a judgment on this matter a long time ago. Since those guys are still in Impel down, there must be somewhere to hide. After sending Bullet into custody, we will send out knowledgeable people to assist in the investigation. Ordinary jailers cannot inquire, but if they are knowledgeable and powerful, the difficulty of finding them will be much reduced. Hearing this, Magellan's eyes lit up. If this is the case, then this matter is indeed a great turning point. After all, the range of knowledgeable people who can detect is not limited to the surface. At that time, as long as the hiding place of the three of Ron is found, it is impossible for these three guys to make any waves. Aokiji Admiral. Thinking of this, Magellan looked much more relieved, and said, since you already have a plan, I'm at ease. It's just that when the three of them are found, I hope. Who? However, before Magellan finished speaking, suddenly someone next to Aokiji shouted loudly. Advertisement. In the next second, an extremely powerful sense of knowledge gushed out from the Marine Vice Admiral's body, and began to rapidly spread towards the surroundings. Not good. That guy's knowledge has reached the top level. Almost instantly, Ivakov and Lightning inside the wall were both shaken. Without any hesitation, the two of them quickly turned off their sense of knowledge, and blood stains appeared at the corners of their mouths. The color of knowledge is counterproductive. When the two were peeping, they encountered the impact of the top-level knowledge. Fortunately, the two of them cancelled their knowledge and knowledge immediately, otherwise they would not only spit blood, but even risk exposure. What happened? Meanwhile, both Aokiji and Magellan looked at the Marine Vice Admiral. Especially Aokiji, his brows were furrowed at this moment, and he vaguely felt something was wrong. Aokiji Admiral. Restraining his knowledge, the Marine Vice Admiral stepped forward and said, just now, 2 strange people were spying on us. It's a pity that those 2 guys reacted too quickly. Although I injured them immediately, I couldn't find their trace. What? The color of strange knowledge. Hearing this, Aokiji and Magellan turned livid. After looking at each other, the two also released their knowledge and looked around. It's a pity that although the knowledgeable investigation is unparalleled, it can't gain insight into the 3 Ron hidden in the wall. A mouse in the dark. With a cold snort, Magellan gritted his teeth and said, it must be the 3 of Ron. According to the information, the cadres of the Revolutionary Army all have 2-color hockey. And the pirate Ron has not mastered the 2-color hockey, and these 2 peaking strange and knowledgeable colors are likely to be them. It's really arrogant. Aokiji opened his mouth, and restrained his knowledge. Special devil fruit. Advertisement. Not only can it travel through the soil of the wall, but it also has such a strong concealment. The value of this Revolutionary Army cadre is not low. I didn't expect to be sent to Impel down. Magellan, do you know what their real purpose is? With such excellent senior cadres, it is impossible for the Revolutionary Army to send them into Impel down just to save people. Hearing this, Magellan didn't know how to answer for a while. Purpose. Task. How did he know this? Even if Aokiji hadn't mentioned it, he wouldn't have been able to react. Aokiji Admiral. For a while, Magellan said with some shame, this matter is my negligence. I don't know what their purpose is. But those guys are secretly spying on us now, probably for the 6th floor. Having said that, Magellan looked determined. After all, Ron went all the way from the 1st floor to the 5th floor. If there is any purpose, it is reasonable to say that it has already been completed. But these guys are still peeping from the dark, so apart from the first 5 floors, the only possibility is those dangerous people who are imprisoned on the 6th floor. Possible. Nodding his head, Aokiji glanced at the scarred bullet not far away. Immediately afterwards, the corner of his mouth raised and said, "In that case, let's move on. They peek into the 6th floor, and even want to enter it. Then let's take them to the 6th floor, where a devil fruit can't do whatever he wants." Yes, good. Hearing this, Magellan and the Marine Vice Admiral all smiled. As Aokiji said, the 6th floor can be completely different from the first 5. Even if the entrance is known, it's not an exaggeration if the 3 of Ron dare to break in. Chapter 40 Entrance to the 6th floor, a chance to sneak in. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. With that said, Magellan and his group quickened their pace. What should we do? Seeing this situation, Evakov and Lightning subconsciously looked at Ron. The two were already a little nervous at the moment. Aokiji and the others couldn't hear their words, but the backlash from the knowledgeable just now was extremely strong. This also led to them being a little at a loss now. Follow up. Regarding this, Ron was extremely indifferent, looking towards the distant area and said, "We don't need to give up until we reach the entrance of the 6th floor. And those guys can't find us with their knowledge, but my eyes can also lock them." As he spoke, Ron pointed to the white eyes he had opened. "Yeah, special devil fruit." Nodding thoughtfully, Evakov and Lightning breathed a sigh of relief. After looking at each other, the two didn't hesitate, and continued to move forward. Under such circumstances, a group of people moved forward one after the other. It didn't take long for them to successfully reach the entrance of the 6th floor. It was an extremely large iron gate, and it was so dark that it could be seen from a distance. The so-called iron gate was actually made of sea stone. Good guy. As expected of Marine, you really are rich and powerful. Such a huge iron gate is actually made of sea stone. Subconsciously speaking, the expressions of Evakov and Lightning were extremely dignified. By now, they could all see the seriousness of this matter. Even under the current circumstances, it is almost impossible for them to break into the 6th floor with their strength. Advertisement. That seastone-built door alone is enough to keep any demon fruit power at bay. The building with the 6th floor is also mixed with seastone. This has also led to the fact that the power of devil fruit cannot be broken. And the person they want to find is in the 6th prison. This also leads to almost no opportunities and possibilities for them. For a moment, complex expressions flickered in the eyes of the two of them. It's really troublesome. Ron was also frowning at this moment. I thought that after I found the entrance, I could find a chance to sneak in and complete the sign-in. But judging from the current situation, he has no chance at all. Although he is not afraid of the existence of seastone, it is not easy for him to break through this door. Once there is a big commotion, Magellan and others will also be moved by it, and it will be a question of whether he can get away at that time. Open the door. At this moment, Magellan's low growl resounded. In the next second, the door to the entrance of the 6th floor opened. Aokiji and his team escorted Bullet and walked directly towards it. Let's go too. Looking at the gradually closing door, Ron sighed. Up to now, the matter of entering the 6th floor needs to be carefully planned. Coupled with the existence of Naval Headquarters Vice Admirals such as Aokiji, he really can't act rashly. Good. No problem. After agreeing, neither Evakov nor Lightning refused. At this moment, the two also understand the difficulty of entering the 6th floor. Without any hesitation, the three quickly began to retreat. Advertisement. At the same time, Lightning also blocked all the passages opened up. Half an hour later, the group of 3 returned to the underground space. Eva, our task is not easy. Just after landing, Lightning said with a serious expression, according to what I just saw, it's not just the difficulty of getting into the 6th floor. There is still a period of time to come from the search led by Marine Admiral Aokiji. Hearing this, Evakov nodded. This matter is indeed troublesome, but he has no intention of being afraid or giving up. As one of the most senior cadres of the Revolutionary Army, his will is unquestionable. Thinking of this, Evakov said, Lightning, then you should act first. Establish the tunnel linking the first 5 floors of Impel down as soon as possible. Build more, and if there is a problem at that time, we will transfer it as soon as possible. Aokiji's strength is not something we can contend with, and we can deal with it. There is no need to head on. Good. With a promise, Lightning is not struggling with anything. As Evakov said, after the task, I can slowly look for opportunities. But now Aokiji and others are the biggest threat. Thinking of this, Lightning turned around and cast the power of Devil Fruit and started to act. Brother Ron. After the lightning left, Evakov looked at Ron and said, you also seem to want to enter the 6th floor. Can I know what your purpose is? As he spoke, Evakov looked straight at Ron. Although Ron didn't deliberately show anything just now. But Evakov can also see that his goal is also the 6th floor. It's just that he didn't know Ron's purpose clearly, and he even said that he was quite curious. Advertisement. Glancing at Evakov, Ron hesitated and said, I want to go inside and meet a certain legendary pirate. Speaking of this, the figure of the Red Earl emerged in Ron's mind. In the original book, the Red Earl was imprisoned in Impel Down. Because of the Impel Down event, Blackbeard defeated Magellan and led to the escape of countless great pirates. The Red Earl is one of them. After going out, the Red Earl got the legendary Zone Batfruit Phantom Beast vampire form. So far, the Red Earl has regained his youth in one fell swoop, and even regained his fighting power at his peak. If it weren't for the fact that it was born in the theater version, it was eventually defeated by the Straw Hat Pirates. It can be said that the Red Earl is definitely a ceiling-level existence in the world. Even Whitebeard in his old age is unlikely to be a match for the recovered peak in the young Red Earl. Moreover, the Red Earl is a loner, a person who does not believe in his companions in the true sense. It can be said that this is definitely one of Ron's best goals and candidates. Only this time the distinguished heavenly gods was cast on Sati-chan. If given the chance, Ron still wants to launch distinguished heavenly gods on him, and even subdue him to become his subordinate. Legendary pirate. You mean the Golden Lion? However, Evakov didn't think so at the moment, but said subconsciously, are you a descendant of the Golden Lion? Could it be that you came to Impel Down this time to rescue the Golden Lion? Descendants of the Golden Lion. It's all about what? The corner of his mouth twitched, and Ron subconsciously wanted to refute. But soon, Ron's pupils shrank. According to Evakov, the Golden Lion is still in Impel Down. And it seems that Golden Lion has not yet completed the jailbreak. Doesn't this mean that once Golden Lion escapes from prison, his own opportunity will come? Chapter 41 Learning about Color, Marine Raids. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Evakov. Subconsciously, Ron asked, is the Golden Lion still in Impel Down now? Yes. Nodding his head, Evakov looked at Ron strangely and said, aren't you for him? At this moment, Evakov was confused. Legendary pirate. There are very few pirates in this world who can be called legendary pirates. As far as he knows, the only one being held is the Golden Lion. But what Ron meant just now was also very obvious, that is, he didn't come for the Golden Lion. In this way, who is the legendary pirate still imprisoned in the 6th floor of Impel Down? Good news. The corners of his mouth turned up, and Ron's inner thoughts were completely alive. Calculated according to the timeline, the Golden Lion may not be able to bear it anymore. Although I don't know when it will take action, I believe it will definitely not be too long. After all, it is only a decade or so before the start of the original storyline. In this way, as long as you find out the time period for Golden Lion to escape from prison, not only can you sneak into the 6th floor, but you may even take this opportunity to leave Impel Down. He never intended to stay in Impel Down forever. It's just that although every sign in has made him stronger, it's not enough to make him leave this place. Golden Lion. I have to find a chance to find out about this guy. Touching his chin, Ron looked at Evakov and said, Evakov, you can contact Lightning later. Ask him to help me find a phone bug in Impel Down, preferably one that can connect to Warden Sati-chan. What? Advertisement. Hearing this, Evakov stared wide-eyed, looked at Ron in horror and said, Brother Ron, what do you mean? Contact Marine, are you planning to surrender yourself? As he said that, Evakov subconsciously took a few steps back. While looking alert, the strength in his body began to accumulate. If Ron really had such a plan, then he definitely wouldn't sit still. Even once things get out of control, he will definitely choose to take action. Although Ron gave him a good sense, if it affects the plan of the Revolutionary Army, it is the real enemy. No. Noticing Evakov's look, Ron didn't know what he was thinking. After waving his hands again and again, Ron said, Sati-chan is mine. Otherwise, do you think I could kill Domino so easily and in such a short time? If it wasn't for Sati-chan's help, it would be impossible for Domino to be killed by me in a short time. Hearing this, Ivakov was dumbfounded. Rubbing his ears, he even wondered if he heard it wrong. Chief Jailer Sati-chan. This is definitely a high rise within Impel Down. But now Ron is actually saying this guy is his, it's just. No wonder. After a brief moment of astonishment, Evakov quickly reacted. After looking at Ron complicatedly, Evakov said, no wonder you were able to sneak into Impel Down so smoothly. It turned out that it was because of the cooperation of the warden. Why are you contacting him now? After speaking, Evakov looked at Ron again, his eyes full of curiosity. At the same time, his inner vigilance did not let up. Advertisement. After all, we are not comrades of the Revolutionary Army, so it is impossible for him to give Ron absolute trust. Help me investigate the Golden Lion. No nonsense, Ron replied directly. If you give Golden Lion a chance, do you think he will complete the escape? As long as he escapes from prison, it will be a big deal. At that time, the 6th floor, no, the entire Impel Down will be completely in turmoil. In this way, we can take this opportunity to enter the 6th floor. Hearing Ron's plan, Evakov was first stunned, then surprised, and finally ready to move. Without him, although Ron's plan is risky, the possibility of success is very high. Even if it succeeds, the benefits will be huge at that time, and it will be a great opportunity even for them. I see. After a while, Evakov came back to his senses, looked at Ron and said, I'll tell Lightning to help you get rid of the phone bug. Brother Ron, let's start the practice of knowledge color. Your strength is very strong, but in this Impel Down it is almost all demon fruit power. Without mastering two-color hockey, your offensive methods are indeed lacking a lot. Good. There was no rejection, and Ron was also solemn at the moment. Taking a deep breath to stabilize his emotions, Ron cupped his fists at Evakov and said, if that's the case, I'll trouble the Demon King. Regarding this, Evakov didn't talk nonsense, and directly took out a black cloth and threw it to Ron, blindfold. Shut down your special devil fruit power. Next, I will attack you with a stick, and you need to rely on your sixth sense to avoid it. As your sixth sense becomes stronger, the color of knowledge and knowledge will gradually open until it is completely mastered by you. Good. With a promise, Ron didn't refuse, took the black cloth and covered his eyes. Immediately afterwards, the two began to practice. Advertisement. Clap clap. Clap clap. For a while, the sound of the wooden stick hitting the body continued to resound. Ron had never used this kind of training, so he naturally couldn't handle it. Under the training of Evakov, it can be described as miserable. As time went by, 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, the three of Ron had changed hiding places several times. During this time, the entire Impel Down has been thoroughly searched time and time again. Aokiji, Magellan leads the team himself. Coupled with the help of Marine Vice Admirals, it directly opened up a search full of knowledge and knowledge. Although the underground space made by lightning is difficult to be exposed. However, traces will still appear under repeated glances. This also led to the rapid transfer of the three of Ron. At this moment, they have moved from the 5th floor to the wild beast hell on the 2nd floor. Unsurprisingly, lightning built the entrance inside the beast's lair. After blocking all the connection channels, the three of them hid inside but were not noticed. Because there are ferocious beasts from the outside as cover, it is difficult to investigate deeply even if it is knowledgeable. Under such circumstances, Marine, which is dominated by Aokiji, is getting more and more uncomfortable. 5 days. For 5 full days, they had searched Impel Down more than once. Although some traces were found, there was no trace of the three of Ron at all. This made Aokiji, who is Marine Admiral, feel a headache. It can't go on like this. In the prison office on the 4th floor, Aokiji frowned and looked at Magellan and said, Magellan, it seems that you need to rely on yourself next. Chapter 42 New World Chaos, Master Observation Hockey. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What's the meaning? Hearing this, Magellan was taken aback, then subconsciously looked at Aokiji and said, Aokiji Admiral, what do you mean? Not only him, but also the Marine Vice Admirals on the side, and Sati-chan, who had just been promoted to Deputy Warden, also showed curiosity. It's time for us to leave. In this regard, Aokiji shook his head, and then said, after several days of investigation, we can already confirm that the hiding technique of the other party is far beyond our limit. But the good thing is that Impel Down is made of sea stone as a whole, and the latter can only escape through the entrance of the 1st floor prison. So, next, Director Magellan needs to cooperate and let Deputy Director Hanyabal guard the 1st floor above ground. In this way, those guys have no possibility of escaping. Hearing this, Magellan and the others frowned. Although Aokiji's words are not wrong, there are still great disadvantages in it. That is to give up completely and lie flat. When the three of Ron could not be found, their search plan had to be completely abandoned. Why? Subconsciously, Magellan said, Aokiji Admiral, those guys hiding in Impel Down are also a huge evil. And you've seen it these days, those underground spaces are really hard to find. If we stop hunting, then the latter will be able to hide forever by relying on the underground space. At this moment, Magellan was extremely impatient. If Aokiji and the others leave, he doesn't have much confidence in finding Ron and the others. On top of that, he's fought Ron before. The power of his own devil fruit was restrained by it. Advertisement. Without the presence of Aokiji and others, even if they show up at that time, they will have nothing to do. No no no. Shaking his head, Aokiji looked at Magellan and said, Magellan, you are too impatient. Although they can't be caught in a short time, those guys don't have any food supplies. That way, just be prepared that there will be plenty of opportunities to catch them. However, we cannot continue to stay here. Marshal Sengoku has just called me. Marshal Sengoku. Hearing this, Magellan swallowed back the words that came to his lips. He knew that it would be impossible for Sengoku to contact Aokiji at this time if something big hadn't happened. Aokiji Admiral, is something happening outside? At this time, a Marine Vice Admiral asked. As soon as these words came out, the rest of the people also looked at Aokiji. After all, their goal this time was to capture the three of Ron. But now that Aokiji is about to withdraw, it can be seen that something must have happened to the outside world. Not bad. Nodding his head, Aokiji stood up and said, something happened to New World. The red-haired Shanks returned with a broken arm, and now he has joined the big fight. Under such circumstances, there must be a king born in New World. Kaido, Big Mom, Whitebeard, John, Akoku, Silver Axe, Shanks and others are all contenders for this one. According to Marshal Sengoku, Our Marine must also take this opportunity to enter New World. We must now be transferred back to join the battle, so that Marine's power can completely take root in New World, so as to ensure control of the world. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was silent. Advertisement. Pirates fight. Everyone knows about this. In New World, the battle between the top pirates has been going on for countless years. But now that the Emperor should be elected, this is absolutely shocking. At the same time, once the Emperor comes to power, the situation of the New World Smash Bros will also change. If Marine can't take this opportunity to gain a foothold in New World, then there is really no possibility of meddling in the future. I see. With a sigh, Magellan knew that the situation outside was worse than his own. After taking a deep breath, Magellan stood up and said, Aokiji Admiral, I support your decision. Next, I will guard the food and supplies, so as to look for opportunities to capture the three of Ron. Good. With a promise, Aokiji immediately said, in this case, then we should leave. Director Magellan, I'll leave the rest of the Impel down to you. After the New World matter is settled, Naval Headquarters will continue to send people to help you. As he said that, Aokiji didn't linger, and directly led his Marine Vice Admiral towards the outside world. Seeing this situation, Magellan did not hesitate, looked aside and said, Sadi-chan, go and send Aokiji Admiral and others off. Yes. With a promise, Sadi-chan smiled and immediately followed. An hour later, Sadi-chan sent Aokiji and his party to leave Impel down on a warship. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with Hanyable, Sadi-chan returned to Impel down. Instead of going to find Magellan immediately, Sadi-chan returned to his residence directly. After closing the door, Sadi-chan took out a phone bug and dialed it without hesitation. Advertisement. In the underground space of the beast's lair, Ron kept dodging under Evakov's attack. Call out. Call out. As the wooden stick failed again and again, Ron had become more comfortable at this moment. No matter how Evakov attacked, he avoided it as if he knew it. After persisting for about 10 minutes, Evakov stopped his waving movements and said, Brother Ron, congratulations. I really didn't expect that in just 5 or 6 days, your knowledge have already become small. Hearing this, Ron also laughed. Reaching out to remove the black cloth from his eyes, he looked at Ivakov and said, thank you for all of this. Evakov, if it weren't for your guidance and teaching, I wouldn't be able to complete the promotion in such a short period of time. At this moment, Ron was in a good mood. Two-color hockey small success. He finally accomplished his purpose. Although Conquerors has not yet awakened, this thing is a bit mysterious, and it cannot be mastered by learning. And after mastering the two-color hockey, they can say that the last drawbacks have also been lifted. Without the restrictions of the world rules, he will not be hindered even if he enters the admiral level. In this way, all he needs to do is to complete the sign in as soon as possible, or even leave Impel down. Thinking of this, Ron looked at Evakov and said, Evakov, I have worked hard for you during this time, Beep beep. At this moment, the voice of the phone bug in Ron's arms interrupted their words. For a while, Ron showed an apologetic expression to Evakov, then took out the phone and said, Mossy, what's the matter? Chapter 43 Prison Break. Contacting the Golden Lion. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Master, Aokiji took someone away. In the phone bug, Sadi-chan's voice came out. I just watched them leave Impel down. What? Aokiji is gone. Hearing this, both Ron and Evakov were shocked. To be honest, this kind of thing is really unexpected, even completely unexpected. Aokiji and others, when they came 5 days ago, they were very aggressive. Even during the hunt during this period, the three of them had to hide in the range of the beast's lair to avoid it. But what happened? It took only 5 days to leave, which completely meant that there was a lot of thunder and little rain. What happened? Suppressing the astonishment in his heart, Ron asked curiously. Not only him, but Ivakov also pricked up their ears at the moment. Ron's contact with Sadi-chan was done with the help of lightning. Naturally, they all know how the relationship between the two is, and it is even more clear that Sadi-chan is really loyal to Ron. After all, the two had proposed a test before, and Sadi-chan did not spread the news when the traces were exposed. Master, something happened in New World. Not daring to be negligent, Sadi-chan immediately recounted the events in the official New World. Big Pirate Melee. The Battle of the Four Emperors. Shanks is back in the New World. After listening to Sadi-chan's narration, Ron's breath became short of breath. According to Sadi-chan, this also means that the four emperors will be officially born soon. In addition, Shanks returned to New World with a broken arm, which means that Luffy has eaten the fateful Nika fruit. Advertisement. In this way, this also means that the Golden Lion's jailbreak is within this time. In the original book, Golden Lion escaped by cutting off his own legs. But if you have your own intervention to change it, then. I see. After a while, Ron came back to his senses, looked at the phone in his hand and said, Sadi-chan, I have a task for you. You try to enter the 6th level of hell to meet the Golden Lion. If you can, try to give Golden Lion some recovery food, or tell him where Sakura 10 Deadwood's sword is. Also, you have someone secretly monitor the entrance to the 6th floor. Once the Golden Lion escapes from it, notify me as soon as possible. Yes. With a promise, Satachan didn't know why Ron was so decisive. But as Ron's slave, she didn't have any intention of disobedience. Although this matter is very dangerous, since it is Ron's order, she will naturally go up the mountain of swords and into the sea of fire. Immediately afterwards, the phone bug was hung up. Brother Ron. At this time, Evakov looked at Ron and said, "Are you planning to use the power of the Golden Lion to cause Impel down?" Not bad. Glancing at Evakov, Ron said calmly, "I've had enough of Impel down. After going around the 6th floor, I plan to leave this place. But it's too difficult to escape with my current strength alone. But the Golden Lion is different. This guy is one of the legendary great pirates of the past. Although he is imprisoned here, I believe that as long as he is given a certain chance, he will definitely seize it. In this way, I can leave Impel down with chaos." Hearing this, Evakov fell silent. Although Ron's plan is somewhat risky, even conceited. But there is no doubt that this is indeed a good opportunity. Advertisement. Not just to Ron, but to him and Lightning. But they have not yet fulfilled their purpose of entering this place, and it is impossible to leave Impel down. Thinking of this, Ivakov's expression changed a few times, and he raised his head and said, "So, let's wait and see. Brother Ron, if you can really complete the plan by then I have something to ask for." "What is it?" Hearing this, Ron looked at Evakov curiously. After all, the two are now in a cooperative relationship. It can be seen that Evakov obviously meant that he would not inform him until he really had a chance to escape. It can be seen that what the latter wants to say is absolutely not to be underestimated. "You'll know when the time comes." Smiling slightly, Evakov didn't answer anything, but looked at Ron and said, "Brother Ron, there is still a while. Since that's the case, why don't I be your opponent to help you sharpen your two-color hockey and physical skills?" Okay. Hearing this, Ron knew that Evakov was changing the subject. But since the latter didn't say anything, he wouldn't ask any further questions. And as Evakov said, when he perfected the two-color hockey, he really needs to temper his own strength at this moment. War. With a low growl, the figures of Ron and Evakov quickly shuttled back and forth, fighting together in this area. On the other end, Sati-chan also started to act. After finishing his conversation with Ron, he returned to Magellan's place. For a brief explanation, Sati-chan looked at the busy Magellan and said, "Director Magellan, can I go to the 6th floor prison?" The 6th floor. Advertisement. Hearing this, Magellan paused for reviewing the document, raised his head and said, "Why?" "Sati-chan, you should know that your focus now should be on the hunt for the 3 of Ron. Although Aokiji and others are gone. But Magellan has no intention of giving up the hunt. Even if the success rate is very small, but as the director of Impel Down, he still has to do this." Director. Looking helplessly at Magellan, Sati-chan said, "I have just been appointed as the deputy warden, and logically, I need to meet Lord Shiryu of the Rain. And those guys' goal is actually the 6th floor, so they will probably find a way to sneak into it. If I go to the 6th floor, maybe I can lure the snake out of the hole." Hearing this, Magellan's eyes lit up. Lead the snake out of the hole. This is indeed a good idea. The Ron trio couldn't be found, that's for sure. After all, Aokiji and others hunted for 5 days but found nothing. After that, it will be more difficult for them to search. But if it is to lure the snake out of the hole, it is different. Earlier, Ron and Lightning had ventured out to save Evakov. It seems like a good plan to set up an ambush at the entrance of the 6th floor, or set up an active lure inside the 6th floor. However, this plan still needs to be perfected. The top combat power in Impel Down is not enough now, so we can't take too much risk. Thinking to himself, Magellan didn't stop anything, looked at Sati-chan and said, "So, then you can go. Be careful on your own way. If you have any intentions, please contact me or Shiryu of the Rain as soon as possible." "Yes, Lord Magellan." With the corner of his mouth raised, Sati-chan saluted Magellan, then turned around and walked towards the outside of the house. Chapter 44 Sati-chan is in action, Golden Lion jailbreak starts. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Convinced Magellan. Sati-chan didn't stay there either, and soon came to the entrance of the 6th floor. "Open the door." Following her order, the entrance door to the 6th floor opened. Immediately afterwards, Sati-chan himself hurried into it. After entering the 6th floor, Sati-chan proceeded according to his memory. Before that, she had been to the 6th floor, but it had been too long. As time passed, Sati-chan walked in darkness. Before she knew it, she had come to an area full of special stone prisons. "Sati-chan, why are you here?" At this moment, a gloomy voice resounded. Looking at the reputation, it can be seen that the figure of Shiryu of the Rain has appeared here at some time. Moreover, the knife in his hand was already being put into the scabbard, obviously it was pulled out before. "Master Shiryu of the Rain." Feeling the biting chill, Sati-chan was startled, turned his head to look at Shiryu Yuji with difficulty and said, "Subordinate Sati-chan has just been promoted to the position of deputy warden. According to the rules of Impel Down, I need to report to the adults." While speaking, Sati-chan subconsciously took several steps back. Although she felt that the former had no malice towards her, Shiryu of the Rain's aura still made her feel fearful. I see. In this regard, Shiryu of the Rain is extremely indifferent. After glancing at Sati-chan, he immediately walked out from the darkness. Let's go. Since you are here, I will take you to see the situation on the 6th floor. Good. Once promised, Sati-chan did not refuse. She has not forgotten the purpose of her coming here. Advertisement. Find the Golden Lion and follow Ron's instructions. Under such circumstances, Sati-chan followed Shiryu of the Rain and began to wander around the 6th floor. As time went by, Sati-chan soon found where the Golden Lion was. It can be seen that he is being held in a separate cell at the moment. His legs were bound by seastone chains, and he looked extremely embarrassed and weak. However, Sati-chan did not show it immediately, but followed Shiryu of the Rain and continued to investigate quietly. Soon, Sati-chan finished watching the situation of the 6th prison. Immediately afterwards, she followed Shiryu of the Rain to the office to report on her work. At the same time, Sati-chan also saw the location of the Golden Lion's twin sabers. A few hours later, Sati-chan finished his report and left. Before leaving, he purposely dropped some special food and a note into Golden Lion's cell. After doing all this, she hurriedly left the 6th floor prison. All this, even Shiryu of the Rain didn't notice. What's this? Only the Golden Lion in the cell frowned at the things thrown in. Immediately afterwards, he struggled to stand up and walked forward. Picking up the note on the ground, Golden Lion's pupils shrank. Immediately afterwards, he seemed to have thought of something, and with the corner of his mouth raised, he picked up the note and the food on the ground and ate them together. After finishing all this, Golden Lion returned to the original place and began to gather strength. And Sati-chan has returned to the 5th floor after completing the task. Without any hesitation, she led the jailers under her command to continue the search. At the same time, she also informed Ron of the completion of the task. Ron was extremely happy about this. After finishing the conversation with Sati-chan, start sparring with Evakov. Time flies, and 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Boom. Advertisement. On this day, just after Ron and Evakov finished dueling, a deafening roar came from the outside world. For a time, the area where they lived shook. What happened? What happened? Evakov and Lightning stood up abruptly, their faces solemn. At this moment, they once again returned to the 5th floor prison. Being in the underground space, they felt vaguely uneasy. Immediately, both of them had the urge to escape from this place as soon as possible. Beep beep beep. At this time, the phone bug in Ron's arms rang. Could it be? For a split second, Ron's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, he quickly took out the phone and said, "I'm Ron." Owner. Sati-chan's voice came out, and the phone bug quickly changed its appearance. Immediately afterwards, Sati-chan said with a trembling voice, "Jin, Golden Lion has escaped from prison. He cut off his own legs, defeated Shiryu of the Rain and took back his 2 supreme swords. Now Golden Lion has destroyed the 6th floor entrance door and entered the 5th floor." Really? Hearing this, Ron smiled even more. Finally started. Not in vain for waiting so long. For a moment, Ron looked at the phone bug and said, "I see. You don't want to get involved in this matter. Golden Lion's prison escape will definitely block and kill gods and Buddhas. Although your strength has improved, you are not his opponent." Yes. With a promise, Sati-chan hung up the phone bug. Advertisement. Immediately afterwards, her figure stepped out of the darkness. Glancing at the area where the Golden Lion was raging in the distance, he turned around and headed towards the 4th floor without hesitation. "You too, I should leave too." And as the phone bug hung up, Ron's eyes were also on Evakov and Lightning at the moment. The Golden Lion jailbreak begins. The entrance to the 6th floor has been opened. Now is the perfect time for him to dive into it. After the check-in is done, that's the perfect time for him to leave this Impel down. Brother Ron. Hearing this, Evakov and Lightning hesitated for a while. Both of them knew that Ron's purpose was to enter the 6th floor. To be honest, they all want to be in it too. But neither Evakov nor Lightning dared to take risks rashly. After all, with the Golden Lion's jailbreak now, to be honest, no one knows what's going on in the 6th floor. After pondering for a while, Evakov said, "Since you are going to enter the 6th floor, brother, I wonder if I can help you find Bo Saishi. Brother, if you can help the Revolutionary Army get his treasure map, then we. Let me try. If there is a chance, I will try it for you." Frowning, Ron didn't directly agree. He doesn't know what's going on in the 6th floor, and he won't take rash risks. And it's just for the Revolutionary Army to take risks, and it has absolutely no interest in itself. Good. Nodding, Evakov and Lightning could also see Ron's thoughts. But they didn't mean to write a blank check. After looking at each other, Lightning stood up and said, "So, please come with me, Your Excellency Ron. I'll take you directly to the entrance area on the 6th floor. I believe there should be no one there now." Chapter 45 Golden Lion runs away, signs in for the 6th time. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. Inside the freezing hell, the Golden Lion was floating in midair laughing wildly. It can be seen that both of his legs were cut off, and at this moment the 2 supreme sharp knives were tied to them. Double the legs. But it doesn't affect the Golden Lion's power at all. As he kept waving his legs, huge sword energy swept out in a crisscross pattern. In an instant, all the buildings in the area in front of him were in ruins. Among them, the jailers and prisoners were also involved in it and died tragically. In just a short moment, the Golden Lion has completely destroyed this area. It's almost time to leave. After venting, a grin appeared on Golden Lion's face. Looking at the area at the entrance of the 4th floor, I happened to see the scene where Sadie Chan's figure disappeared. Is her. For a moment, Golden Lion frowned. Although I don't know what the purpose of the latter is. But now that he has come out, he has no intention of giving up. Little girl, although I don't know what your purpose is. But not everyone can take advantage of my Golden Lion. I want to see what the hell is going on behind the scenes. Saying that, Golden Lion didn't linger, and directly used lion fruit to soar into the sky. Cut. With a low growl, Golden Lion waved his legs, and a lion sword aura rose from the sky. Rumble. Advertisement. A deafening roar resounded throughout, and the extremely solid ceiling was instantly destroyed. A hole entering the 4th floor appeared, and the Golden Lion flew in without hesitation. Master Magellan is not well. Master Magellan, the Golden Lion has escaped from prison. Quote. In the 4th prison, many jailers rushed to Magellan's office. At this moment Magellan has just come out of the toilet. Before he could ask what was going on, he saw sword energy rising from the area outside the window in the distance. Immediately afterwards, the figure of the Golden Lion flew into the 4th floor. Golden Lion. Single quote. Damn, how is this possible? The pupils shrank, and Magellan's face changed drastically at this moment. He rubbed his eyes subconsciously, wondering if he was hallucinating. Otherwise, how could this extremely evil person imprisoned in the 6th floor appear here? Master Magellan. At this time, Sadie Chan finally arrived late. After entering it, the whole person breathed heavily and said, "The big thing is not good." Golden Lion escaped from prison, and for some reason broke out directly from the 6th floor. We were completely unable to resist his attack on the 5th floor, and now he has reached the 4th floor. Asshole. At this point, Magellan woke up like a dream. He was sure he wasn't hallucinating, and he didn't care about anything else. Sadie Chan, call Hanyabal immediately and ask him to come down for support. Also, contact Naval Headquarters immediately for assistance. Golden Lion must not be allowed to escape from prison, and I must not lose the face of Impel down. After speaking, Magellan didn't linger, smashed the wall with a punch and flew out. Advertisement. Yes. With a promise, Sadie Chan said without hesitation, "Everyone go help Lord Magellan immediately." Yes. Yes. Hearing this, the rest of the jailers woke up like a dream. Although Golden Lion is extremely dangerous, they have no choice now. Immediately, a group of people hurried towards the outside world. After everyone left, the corners of Sadie Chan's mouth lifted to show a hint of happiness. Then he took out the phone bug and started contacting Hanyabal and Naval Headquarters. It's really outrageous. At the entrance of the 6th floor, Ron's figure walked out of the wall. Looking at the seastone gate that has been divided into two, and the huge hole that appeared in the sky above, I couldn't help but feel emotional. Even if he has completed 5 check-ins, he has even obtained many abilities. But it is almost impossible to be like the Golden Lion. This is only the case of Golden Lion's weak posture, even cutting off his legs at his own expense. It is indeed powerful, but this is the strength of the legendary Great Pirate. Lightning also stepped forward and said with emotion, "According to the leader, Golden Lion is not inferior to Whitebeard at his peak. Unfortunately, this guy has lost his legs now, and even his strength and hockey have dropped significantly. Otherwise, I'm afraid he won't leave in such a hurry, but will completely destroy Impel down." Hearing this, Ron nodded. Indeed, the current Golden Lion is self-defeating martial arts. In the end, turning legs with 2 swords is not as good as holding a knife with both hands. The world's #1 swordsman in the old days, how much power is there now? Advertisement. After all, the current Golden Lion relies more on the power of Devil Fruit. I can't afford to waste any more time. Taking a deep breath, Ron calmed down his emotions and said, "Lightning, then I'll take my leave first." After speaking, Ron didn't linger, and rushed towards the entrance of the 6th floor in a hurry. With the news of Golden Lion's jailbreak, even if the phone bug sees him now, no one will be able to stop him. As Ron left, Lightning hesitated for a moment and did not leave, but walked towards the 6th floor. But all this Ron does not know. At this moment, he is advancing rapidly. After about 5 minutes, he entered the 6th floor through the stepped tunnel. It can be seen that the entire 6th floor is pitch black, and the air is filled with oppressive atmosphere. However, the 6th floor prison at this moment is also very lively, with countless curses resounding continuously. "Damn Golden Lion. Old Lion, you'd better be killed. Why don't you take me with you? You bastard, why doesn't the Golden Lion open my chains? My help is the best choice to escape from prison." Quote. Obviously, the pirates on the 6th floor also knew about the Golden Lion. Even when Golden Lion escaped from prison, countless people asked the latter for help. As long as Golden Lion unlocks their chains, the group of guys imprisoned in the 6th floor can fight out together. Although it doesn't sound good, if this group of people unite, it will indeed create a greater movement than the Golden Lion. Unfortunately, the Golden Lion is not much of a team player. Hearing the cussing voice, Ron shook his head with a smile. Immediately afterwards, without any hesitation, he said directly, "System, check in. Open black lens bracket ding. Detection host is on the 6th floor of Impel down endless hell, sign in successfully. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining the pupil technique, Susano. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining the eternal Mangekyō. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to host for getting Hashirama cells. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 46 Vice Admiral level combat power, crazy prisoner. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Susano. Eternal Mangekyō. Hashirama cells. Looking at the rewards he got for signing in, the smile on Ron's face grew stronger. Although what he got this time was an upgrade of his previous ability, it was still very important to him at this moment. He has launched distinguished heavenly gods and Tsukuyomi before, and he knows how seriously these things consume the power of the pupil. Mangekyō is indeed at risk of blindness, and his Mangekyō vision has also been greatly reduced. But now, with the existence of the eternal Mangekyō, there will be no risk of blindness in the future. Most importantly, eternal Mangekyō can speed up the recovery speed of pupil art. In this way, the cooling time of his distinguished heavenly gods can be reduced from 10 years to 10 years. In addition, Susano is one of the important abilities of Mangekyō. In the case of eternal Mangekyō, although he has one eye, he can also summon Susano's final form. Thinking of Madara's Susano, which is hundreds of meters high, Ron felt a twinge of jealousy. Not to mention the last Hashirama cell. This thing can speed up the recovery of one's own injuries, and can also increase one's own vitality. Coupled with his Manos Grande body, he is one step closer to the undead body of his target. System, claim the reward. Without any hesitation, Ron spoke without hesitation. Open black lens bracket ding. Award distribution. Close black lens bracket. In the next second, Ron felt a pain all over his body. Especially my left eye, along with the eternal Mangekyō, Susano and Hashirama cell fusion. The aura on Ron's body became stronger and stronger at this moment. Over time, Ron's life force increased fivefold. Under such circumstances, his physique and strength have also been greatly improved. Advertisement. Especially his left eye, which has now transformed into the eternal Mangekyō. Ha ha ha. After a while, Ron snapped his eyes open. Feeling the power in his body that was more than 10 times stronger than before, he couldn't help but burst out laughing. System, open the personal panel. Without any hesitation, Ron was eager to see what level he was at now. Open black lens bracket Ron close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age, 15 years old close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket strength, A+ close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket speed, A+ close black lens bracket. Physique, S. Spirit, S+. Open black lens bracket strength, Vice Admiral close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket devil fruit, Zone human fruit phantom beast angel form close black lens bracket. Abilities. White hits, slash, shunpo, electromagnetic cannon, 8 trigrams, observation hockey, armament hockey, marine 6 styles. Special abilities. Eternal Mangekyō blood wheel eyes, distinguished heavenly gods, Tsukuyomi, Zanpakuto Shikai Hiraemaru, high speed regeneration, pure white eyes. Close black lens bracket. Vice Admiral class. Not bad. After reading his personal panel information, the smile on Ron's face was even bigger. Although the information on the panel is only at the level of Vice Admiral, abilities such as Eternal Mangekyō, Pure White Eyes, and Zanpakuto are not included. In addition, his Devil Fruit powers are not counted. If he uses all the means of angelization, then his combat power is at least at the Quasi-Admiral level, or even at the level of an Emperor. Coupled with the fact that it doesn't have any weaknesses, it has the confidence to confront an Admiral like Magellan head-on. In addition, Ron also found a piece of good news. That is, after his Mangekyō was promoted to Eternal Mangekyō, the cooldown time of distinguished heavenly gods was halved. It originally required a cooling off period of 10 years, but now it is only 5 years. Advertisement. This also means that every 5 years, he can use distinguished heavenly gods to subdue a subordinate. Especially when his mental power is strong enough now, even Admiral level may be hit if he is unprepared. Lord Ron. At this time, the figure of lightning sprang out from behind. After arriving at Ron's location, he looked surprised and said, "Haven't you gone to find the person you were looking for?" Lightning. How did this guy get in here? There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Ron really didn't expect this guy to venture into the 6th floor. I'll go now. After recovering, Ron hesitated for a while and did not choose to leave. After all, he had to put on a show. If lightning hadn't come in, then naturally he wouldn't have stayed on the 6th floor. Although the strength has improved, the guys imprisoned here should not be underestimated. But now that the lightning came in, it was hard to say no to his ambiguous answer before. Thinking of this, Ron immediately walked towards the cells in the distance. Your Excellency Ron, wait for me. Seeing this situation, Lightning followed closely behind. But Ron didn't care and ignored it. While advancing rapidly, he asked, System, where is the next check in place? Open black lens bracket ding. Ask the host to go to the execution stand in East Blue Rog Town to sign in. Close black lens bracket. East Blue. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes, and Ron's mind pictured the place where it began and where it ended. Where does One Piece begin and end? The town of Rog is indeed a check in place that cannot be ignored in the world of One Piece. Looks like we need to speed up. Advertisement. Must get out of Impel down with the help of Golden Lion's escape. Otherwise, if I can't leave, then I can only wait for Luffy to make a big Impel down before I have a chance. In an instant, Ron already had a decision in his heart. Without hesitation, he quickly took out the phone bug and dialed it. Owner. After a while, Sati-chan's voice came out. What's your order? Keep an eye on the Golden Lion's actions. No nonsense, Ron said directly. As soon as he enters the third floor, please contact me immediately. Follow Ron's plan. Once the Golden Lion breaks into the third floor, it will be announced that Magellan's stop has failed. In this way, relying on Golden Lion's own strength, it won't take too long to escape. In this case, he must also evacuate from this place. Yes. With a promise, Sati-chan hung up the phone immediately. Obviously, the situation over there is not very good, and the communication time cannot be too long. But Ron didn't hesitate at this moment, and finally arrived at the area where the prisoners were kept after advancing rapidly. Intruder. Not a marine nor a jailer. Almost at the moment Ron and Lightning appeared, the crowd who were still cursing fell silent instantly. Countless knowledge swept out and covered Ron and Ron. Immediately afterwards, the pirates who were imprisoned in the cell were excited. After confirming that the two were not Marine and the jailer, they immediately shouted, Little devil, come and let me out. Little ghost, as long as you let me out, I will help you get out of Impel down. Little devil, hurry up and get the Seastone key, as long as you unlock it for me, I will take you out. Chapter 47 World Destroyer, Descendant of the Devil. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Crack. Curling his lips in disdain, Ron had absolutely no intention of paying attention to the people around him. Glancing at the crazy prisoners, he walked straight towards the silent area. Although this group of noisy people can be regarded as big pirates in the outside world. But in fact, they are all a group of scum, and even the character of greed for life and fear of death can be seen at a glance. Your Excellency Ron, I will take my leave first. At this moment, Lightning stepped forward and spoke to Ron. Immediately afterwards, his speed increased sharply, and he also headed towards the quiet area. Obviously, he could also see that there was no one he was looking for in the noisy crowd. Asshole. Damn guy, stop for me. Little devil, how dare you ignore me like this? Quote. Seeing this situation, the pirates present were anxious. One by one kept yelling, and their eyes were full of resentment and hatred. If it is not now, Ron and others are needed to help. If it weren't for the fact that he was trapped inside and couldn't move, they would absolutely not hesitate to tear Ron and Lightning into pieces, two guys who ignored them. But Ron didn't care about that at all. Stepping straight forward, the white eyes also quietly opened. Soon, Ron arrived in the silent area. It can be seen that there are not many cells in this area, and they are far apart. The prison cells at this moment are full of incomparable hidden diseases, but just standing there, one can feel the strong killing atmosphere filled with them. That is the breath of the strong. It is also the aura of the strong. Advertisement. Even without any movements or words, just the breath around his body still makes people feel a chill. This is the most powerful man in the world. Standing where he was, Ron couldn't help but sigh. His current Vice Admiral level strength is considered a good existence in the outside world. But in the face of this group of people, even if they were all imprisoned, they couldn't raise any desire to fight. But soon, Ron calmed down, and his eyes became hot. There are a lot of prisoners held in these troubles, and every one of them can become the overlord in New World if thrown outside. It's a pity that the cooling time of my distinguished heavenly gods has not expired, otherwise, if I subdue this group of people to join my command, then who else in this world can be my enemy? With this in mind, Ron stepped forward. Soon, he stopped outside a prison. World Destroyer. Waldo. Looking at the figure in the prison whose hands were trapped by Seastone, Ron's eyes flickered with amusement. This guy was also very popular in the original book. Unfortunately, he encountered the protagonist Luffy. Under the mixed doubles of Luffy and the Empress, Waldo, who was determined to die, was defeated. But this guy's devil fruit is also extremely strong. Paramecia Momo fruit. It can magnify objects 100 times, and even increase its strength, speed, defense and other abilities by 100 times. It's a pity that Waldo's strength has declined sharply due to his age. Otherwise, once the Momo fruit awakening is displayed, it is not something ordinary people can resist. Little devil, are you looking for me? At this time, Valdo noticed Ron's gaze, slowly raised his head and said. As soon as these words came out, the people in the surrounding prisons all cast their eyes curiously. They already knew about the situation of lightning. This guy was going towards Bo Saishi. Advertisement. But Ron's goals were clearly different. This guy has been walking aimlessly since he came here, without any sense of rush. Now he looks at Waldo. Is there any special connection between the two? Loved ones. Enemy. No. After recovering, Ron glanced at Waldo and said, "It's just a coincidence that I knew about your existence. It's a pity that the famous world destroyer in the past is now so old. Old man, you said that if you commit suicide, can I pick up your Momo fruit?" Who? Hearing this, many people in the surrounding prisons couldn't help laughing. I thought that Ron was either looking for revenge or relatives, and he co-authored it because he happened to know the existence of Waldo. Still wanting the latter's Momo fruit, it really makes people laugh and cry. Cut. Brat. Curling his lips, Waldo didn't expect Ron to say such a thing. After taking a deep look at him, he closed his eyes and said, "Then you will be disappointed. The old man has no urge to commit suicide. And after the demon fruit power dies, the devil fruit will not appear in the same place, but will appear all over the world immediately. Little ghost, this old man remembers you." After speaking, he simply ignored Ron's existence. Ron didn't care about that. For Waldo, he cared more about the Momo fruit he ate than himself. After all, Waldo is too paranoid, and after experiencing betrayal, he will no longer trust his so-called companions. Thinking of this, Ron withdrew his gaze and continued walking forward. Advertisement. Bullet. After walking for a few minutes, Ron's footsteps stopped outside a prison. It can be seen that Bullet was imprisoned inside, and his hands and feet were blocked by sea stone. But even so, there is nothing decadent about Bullet itself. Constantly exercising in the prison with his bare upper body, the muscles that look like dragons are even more visually impactful. Little devil, I don't know you. Casting a glance at Ron, Bullet said indifferently, "And you don't mean to save me, we have nothing to say." Hearing this, Ron's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Bullet's words were extremely accurate. He did appreciate Bullet, but he had no intention of saving him. Because the current Bullet is a lunatic. No, to be precise, after Roger's death, Bullet went completely insane. Even if it is 4 Emperors level combat power, even if it is the world's top powerhouse. But without the most basic sense of awe and reason, Bullet still cannot be his helper or partner. But Bullet himself is indeed extremely powerful. Paramecia Fit Fruit. The man who drives Gundam in the world of One Piece. In the original book, the volume of Bullet's awakening is at least between 300 and 500 meters. Coupled with armament haki, which covers his entire body, it can be said to be extremely powerful. If it weren't for meeting the protagonist group, it would not be impossible to make a Marine Buster call. In addition, Bullet's armed colors and conquerors are also extremely scary. Needless to say about the armed color, after all, Haki who can arm the hundreds of meters of Titan is not comparable to everyone. But this guy's conquerors is also a special existence. Conqueror's spooky. It is the combination of conquerors and ghost energy. Under the combination of Bullet, the prestige displayed is not inferior to that of Shanks who was famous for conquerors. Chapter 48 Conqueror's Awakening, Transformation of the Strong. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Bullet, I want to ask you a question. With this in mind, Ron stepped forward and spoke. What is the problem? Frowning, Bullet looked at Ron in some surprise. After all, he has just made it very clear that there is no relationship between the two. But now Ron actually came to ask himself, which made him feel extremely weird. Conquerors. How did your conquerors and ghost aura awaken? No nonsense, Ron asked his own question directly. Although his sign in system can extract the power of the world to bless itself. But the restrictions of One Piece world rules are extremely huge. So under such circumstances, he wants to continue to become stronger, reaching the 4 Emperors level, or even surpassing the 4 Emperors level. Then Conquerors is a road that cannot be bypassed, and it is also a choice that cannot be changed. I see. The corners of his mouth curled up, and Bullet shot Ron a look. Knowing Ron's purpose, Bullet has absolutely no intention of answering. Without even looking at Ron, he continued with his workout. Don't you answer. Seeing this, Ron frowned slightly. Conqueror's spooky. It was a power Ron recognized and wanted to master. But now that Bullet doesn't answer, he really doesn't know what to do for a while. Correct. Suddenly, a flash of light came to Ron's mind. Seemingly thinking of something, he immediately stepped forward and said, Bullet, Roger is dead, but Ron's son is still alive. Are you interested in his information? Advertisement. Click. A crack opened in the ground, and Bullet's exercise stopped. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly raised his head to lock onto Ron, his eyes flushed and said, What do you mean by that? Literal meaning. Looking at the moving Bullet, Ron knew that this guy had an idea. Although Roger is dead, but in his heart, he also has great respect and hostility towards Roger. It is precisely because of the existence of this contradictory emotion that Bullet itself is in an extremely entangled state. Now that he knew about Roger's son, how could he remain calm? This is impossible. How could Roger have children? Subconsciously speaking, Bullet still couldn't believe it. But his knowledgeable color and eyes were all locked on Ron. He didn't notice the latter's guilty conscience and affectation at all. What does this mean? It means that no matter how unbelievable it is, things are true. What do you want? Taking a deep breath, Bullet quickly calmed down. Roger is one of the few beings he respects, and he will never allow Ron to do anything to his son. Similarly, the hatred in his heart for Roger is also extremely great. After all, Roger is the One Piece disbanded the pirates, and even surrendered himself to death in the town of Rog. Now that he knows the existence of Roger's heir, he wants to do it himself. I've already stated my needs. No nonsense. Ron walked to the side and sat down and said, I need conquerors and the awakening method of ghost energy. As long as you tell me, then I will tell you about Roger's heir. Good. Hearing this, Bullet is not refusing. After giving Ron a cold look, he immediately said, Conquerors, that's 1 in a million. You want to awaken the conquerors, so come. Advertisement. While speaking, a scarlet flashed in Bullet's eyes. In the next second, a surging conquerors swept out of his body, attacking Ron directly. Not good. The conquerors struck, and Ron felt a chill all over his body immediately. Shuilunyan and Bian opened subconsciously, but it was still too late. With a bang, Ron felt an extremely brutal force hitting his head. At this moment, he felt the urge to faint. No, I can't be unconscious. I don't think it can stop conquerors. In an instant, Ron bit the tip of his tongue violently. Blood filled his mouth, and the sting revived Ron for 3 minutes. In this case, Ron's fists clenched to resist Bullet unleashing conquerors. As time passed bit by bit, Ron could clearly feel his own weakness, helplessness and insignificance. At this moment, he is like a solitary boat in the sea, and there is a risk of falling at any time when countless turbulent waves strike. In the depths of his heart, countless voices resounded, give up. As long as you give up resistance, you will be safe in no time. Stop stubbornly resisting, you don't have the conquerors. Conquerors is not something you can awaken, just give up. Quote. Under such circumstances, Ron's face suddenly became more and more distorted. Interesting. This brat can still hold on. Seeing this, there was a hint of surprise in Bullet's eyes. Not only him, people in the surrounding cells are no exception. They could all feel it the moment they saw Ron. This is not a strong man. It's not about Ron's lack of strength, but his mind, will and conviction. Advertisement. From the moment he talked to Waldo, many people understood that this was just a child. Even if they have good power, they are still children in their eyes. But now is different. Such a weak person actually persisted under Bullet's conquerors, and even had a vague tendency to change, which made people quite expect and curious. No, I won't give up. I will never surrender. I come, I see, I conquer. Unaware of the situation outside, Ron was roaring inwardly at this moment. His mind is also changing, from the original aloofness, and the attitude of the bystander is changing rapidly. Boom. A moment later, a terrible breath swept out of Ron's body. In an instant, an extremely powerful conquerors burst out, directly colliding with Bullet's conquerors. Click, click. For a while, cracks appeared on the surrounding ground and the walls of the prison. Physical shock. Conquerors awakening. This brat is really done. Seeing this situation, everyone in the surrounding cells subconsciously opened their mouths. For a while, the people who looked down on Ron before you also gave you a positive look. Including Bullet, there was a smile on his face at the moment. But soon, Bullet withdrew his conquerors and said, Little devil, how do you feel? It feels great. Panting, Ron was quite exhausted at the moment. But his whole body was also extremely excited. Conquerors. He successfully awakened the conquerors. So far, he has finally mastered all the most important conquerors hockey in the One Piece world. Chapter 49. Ask the Red Earl for advice and listen to his heart in terror. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Thank you. After the surprise, Ron looked up at Bullet and said, although this is just a transaction. But there is no doubt that only a powerful conquerors as Bullet can stimulate his awakening. Meanwhile, Bullet is clearly letting go. If it wasn't for his deliberate control, Ron would have been overwhelmed long ago. But after thanking him, Ron continued to ask, where's the ghost? For ghosts, Ron was also extremely concerned. In the original book, Bullet combined it with the conquerors. But in fact, it did not display its power in the true sense. But in the Wano Kuni chapter, Zoro also interpreted the ghost into ultimate ghostly entanglement, comparable to conqueror's entanglement. A knife cut through the defense of Kaido's immortal body, and its power is far more powerful than the so-called conqueror's entanglement. Ghosts are different. Glancing at Ron, Bullet said calmly, conquerors is innate, and ghost aura is acquired. If you really want to learn ghost chi, then find a demon sword. The moment you hold the demon knife in your hand, you will understand what ghost energy is. Demon knife. Nodding thoughtfully, the third generation Gush in Rog Town appeared in Ron's mind. Although in the original book this is Zoro's knife. But now Zoro is just a kid of 7 or 8 years old. I see. With a promise, Ron looked at Bullet and said, Roger has a posthumous son, and he should be about 8 years old now. He will go to sea in 8 years. If you want to find him, then try to escape from this place as soon as possible. 8 years old. Advertisement. 8 years. Hearing this, Bullet frowned. Ron's words made his heart tremble. But reality cannot escape from this place. After all, the sea stone chains on his body are not for display, and he can't destroy them with physical strength. You go. After pondering for a while, Bullet then spoke. Now that he has confirmed that the news is true, he has no intention of continuing to ask. The most important thing is that Bullet knows that there is no way to break the game now. Interesting. Didn't ask me for help. Seeing this situation, Ron's eyes flashed with surprise. But soon, Ron stood up from the ground. He didn't mean to rescue Bullet, but said condescendingly, I've heard that there is a special conqueror's name in Wano Kuni called Emission. It is rumored that Emission Haki can destroy sea stone, even if it is demon fruit power wearing sea stone handcuffs. Bullet, as a member of the former Roger Pirates, Kazuki Oden must have cast Emission Haki in front of you. After speaking, Ron didn't linger, and continued to walk towards the deep prison. His goal this time around isn't just to see Bullet. Emission Haki. Is there still such an effect? As Ron left, Bullet in the cell frowned slightly at the moment. To be honest, this was the first time he knew such information. But precisely because of this, there was strong excitement in Bullet's eyes. Emission Haki. Of course he knew it, and even Kazuki Oden taught it to members of the Roger Pirates. It's just that he, Bullet, hasn't cared all this time. Advertisement. After all, he is very clear about the power of Emission Haki, that is, a weakened version of Conqueror's entanglement. And he possesses Conqueror's ghostly aura, so he can be entangled with Conqueror's ghostly aura, so naturally he doesn't pay attention to the little Emission Haki. But now after listening to Ron's narration, Bullet also understands that this power that he despised in the past seems to be the real way to break the situation now. With this in mind, Bullet also continued to start his own exercise. On the other end, Ron walked all the way, and soon came to an area. Under the staring eyes, he found his target, the Red Earl. It's just that the Red Earl is sitting there with a silent expression at this moment. For Ron, who walked to the area in front of the cell door, he still didn't have any intention of opening his eyes. The Red Earl, opening his mouth, Ron was about to say something. Let's go back. However, before he could open his mouth, the Red Earl said first, you will never succeed. I won't be your subordinate either. If I want to leave, I will leave this place by myself instead of asking you to rescue me. What's the situation? How does this guy know what's on my mind? His pupils shrank, and Ron subconsciously took a step back. Immediately afterwards, he seemed to think of something, and looked at the Red Earl with a trace of fear. One of Knowledge's ultimate abilities. Listen to your heart. Undoubtedly, the Red Earl must have mastered one of the ultimate powers of knowledge and knowledge to listen to the heart. Otherwise, he couldn't have known all this before he even opened his mouth. For a moment, Ron's eyes were full of complexity. This ability to listen to the heart is so heaven-defying. Even Enel in the original book can do this. But it was also accomplished with the help of the combination of Shingang and Thunderfruit's abilities. The Red Earl awakened such ultimate power just by relying on his own power. Advertisement. It is conceivable that this former legendary pirate is well deserved. The Red Earl. With this in mind, Ron dismissed his inner thoughts and said, I want to ask some advice. As the existence of knowledge color reaching ultimate, I want to know how to awaken the special ability of knowledge color like you. After speaking, Ron looked curiously at the Red Earl. Whether it is listening to the heart, listening to everything, or foreseeing the future. This is the performance of knowledge color ultimate. There is not much difference between the strengths and weaknesses of the three, but the functional difference. But there is no doubt that such power is what countless people dream of but cannot obtain. Break the limit. Answering without opening his eyes, the Red Earl said indifferently, Little rascal, your plan is good. Escape here with the help of the Golden Lion. But you have to speed up, the Marines outside are not vegetarian. Break the limit. Nodding thoughtfully, Ron cupped his fists at the Red Earl and said, Thank you, Senior. After speaking, Ron didn't linger. He knew that some of his thoughts could not be hidden from the Red Earl. In this way, continuing the conversation has no meaning for me. Thinking of this, Ron turned around and planned to leave. As the Red Earl said, Marine's side is indeed not to be underestimated, he must follow the pace of Golden Lion and leave here as soon as possible. Boom, boom. At this moment, a burst of roar resounded. Looking at the reputation, it can be seen that the sword energy is raging in the distant area at the moment. The ground shook constantly, and it could be seen that buildings were destroyed accordingly. Chapter 50 Ron vs. Shiryu of the Rain. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Call out. The sound of piercing the air resounded, and it could be seen that the figure of lightning was fleeing rapidly in the area covered by the sword energy. In a short time, the lightning had already arrived in the area where Ron was. Your Excellency Ron. After seeing Ron's figure, Lightning's eyes lit up, and he shouted urgently, Go quickly. Shiryu of the Rain has awakened. This guy is killing Red Eyes now, and he must escape from this place as soon as possible. Saying that, Lightning continued to speed up and flee. And in the area behind him, Shiryu of the Rain can be seen walking quickly with a knife. At this moment, he looked quite embarrassed, his whole body was dripping with blood, and he even had several fatal sword wounds. Obviously, this is left over from his previous fight against Golden Lion. But even so, the aura emanating from Shiryu of the Rain at this moment is extremely terrifying. The monstrous evil spirit and killing intent, combined with the great swordsman's kendo realm and admiral-level strength, directly made him look like a Shira who came out of hell. Want to go? Intruders, none of you can leave. Shiryu of the Rain's icy voice resounded. In the next second, the sword energy struck again, and the target included not only lightning but also Ron. Damn. Seeing this, Ron's expression changed. He really didn't expect that lightning would actually cheat him at this time. Although this guy seemed to be reminding himself, there was no doubt that it dragged him into trouble. If it hadn't been for his opening, perhaps Shiryu of the Rain would not have noticed Ron at this moment. Cut. Advertisement. Seeing the attacking sword energy, Ron ignored other things, and quickly summoned Hirenmaru to slash without hesitation. In the next second, the sword pressed through the air and directly collided with the sword energy. Rumble, rumble. The sound of the explosion resounded. Ron opened the blood wheel eyes and white eyes, and the whole person stepped on Shunpo to move forward rapidly. His purpose has been accomplished. There is no need to stay any longer, and his plan is to escape from prison with Golden Lion. You can't waste time here. Although Shiryu of the Rain was seriously injured and his strength was greatly reduced, he couldn't deal with it in a short time. Sword Hero. Frowning, Shiryu of the Rain fixed his eyes on Ron. Immediately afterwards, a sinister smile formed on the corner of his mouth, and he said, such a young swordsman really has some skills. But since you've come to the 6th floor today, don't even think about leaving alive. While speaking, Shiryu of the Rain accelerated his pace significantly. For a moment, both Ron and Lightning, who were evacuating rapidly, felt a sense of crisis coming from behind. Not good. The complexion changed, and both Ron and Lightning felt tremendous pressure. At this moment, Shiryu of the Rain is like a wounded beast, and there is no doubt about his madness and rage. If this is caught up, the consequences will be unimaginable. Your Excellency Ron. For a moment, Lightning's expression changed from complicated to firm, and he looked at Ron and said, get out of here. I'll hold this guy down. But I hope that after you go out, you can give this item to the leader of the Revolutionary Army. As he said that, Lightning escaped from his arms with a yellowed parchment scroll. Apparently, this is their ultimate goal in sneaking into Impel down. Although I don't know how he discussed with Bo Saishi, but since he got the item, it can be seen that his task has been completed. Advertisement. No need. It's up to you to hand it over yourself. However, Ron chose to refuse without hesitation after just one glance. He knew that Lightning could indeed help him delay Shiryu of the Rain. But that is undoubtedly the same as sending to death. The most important thing is that the value of Lightning itself is quite huge. In addition, it is because of him that Ron was able to master the two-color hockey in a short period of time. If Lightning were to die here like this, even to cover himself, Ron said that he couldn't do it. Most importantly, at the moment of awakening conquerors, Ron's strong heart was also awakened. He can accept a strategic retreat, but he will not do such a shameless thing. Hearing this, Lightning was dumbfounded. Never expected that Ron would reject his proposal. You know, this is nothing like the Ron he knew. After all, the previous Ron was more of a dog, even a bit of a sixth child, with the stance of a boss behind the scenes. Logically speaking, it is impossible for this kind of existence to have any passion. Okay, leave this guy to me. Before Lightning recovered, Ron said calmly, you go out first. As long as you are safe, I can escape at any time. This isn't Ron being arrogant. It's because the Golden Lion has turned the outside world upside down. In this way, with the angelic air supremacy, he doesn't need to care about the threat of Shiryu of the Rain at all. And to be honest, Ron also wanted to test his current limits. Your Excellency Ron. Lightning looked at Ron with some emotion. Advertisement. Although I don't know why Ron has changed so much before and after. But he also clearly felt Ron's firmness and determination at this moment. For a moment, Lightning was extremely complicated, but he didn't stop for a moment and accelerated forward. Your Excellency, you are my friend. If there is a need in the future, as long as it is not about betraying the Revolutionary Army, I will do my best. Hearing this, Ron smiled lightly. Such a result was within his expected range and also within the calculation range. The favor of one of the most senior cadres of the Revolutionary Army is not something that can be obtained casually. Thinking of this, Ron turned to look at Shiryu of the Rain, who was already chasing after him, and murmured, it's almost there. This place has left the scope of the prison, and the exit is where it continues. I'm also just trying to see what the limit of the strength I got before is. While talking, Ron clenched Hirenmaru and said, sit in the frosty sky. Hirenmaru. In an instant, a blizzard emerged. Hirenmaru in Ron's hand directly entered Shikai's state. At this moment, Ron took the knife and slashed towards Shiryu of the Rain without hesitation. Devil fruit weapon. Seeing this, Shiryu of the Rain was startled. Immediately afterwards, he fixed his eyes on the Hirenmaru in Ron's hand, and said without concealing his greed, little devil, you don't deserve such an artifact. A mere swordsman, little pirate, this thing should belong to me. As he said that, Shiryu of the Rain held a knife in both hands, and jumped up without hesitation, one knife flow slash. So fast. With a constriction of pupils, Ron's blood wheel eyes directly transformed into eternal Mangekyō. At this moment, he caught sight of Shiryu of the Rain and quickly raised Hirenmaru in his hand to block. Jung. Flames splashed, and the two knives collided together. Ron just felt a savage force run down his arm and into his body. Just like being hit by a wild bull, he couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, and his whole body was thrown flying a distance of more than 10 meters.